The Nine-Cloud Dream by Kim Jung. Translated by Heinz Insu Fenkl. Narrated by David Shi. Introduction. The world is like a passing cloud, like an imaginary wheel made by a whirling torch, like a castle of spirits, like the moon reflected in the sea, like a vision, a mirage, a dream. The Lankavatara Sutra. New readers are advised that this introduction makes certain details of the plot explicit. The Nine-Cloud Dream, or Kunmong, circa 1689, is the most elegant of Korea's earliest literary novels and one of the most beloved masterpieces of Korean literature. It is a fantastical romance, full of intrigue and deception. The idealized story within a story of the poor son of an abandoned single mother becoming the veritable golden boy of Confucian culture. Over the course of the narrative, the main character becomes a great poet, musician, diplomat, general, and brother-in-law to an emperor. His romantic partners, wives and concubines, are said to be the 8 most beautiful women in the world. But that idealized romance is framed within the story of a promising young monk who learns a profound lesson about worldly desire as he follows the Buddhist path. And so Kunmong, with all its excellent imitations and reworkings of Chinese Tang poetry, metaphysical conundrums, thinly veiled autobiography, and court satire, also serves as a morality tale, dramatizing the themes central to the worldview of a Buddhist artist intellectual in 17th century Korea. All this is found in a single work. Suppo Kim Jung and His Times. Both Korean and Western scholars are in general agreement that Kim Jung, 1637 to 1692, also known by his pen name, Suppo, meaning Western Shore, West Bank, or Western Port, is the author of Kunmong. This is based primarily on Kim Tae-jun's seminal 1933 work, History of Korean Fiction, Chosun Sososa, and the reminiscence of Kim's grandnephew, Yi Je, 1680 to 1746, in A Record of 3 Government Agencies, Samgwanji. Kim himself never claimed authorship, but the Korean literati of his time not only wrote fictional works like Kunmong anonymously, but also customarily disavowed authorship of such low works, both out of modesty and from fear of sullying their reputations. Kim was well known and well regarded in his time. He was a yangban, a member of the ruling class, related to eminent scholars. He was also an intellectual and political figure of some note in the court of King Sukjong, the 19th king of the Joseon dynasty. Like Xiao Yu, the protagonist of Kunmong, he became a government minister after getting the highest score on the National Civil Service examination. The general consensus in the Korean scholarly community is that Kim, a dutiful son whose father died before his birth, wrote Kunmong during his exile in order to comfort his mother, a highly educated and accomplished woman who had raised him and his brother by herself. The story of Kim composing the whole of Kunmong in a single night is typical of literary folklore. Lao Tzu, for example, is said to have composed all of the Tao Te Ching in one night. But in Kim's case, the story may, in fact, be an associative conflation with the story of his mother, who borrowed the Chinese classics she was too poor to buy for her son's education, and hand-copied them overnight before she had to return them the next day. Kim lived during the latter part of the Joseon dynasty, which lasted from 1392 to 1897. Joseon's political and social structures were modeled after Confucian China of the Tang dynasty, 618 to 907. The carefully defined Neo-Confucian ideals governing the 5 relationships, ruler to subject, father to son, husband to wife, elder to younger, and friend to friend, all of which privilege men, and which are significantly dramatized and problematized in Kunmong, were seen as the key to social and political harmony. Meanwhile, Buddhism, which had been a defining characteristic of Korea during the earlier golden age of the unified Silla, 668 to 935, had begun to wane during the Goryeo dynasty, 918 to 1392, and was actively suppressed in favor of the social control offered by Neo-Confucianism. During this period, Korean women had gravitated toward Buddhism and made up much of its infrastructure, a fact implicitly invoked by Kunmong's strong representation of women. Taoism, which had long existed in harmony with Korea's indigenous shamanic religious tradition, was recognized by this time primarily in its more philosophical and intellectual form, centering on texts like the I Ching, the Tao Te Ching, and writings of Zhuangzi, while its tantric and alchemic practices were largely relegated to the folk culture of superstition and magic. Kunmong is generally dated by scholars at 1689, but its literary provenance has been much debated, particularly in recent years. At one time, it was believed that Kunmong was the first major work of Korean literature composed in the native Hangul alphabet. However, the current consensus, after the discovery of an 18th century Chinese edition, is that it was composed in Chinese, which was the language of literature and government in 17th century Korea, in much the same way Latin was used in Europe for many centuries. It is important to remember that before Korea had its own alphabet, all writing was done in Chinese characters, or a combination of Chinese with indigenously developed phonetic scripts that were rather unwieldy. In the mid-15th century, during the reign of King Sejong the Great, a golden age for art, science, and culture, Hangul was developed in order to encourage literacy among the general population. It was so well designed that the common saying is that a smart man can learn it before the end of the day, and even an idiot can learn it in 10 days. Ironically, though it quickly took root in the popular culture, Hangul's very efficiency was its initial downfall in literary and official circles. The Korean literati felt it demeaning to write in such an easy script, and it is said that, at the time, Chinese characters were called jinseo, true letters, while Hangul was known as amgul, women's script, or ahekgul, children's script. It wasn't until the early 20th century, during the Japanese colonial era, that literary writing in Hangul was revived on a large scale as an issue of national pride and identity. Kunmong, it is now generally agreed, was originally composed in Chinese and later reprinted in Hangul to make it more accessible. The novel. In its Korean literary and historical context, Kunmong is one of the seminal works of Korean prose fiction, along with Kim Shi-sup's mid-15th century work, New Stories from Mount Gomo, Gomo Shinhwa, and Ho-gyun's The Story of Hong Gildong, Hong Gildong-tsun, which dates to the late 16th or early 17th century. If Hong Gildong-tsun is like the Korean Robin Hood, Kunmong, in its status and impact throughout the years, more closely parallels Dante's Divine Comedy. The Buddhist and Taoist themes in Kunmong played out in Korean literary and intellectual culture in much the same way Dante's confrontation of political and religious themes resonated throughout Europe. Both works involve the journey of the central character into another reality in which he learns valuable moral, ethical, and religious lessons. Both works are also deeply personal and laden with satirical agendas, partially stemming from each writer's political exile. The basic plot of Kunmong is an edifying fantasy. For violating his vows and doubting his vocation, a promising young Buddhist monk named Xing Chen, original nature, is made to experience an incarnation as Xiao Yu, small visitor, or brief resider, the most ideal of men, his life full of fabulous intellectual, diplomatic, martial, and sensual accomplishments. It is an ironic punishment that plays out like an incarnation within an incarnation. And as the narrative develops, we are slowly and subtly introduced to a world of layered illusions. Xiao Yu's view of things is constantly obstructed or occluded by intervening elements, sometimes as subtle as a willow branch. There are minor dream sequences within a greater dream, and there are numerous disguises, deceptions, and misperceptions that play with the idea of compromised and multi-layered reality. When Xing Chen's old master, Liu Quan, Six Perceptions, finally enters the illusory world of Xiao Yu, now growing old himself, he causes Xiao Yu to remember a dream of himself as Xing Chen the monk. Liu Quan accompanies him out of his dream and back to reality, and in the end, the monk wakes up as Xing Chen, back on his meditation mat, to learn that reality and dream are interpenetrating phenomena and are ultimately indistinguishable. He has experienced an entire lifetime in a moment. Kunmong addresses this theme of reality and dream in such a way that it poignantly critiques the moral and ethical misconduct of the controversial king Sukjong, who took the throne at age 13 and ruled from 1674 to 1720. King Sukjong's reign was characterized by intense factional disputes and sudden turns of the political tide due to his amorous, fickle, and shrewdly manipulative nature. His name, Sukjong, which he took as ruler, was the name of the Tang Emperor who reigned from 756 to 762, and the Chinese characters can be read as purge factions. The life of Xiao Yu parallels and inverts that of Kim in ways too numerous to be merely coincidental, and Xiao Yu's relationship with the emperor seems to be a nostalgic and wishful reminiscence of Kim's once advisory role to the much younger Sukjong. Kim Man-jung was a member of the Western faction, which was dominant early in Sukjong's rule, but lost favor during a controversy regarding the proper period of mourning to follow the death of the king's first wife, Queen Insun. When the southern faction regained control in 1674, Kim was exiled, and it wasn't until 5 years later, just before a southern faction member was executed for treason, that Kim was able to return to court. In 1687, Kim was exiled again, this time to Sukchon, for protesting the king's treatment of a scholar official, but was allowed to return a year later. Then, in 1689, Kim was involved in protesting Sukjong's dismissal of his second wife, Queen Inhyun. Sukjong was so in love with his consort Lady Jung, said to be the most beautiful woman in the whole of the Joseon dynasty, that he made her his queen and her 1-year-old son the crown prince. For siding with Queen Inhyun, who was the daughter of a Western faction member, Kim was exiled yet again, this time to the remote island of Namhae, where he is likely to have written both Kunmong and his other major work, The Record of Lady Xie's Journey South, shortly before his death. The plot of Kunmong, when it is considered in light of the scandalous reign of King Sukjong, reads as an idealized remedy for all the negative machinations in the Joseon court, particularly regarding the consequences of romantic relationships and the relationships among high court women, official wives, and concubines. Sukjong's relationship with his queen mother was hostile, and his wives and concubines were constantly involved in intrigues that are still fodder for historical soap operas today. Sukjong's senior concubine, Jung, was the living historical embodiment of the Korean stereotype of the seductive, conniving beauty. By comparison, the queen, the princess, the wives, and the concubines in Kim's novel all dearly love and go out of their way for each other, practically outdoing one another in their humility and deference to the other's wishes. the treachery and deceptions that caused exiles and executions in Sukjong's court, are replaced in Kunmong by romantic stratagems and practical jokes without dire consequence. Kunmong and its influences. Kunmong, on its surface, is a historical fantasy novel set in 9th century Tang China, a kind of fantasy golden age evoked by Korean literature of the Joseon era. Much as writers in English today look back on the literature of Elizabethan times, and in addition to being originally written in Chinese, it emulates and alludes to Chinese Tang Dynasty works so gracefully that Chinese scholars themselves have praised its merits. As a result, Kunmong needs to be considered in light of Chinese as well as Korean literature. In a Chinese context, Kunmong fits into the genre of chunqi, strange tales, that young Confucian scholars would sometimes write as part of their civil examinations to entertain their elder examiners, and perhaps thus earn a higher score. It also refers back to famous dream stories of the Tang period, most prominently, The Record Within a Pillow, circa 719, by Shun Ji, also known as Li Mi, and The Governor of Nanke, circa 794, by Li Gongzuo. In both of these stories, the protagonist temporarily enters a dream world before eventually returning to reality. The dream episode involving marriage to a beautiful woman of royal family, attainment of high-ranking position, military exploits, and ultimate dissatisfaction with material success. Kim Man-jung would certainly have known these works, though they are more tragic and lack Kunmong's structural and linguistic elegance, suggesting he might have set out to remedy those qualities of the older works. Kunmong brims with allusions to Chinese literary texts in a way characteristic of Joseon-era Korean literary works, which idealized and emulated Chinese literary culture. Both the narrator and the characters make constant allusions to Chinese literature and history. The way in which allusions abound even in casual descriptions of landscape suggests the underlying consciousness of an outsider mimicking a tradition, perhaps even overcompensating to show off his knowledge. That in itself is not unusual, but what is truly astonishing is the degree to which the allusions are interwoven into the narrative and serve to convey the novel's underlying Buddhist themes in an especially subtle and powerful way. Korean literary culture, for the upper classes of the Joseon era, was characterized by syncretic interweaving of Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian themes. But Kim's use of allusions is uniquely resonant with ideas central to Buddhism: the illusory nature of the world, Maya, the idea of interpenetration of phenomena, Tongdal, and essence function, Qiyong. These are ideas one finds especially significant and enduring in Korean Buddhism after Wonhyo and Jinul, two great monks of the earlier Silla dynasty, Korea's golden age of Buddhism. During Kim Man-jung's time, Confucianism was the state ideology, and Buddhism was actively suppressed. And so to write a novel in which an elaborate Confucian pipe dream gives way to dissatisfaction that is remedied by Buddhism would also have been an overt act of resistance and criticism, especially from a writer in exile for rebuking the king. In its amalgamation of Confucian, Taoist, and Buddhist themes in its plot, Kunmong ends by clearly privileging Buddhism as its underlying moral rhetoric. It does so by offering an analogy by which readers, after seeing Xing Chen's realization, might model themselves on the young monk and thereby break the fourth wall of the text and extend its central Buddhist themes into real life. Just as Xing Chen wakes up from being Xiaoyu, having moved from reality to dream and back again, with the realization that the two are indistinguishable, the reader may wake out of being immersed in the fantasy of the novel to realize that its themes are not any different from real life. For a typical Western reader, the analogy may stop here, But Kunmong is an important and especially sophisticated example of Buddhist metafiction. A Buddhist understands that one's consciousness of reality is actually only an illusion created by the mind, and that the world one lives in is a once-removed construct of consciousness. In that context, the trajectory of Kunmong's plot is especially resonant because it plays out a life of pleasure and accomplishment into one of depression, the unsatisfactoriness of dukkha, the primary Buddhist truth of suffering, and resolves Xingchen's depression by having him wake up to follow the Buddhist path to enlightenment. The resonance with which Kim played out the Buddhist rhetoric in Kunmong seems to have made the work widely influential. 100 years after the publication of Kunmong, China's greatest novel, The Dream of the Red Chamber, Hong Lo Meng, would feature similar plot details and parallel themes. Most critical studies of Kunmong have tended to examine its Buddhist, Confucian, and Taoist themes as separate entities. Reality and illusion in Kunmong have been discussed in detail by academics, though Francisca Cho Bantley's Embracing Illusion, Truth and Fiction in The Dream of the Nine Clouds is the only book-length critical work in English on Kunmong. Academics have also taken a Taoist lens to Kunmong, one of the most innovative being Marian Eggert, who makes a compelling case for considering the 8 women in Kunmong as a symbolic expression of the underlying cosmology of the I Ching, an illusion that would have been far more apparent to readers of Kim's time. From that perspective, Xingchen's 8 fairies are not a sign of sensual excess, but a necessary number for symbolic completion, paralleling the Buddhist resolution at the end. The Taoist I Ching has 8 trigrams. Buddhism has its 8-fold path to enlightenment, and even Confucians call one's fate the 8 characters. But Kunmong reveals its true syncretic brilliance in the way in which its Confucian, Taoist, and Buddhist features converge. And one of the ways to find access to this syncretism is via the symbology of numbers, which both introduces and concludes the novel. The numbers that bracket the narrative must be examined through the lens of 3 traditions to be fully appreciated. The number 9 is presented even before the story, in the title, and is easy to gloss as the 8 fairies and Xingchen. But the narrative itself begins with the number 5, referring to the 5 peaks of China on the surface, but implicitly evoking the Buddhist skandhas, the 5 heaps that account for how one lives in a world of illusion, i.e., cloud dreams, created by the senses. Into this setting of the 5 heaps, amplified into mountains, comes the monk named Liu Quan, meaning 6 perceptions, a reference to the fact that there are 6 senses in Buddhism, the 6th being consciousness. Finally, Xingchen, the One, and the 8 fairies are introduced after this to constitute the 9 clouds. Kim's use of the number 8 has a range of meanings that are especially relevant because they weave together the 3 traditions in a way that any culturally literate person of the times would immediately have understood. For example, the 8 trigrams of the I Ching are often arranged around the Taiji Tu, the yin-yang symbol, which also represents the feminine and masculine principles, in a diagram of cosmic order, understood both during the Tang Dynasty and Joseon Korea. With a variant yin-yang in the center, and with the trigrams rearranged, this Taoist symbol would eventually be adopted as the Ogi, the royal standard of Joseon in the 19th century, and one of the early designs for the flag of the Republic of Korea. Even scholars who had not memorized the I Ching would have known the 8 trigrams, as they were also associated with the cardinal and ordinal directions, with their arrangements in a square 3x3 grid. The empty position in the middle was the 9th position, which corresponded to the center of a squared circle, and was also associated with the position of a village well surrounded by houses or fields. This grid was a cosmological and political structure, and would have been well known to any Joseon intellectual. In the novel, this structure corresponds to Xing Chen in the middle, with the 8 fairies around him, or Xiao Yu in the center, with his 8 wives and concubines surrounding him. In Joseon and Tang culture, this diagram was a general model for social organization. Houses around a village well, districts around the capital, advisors around the king, buildings around the courtyard, wives and concubines around the lord. A structural model for public as well as private relationships, precisely those whose mismanagement led Kim to criticize King Sukjong. In Buddhism, the circle made by 8 trigrams corresponds to the empty circle at the 8th place in the ox-herding circle, a well-known series of 10 pictures with commentaries that chart the journey of a follower of the Zen path. This 8th picture is transcendence, the primordial emptiness, the condition from which all things emerge, parallel to Xing Chen, whose name means original nature, characterized by primordial emptiness, from whose mind the dream narrative emerges. But in the Zen tradition, it is required that one return from this state, back into the world, to help others achieve enlightenment. Finally, the circle and the number 8 together represent the wheel of Dharma, the symbol of Buddhism, which refers to the Buddha's teaching of the Eightfold Path, the 4 Noble Truths of Buddhism being the more distinct spokes. The circle itself also represents samsara, the continuous cycle of birth and rebirth sustained by the accumulation of karma. The swirl in the center is parallel to the primordial emptiness from which all reality emerges. The first of the 4 Noble Truths of Buddhism is the concept of dukkha, generally glossed as suffering, but more accurately rendered unsatisfactoriness, which is Xiao Yu's condition just before he wakes up. Highlighting these Buddhist themes, many editions of Kunmong use a 4 and/or 8-part structure in their printing. The presence of the number 5 in Kunmong, after the initial overt reference to the 5 great mountains and the 5 peaks at the beginning of the novel, will be less apparent to a Western reader, because it is implied throughout the rest of the story, except in allusions to the Chinese 5 classics. But to an educated reader of Kim's era, the number 5 was a matter-of-fact part of one's worldview, with immediate additional associative connections related to cosmology and social structure. The 5 relationships of Confucianism, the 5 elements of Taoism, the 5 colors, the 5 tones, the 5 cardinal directions, with the center being the 5th. Kunmong implicitly critiques King Sukjong's violation of Confucianism's 5 relationships: ruler to subject, father to son, husband to wife, elder to younger, and friend to friend, which was seen as vital to maintaining social stability by integrating that structure into the Buddhist theme of dream and illusion. For a Buddhist, there are 5 emotions and 5 spiritual faculties, and a process of 5 steps that condition one's perception of reality. Here, it is important to remember that, in Buddhism, dream and reality are not a binary pairing of opposites. What Western culture considers reality is, in Buddhist philosophy, simply another layer of illusion, because it is a conditioned reality, meaning that even our mundane perceptions of the world are a result of the operation of a 5-part system, the 5 skandhas, or heaps: form, sensation, perception, mental formations, and consciousness. We, in our normal state, are never in touch with real reality, or the thing itself, but constantly experience a world conditioned by those skandhas, whose sequential interactions produce our very consciousness. Form is the world and the corporeal body, which experiences sensations, which are then filtered and assembled into perceptions, which give rise to associative mental formations, which finally produce our ego consciousness. In this way, the Buddhist understanding of consciousness is very close to the current findings in neuroscience. Kunmong implies that the 5 relationships and the 5 peaks are parallel to the skandhas, and thus, the very social fabric of Confucianism and reality are illusions. Maya within Maya. 6, of course, follows 5. But here it does so in both a numerological and a thematic sense, as Kunmong ends with a prominent reference to the number 6. The old Buddhist master, Liu Quan, whose name means 6 perceptions, recites a passage from the Diamond Sutra that lists precisely those 6 illusion-like things that serve as an analogy for the conditioned world as perceived, via the 5 skandhas, by the unenlightened. 1. Dreams. 2. Illusions. 3. Bubbles. 4. Shadows. 5. Dewdrops. And 6. A flash of lightning. This summary is the last dramatic moment in the novel, and when the fairies are mentioned again, they are 8 new nuns. Finally, the number 9 refers to the former fairies and Xing Chen when they have become bodhisattvas. That 9 concludes the novel. Ultimately, Kunmong is a Buddhist metafiction, a reader-involved demonstration of the Buddhist concept of Tongdal, the interpenetration of phenomena. When Xing Chen wakes up on the prayer mat, he first realizes that he has experienced an illusory lifetime in an instant in the form of a dream. But then, he further realizes that he cannot distinguish whether his former or current state is the actual dream. Prior to his waking, his real life as Xing Chen had penetrated the dream of himself as Xiao Yu on at least 2 occasions. And even within the dream, his Xiao Yu self had other dreams that challenged the reality of that state. Likewise, the novel itself anticipates the reader awakening from the illusion of the fantastical story, having been immersed in a waking dream while reading, having lost track of one's reality as one does while engaged in a vivid story. In the same way that the 5 skandhas create our normal consciousness, which is technically an illusion, they likewise create our consciousness of the novel as we read the text and assemble images from memory. The words of the novel trigger recollections from our real lives, but also from our memory of illusions, such as other novels, poems, songs, and plays. The act of reading Kunmong is meant to be analogous to Xing Chen's life as Xiao Yu was within the novel. These layers of illusion and reality interpenetrate and, from a Buddhist perspective, become indistinguishable in the conditioned phenomenon of what we call reality. Kunmong's sophistication in its Buddhist themes suggest Kim's goal was far more than simply to write a romantic fantasy to entertain and comfort his lonely and worried mother while he was in exile. He clearly knew that the work would have a wide readership in court, including King Sukjong, for whom it may have been Kim's last poignant advice as minister. It was a message to members of the royal court and to King Sukjong himself regarding the ultimate consequence of politics, intrigue, and romance. Not simply a critique, but a remedy for the scandalous conduct of the Joseon court and its fickle monarch. It is no wonder that Kunmong is one of the most beloved novels in Korean history, while Sukjong's reign is one of the favorite subjects for historical soap operas. Kunmong continues to play a remarkably visible role in Korean culture to this day. Choi In-hun, a major Korean literary figure, wrote a novel called Kunmong in 1962, applying many of the original's themes in a modern context. More recently, 2014 saw the release of an otome game, a gender-reversed animated game/visual romance novel called The Cloud Dream of the Nine, Love Story of a Girl. Jung-hwa, one of the most enduring K-pop singer-actresses, released an album in 2016 sharing James Scarth Gale's 1922 translation of the title, The Cloud Dream of the Nine, featuring a music video of the main track, Dreamer, that might very well emulate the novel's singing and dancing competition. Allusions to kunmong are ubiquitous in Korean culture, from subtle nods in the use of coded names and numbers in the works of the avant-garde writer Yi Sang, to transparent and humorous parallels in superhero films like Wu Chi, The Demon Slayer, 2009. Most recently, the blockbuster 2017 film, Along with the Gods, The Two Worlds, directed by Kim Yong-hwa, combines themes from kunmong and Dante's Inferno in the story of a fireman who dies and must examine his karma as he is tried in the underworld. Even outside its Korean context, kunmong reveals the deep history of the themes one sees in today's international blockbuster mindbenders produced in the West. The Matrix, Inception, and even Blade Runner and its sequel. My own exploration of the themes in kunmong began many years ago with my study of classical Korean literature, Tang poetry, Vipassana meditation, and dream theory. And it was this combination of interests that motivated me to set out to do this translation. Kunmong is a novel whose themes subtly, perhaps subliminally, permeate the reader. What began for me as a 2-year translation project slowly transformed into a deep engagement with Tang Dynasty literature, Buddhist philosophy, Taoist alchemy, Korean folk religion, and Korean religious syncretism. My engagement with kunmong, or more precisely, my attempt to understand the original text and convey its complexities in English, has not only provided me with vivid and nostalgic memories of a fantastical romance, it has fundamentally changed my very theory of the interaction of reading and writing. I hope kunmong will do the same for you. Heinz Insu Fenkl. Part 1. 1. The Reincarnation of Xing Chen. There are 5 great mountains beneath heaven. To the east is Taishan, Grand Mountain. To the west is Huashan, Mountain of Flowers. To the south lies Hengshan, the Mountain of Scales. To the north, another Hengshan, Eternal Mountain. And in the center stands Sungshan, the Exalted Mountain. These are known as the 5 peaks, and the highest of them is Hengshan, south of Tungting Lake, encircled by the river Shang on 3 sides. Upon Hengshan itself, there are 72 peaks that rise up and pierce the sky, some jagged and precipitous, blocking the paths of clouds, their fantastic shapes evoking wonder and awe, their auspicious shadows full of good fortune. Among the 72 peaks, the 5 tallest are called Spirit of the South, Crimson Canopy, Heaven's Pillar, Stone Treasure House, and Lotus Peak. They are regal, crowned by the heavens, and veiled in clouds, their bases obscured in mist. They are imbued with divine power, and in the haze of the day, they are occluded from human view. In ancient times, when Yu restrained the great flood that inundated the earth, he erected a commemorative stone tablet on one of these peaks, recording his deed, and though many eons have passed, the inscription is still sharp and clear, and one can still read the characters for cloud and heaven upon the stone. In the days of Qin Shi Huan Ti, Lady Wei, having become a Taoist immortal, settled in these mountains with an attending company of fairies as decreed by heaven. She was known as Lady Wei of the Southern Peak, and many are the strange and wonderful things she caused to happen there. In the days of the Tang Dynasty, a great monk arrived from India. He was so taken by the beauty of the mountains that he built a monastery on Lotus Peak, and there he taught the Diamond Sutra, instructed disciples, and banished evil spirits. In time, people said that a living Buddha had descended to earth. His name was Liu Quan, and he explicated the sutras so clearly that they called him Master of the Six Temptations, the Great Master Liu Quan. Among his 500 or 600 disciples, there were some 30 who were advanced and well-versed in these teachings, and the youngest of these was Xing Chen. His features were fair and handsome, and a light shone from his face like flowing water. He had already mastered the scriptures, though he was barely 20. He surpassed all the others in wisdom and mental agility, and all knew that the master loved him best and intended, in time, to make him his successor. When Master Liu Quan expounded upon the Dharma to his disciples, the Dragon King himself, in the guise of a white-clad old man, would come from Tung Ting Lake to listen attentively. One day, the master called his disciples together and said to them, "I am old now, and my health is failing. It has been more than 10 years since I have been beyond the gates of these mountains. I must go and pay my respects to the Dragon King. Who among you will go in my stead to his underwater palace?" Xing Chen volunteered at once, and the master was greatly pleased. He had the young monk outfitted in new robes, presented him with a ringed staff, and sent him off toward Tung Ting Lake. Just as Xing Chen departed, the monk who guarded the monastery's main gate came to Master Liu Quan to announce that Lady Wei of the Southern Peak had sent 8 of her fairies to see him, and they were now waiting outside. "Let them in," said Liu Quan. And they skipped in through the gate, one by one, circled him 3 times, and bowed, scattering fairy flowers at his feet. Kneeling respectfully, they recited a message from Lady Wei. "Venerable Master, you live on the west side of the mountain, and I on the east. The distance is not far, and we are near enough to be neighbors. Yet I am so busy that I have not had occasion to visit your monastery to hear your teachings of the sutras. So now I am sending my servants to pay my respects, and to offer you heavenly flowers, fairy fruit, silk brocade, and other humble gifts. I hope you will accept them as a token of my respect." With that, each of the 8 fairies presented flowers and other gifts to the master, and he received them and passed them on to his disciples, who in turn placed them as offerings before the Buddha in the shrine room. Liu Quan bowed ceremoniously with hands folded. "An old man like me hardly deserves such lavish gifts as these you have presented to me," he said, and he gave generously to the fairies in return before they took their leave and set lightly off. They made their way out through the mountain pass, hand in hand, chatting as they went. "In the past, we were free to go anywhere among these mountains," they said. "But now that the great Master Liu Quan has established his temple, some of the peaks are forbidden to us, and for nearly 10 years we have missed seeing the places of beauty that were once ours to view. We are lucky that Our Lady's order brings us to this valley at a beautiful time of year. It is still early, so let us take this chance to climb up to the top of Lotus Peak. Let us loosen our garments, wash our scarves in the waterfall, and compose some poems. And when we return, our sisters will envy us." They set off, walking hand in hand along the high precipices, gazing down at the cascading streams and the rushing waters. It was springtime, and myriad flowers filled the valleys below like a pink mist. The air was fresh and alive with an untold variety of birdsong. The 8 fairies sat to rest on a stone bridge, looking down at their reflections, where the streams met in a wide pool, as clear as crystal. Their dark brows and radiant faces were mirrored in the water, like a classical painting done in a master's hand. And they were so captivated, they did not notice the sun descending into the western mountains. Xing Chen crossed Tungting Lake and now entered the underwater palace. The Dragon King, hearing that Master Liu Quan had sent one of his disciples, personally came to the gate with an entourage to greet him. When they had gone inside the palace, the Dragon King took his throne, and Xing Chen bowed and delivered his master's message. The Dragon King thanked Xing Chen, and then held a great feast for him, full of fantastic delicacies he had never before tasted. But when the Dragon King offered him a cup of wine, Xing Chen declined, saying, "Your Majesty, wine intoxicates the mind, and it is against my monastic vows to drink."
"Of course. I know that wine is among the 5 things that the Buddha forbade," the Dragon King replied. "But this wine is altogether different from the wine that mortals drink. It neither arouses passions nor dulls the senses. It instills calm and contentment. Surely you will not refuse it."
Xing Chen could not decline, and he had drunk 3 cups by the time he said his goodbyes and left the underwater palace, riding on the wind to Lotus Peak. When he lighted there, he was already intoxicated and overcome by dizziness. "Master Liu Quan will be furious if he sees me this way," he said to himself. "He will scold me." Crouching by the bank of a stream, he took off his robes and placed them on the clean sand. He dipped his hands in the clear water and was washing his hot face, when suddenly he noticed a strange and mysterious perfume wafting toward him. It was neither incense nor flowers, and it clouded his mind. "There must be flowers blooming upstream to put such wonderful fragrance in the air," he thought. "I must go find them." He dressed carefully and followed the course of the stream upward. And there, quite suddenly, he found himself face to face with the 8 fairies who were sitting on the stone bridge. Xing Chen dropped his staff and bowed deeply as he addressed them. "Ladies, I am a disciple of Master Liu Quan, and I live on Lotus Peak. I am on my way back from an errand for him. This bridge is not wide, and by sitting upon it, you are blocking my way. Would you kindly move aside and let me pass?" The fairies returned his bow. "We are attendants to Lady Wei, and we are on our way back from delivering her greetings to your master. We have paused here to rest a while. Is it not written in the Book of Rites, concerning the law of the road, that the man goes to the left and the woman to the right? Since this bridge is very narrow, and we are already sitting here, is it not proper for you to avoid it altogether and cross at some other place?" "But the water is deep," Xing Chen replied. "There is no other way to cross. Where do you suggest I go?" "It is said that the great Bodhidharma crossed the ocean on a single leaf," said the fairies. "If you are, in fact, a disciple of Master Liu Quan, and you have studied the Dharma with him, then surely you must have acquired some supernatural powers. It should not be hard for you to cross this tiny rivulet. So why do you stand there arguing with women over the right of way?" Xing Chen laughed. "I see from your attitude that you require some sort of payment for the right to cross, but I have no money. I am only a poor monk. Yet I do have 8 jewels, which I will happily give to you if you will permit me to pass." With this, he snapped off a branch from a peach tree and tossed it before the fairies. The fragrant peach blossoms that landed transformed into 8 clear, sparkling, fragrant jewels. The 8 fairies laughed with delight. Each of them rose from her place and lifted a jewel, gave Xing Chen a coy glance, mounted the wind, and flew away into the sky. Xing Chen stood at the bridge and watched for a long time, looking in every direction, but he could not see where they had gone. Soon, the multi-hued clouds had dissipated, and even their fragrance was gone. In a terrible state of dejection, Xing returned to the temple and delivered his message from the Dragon King. When Master Liu Quan reprimanded him for his late return, Xing said, "The Dragon King detained me, Master, and it was not possible to refuse his generosity. That is why I have been delayed." The master did not reply to this. He simply said, "Go away and rest." Xing went back to his dim meditation cell and sat alone. He could still hear the melodious voices of the 8 fairies echoing in his ears, and his eyes still seemed to see their beautiful forms and faces as if they stood before him in the room. He found it impossible to control his racing thoughts. He could not meditate. He thought to himself, if a youth diligently studies the Confucian classics and serves his country as a minister of state or a general when he is grown into a man, he may dress in silks with an official seal upon his jade belt. He may look upon beautiful colors with the eyes and listen to beautiful voices with his ears. He may enjoy beautiful girls and leave an honorable legacy for his descendants. But a Buddhist monk has only a small bowl of rice and a cup of water. We read the sutras and meditate with our 108 mala beads hanging from our necks. It is a lofty and profound endeavor, but it is terribly lonely. Though I may become enlightened, though I may master all the doctrines of the Mahayana path and sit in my master's seat to succeed him, once my spirit parts from my body in the flames of a funeral pyre, who will remember that a person named Xing ever lived upon this earth? He tried to sleep, but sleep refused to come, and the hour grew late. Whenever he closed his eyes, the 8 fairies appeared before him, and when he opened them, they vanished into nothingness. It suddenly occurred to him that the great purpose of Buddhism was to tame the mind and the heart. "I have been a monk for 10 years," he said. "For 10 years I have avoided the smallest fault, but these seductive thoughts will cause irreparable harm to my progress." He burned incense, knelt, stilled his thoughts, and was counting his mala beads, visualizing the 1,000 Buddhas, when suddenly one of the temple boys came to his window and inquired, "Brother, are you asleep? The master is calling you." Xing was alarmed. "It is unusual for him to call me in the middle of the night. It must be something serious," he thought. He followed the boy to the main shrine hall, where all the monks of the temple had assembled. Master Liu Quan himself was sitting in solemn silence in the light of many candles. His appearance inspired both fear and curiosity, and when he spoke, it was with great care, with grave intonation.
"Xing, do you know how you have sinned?"
Xing was kneeling before the dais. He bowed low until his head touched the floor and said, "Master, I have been your disciple for more than 10 years now. I have never disobeyed you. I have tried to be pure. I am not hiding anything, and I do not know what offense I have committed."
Liu Quan became angry. "You drank wine at the palace of the Dragon King. On your return by the stone bridge, you flirted with 8 fairy girls, joking with them, throwing them a branch of flowers, which you transformed into jewels. And since your return, you have turned away from the teachings of the Buddha and dwelt on worldly and sensual things. You have rejected your way of life here, and now you cannot stay."
Xing wept, bent his head to the floor, and pleaded. "Master," he said, "I know I have sinned, but I drank the wine only because the Dragon King himself offered it to me, and I could not refuse. I bantered with the fairies at the bridge because I had to ask them to step out of the way. In my cell, I faced temptation, but I came to my senses and controlled myself. If I have done wrong, you may whip me on the calves. But if you are so cruel as to send me away, how will I ever correct myself? I came to you to become a monk when I was only 12, and so you are like a father to me. I serve you like a son. The relationship between master and disciple is deep and sacred. Where am I to go if I must leave Lotus Peak?
I am sending you away because that is what you wish, said Liu Quan. Why would I make you go if you wanted to stay? You ask, where am I to go? You should go wherever your desire takes you. Then Master Liu Quan shouted, Come, constables! And suddenly they materialized from thin air, the yellow-hatted emissaries of hell. They bowed and awaited his orders. Take this man into your custody, said Liu Quan. Remove him to the underworld and hand him over to King Yama. When Xing Chen heard this, he felt as if his spirit had left him. His eyes overflowing with tears, he fell upon the floor, crying, Father, Father, please, listen to what I have to say. In ancient times, the great master Ananda broke all the laws of the Buddha when he visited the house of a prostitute and had intercourse with her. But the noble Shakyamuni did not condemn him. He embraced Ananda and showed him the Dharma ever more clearly. I may have transgressed, but surely I am less guilty than Ananda. How can you send me to hell? When Ananda fell into sin, his mind was repentant, Master Liu Quan replied. You, on the other hand, have lost your heart and mind upon a single glimpse of those seductive creatures. Your thoughts have turned toward a life of pleasure. Your mouth waters for worldly honor and wealth. You fare badly in a comparison with Ananda. You cannot escape the grief and suffering that await you, Xing Chen. Xing Chen could not imagine leaving, and he continued to cry for mercy until the master finally relented and comforted him. Xing Chen, while your mind is impure, you will never attain enlightenment, even up here in the mountains, he said. But do not forget the Dharma. Hold true to it, and though you may mingle with dirt and impurities along the way, your return is assured. If it is ever your desire to return, Xing Chen, then I shall go myself to bring you back. So do not doubt or question me. Now go. There was nothing more to be said. Xing Chen bowed low before the master, said goodbye to his fellow monks, and went with the emissaries of the underworld. They transported him beyond the lookout pavilion to the outer walls of hell, and when the guards at the gate asked the cause of their coming, they said, We have arrested this guilty man, and bring him here at the orders of the great master Liu Quan. The guards opened the gates of hell and let them through the inner court, where they once again announced their arrival. And it was Yama himself, king of the underworld, who commanded that they bring him in. Honored sir, he said to Xing Chen, though you abide in the hills under Lotus Peak, your name already rests on the incense table before the great king Tsittagarbha. I have thought to myself that in the future, when you ascend the lotus throne, all sentient creatures of the earth will be greatly blessed. So how is it that you have been arrested and dragged here before me in disgrace? Xing Chen was confused and humiliated, and he did not reply for a long time. Finally, he said, I met Lady Wei's fairy maidens on the stone bridge of the southern peak. I failed to restrain my carnal thoughts about them. I have sinned against my master, and now, Your Majesty, I await your command. King Yama sent a messenger to King Tsittagarbha with the following note. The great master Liu Quan of Lotus Peak has sent me one of his disciples, escorted by the yellow hats. We are to come to a judgment here in the underworld as to his guilt. Since his case is not like that of ordinary offenders, I am asking your High Majesty's counsel. King Ksitigarbha replied. Each man has his own path to perfection, and each is reborn in order to carry out the things necessary to work out his karma. No man can escape the cycle of samsara, and therefore there is no point in our discussing this case. King Yama was just about to come to a decision when 2 demon soldiers announced that the Yellow Hats, by Master Liu Quan's command, had brought 8 more criminals, who were now waiting outside the gate. Xing Chen was greatly alarmed. King Yama commanded that they be brought in, and behold, the 8 fairy maidens of the southern peak came haltingly through the gate and knelt down in the court. "Listen, fairy maidens of southern peak," said Yama. "You fairy folk live in the most beautiful of known worlds. You enjoy uncountable pleasures and delights. How is it that you come to this place?" Greatly shamed, they replied in a babble of voices. "Our mistress, Lady Wei, ordered us to pay a visit to the great Master Liu Quan to ask after his health and well-being. On our way back to the southern peak, we met his disciple Xing Chen. Because we spoke with his disciple, Master Liu Quan said that we had defiled the sacred laws of the mountains, and he wrote you to ask that we be banished to the underworld. All our hopes are with your majesty, and we pray that you have mercy on us and allow us to go back to the world of the living." King Yama then called 9 emissaries, and they appeared before him. In a deep voice, he commanded, "Take these 9 and return them at once to the world of the living." He had hardly finished the pronouncement when a great whirlwind arose and carried the 8 fairies and the youth off into the void, where they swirled apart and flung into the 8 directions. Xing Chen was borne along by the wind, hurled and tossed about in endless space, until at last he seemed to land on solid ground. When the storm calmed, Xing Chen gathered his wits and found himself among a range of mountains bordered by a beautiful clear river. Below him was a bamboo grove, and beyond that, to the shady branches of the trees, he could see a dozen houses with thatched roofs. Several people were gathered there, talking together within his earshot. "How marvelous!" they said. "Hermit Yang's wife is past her 50th year, and yet she is going to have a child. We have been waiting for so long, but have yet to hear the infant's cry. These are anxious moments." Xing Chen said to himself, "I will be reborn into the world of humans. I can see that I am only a spirit now, for I have no body. I left it on Lotus Peak. It has been cremated already, and I am so young I have no disciples to recover my relics and keep them safe." As these ruminations about the past filled him with grief, one of Yama's emissaries appeared and motioned him over. "This is Xiuqiu Township of Huainan Province in the Empire of Tang," he said. "And here is the home of the Hermit Yang, who is your father. This is his wife, Liu, your mother. It is your karma to be reincarnated in this household, so go quickly. Do not miss this auspicious moment." Xing Chen went into the house, and there sat the hermit, wearing his reed hat and a coat of rough hempen cloth. He was preparing some sort of medicine on a brazier in front of him, and the fragrance filled the house. From the room and back came the indistinct moaning of someone in pain. "Go in, quickly, now," the emissary urged again. When Xing Chen hesitated, the messenger gave him a hard push from behind into the room. Xing Chen fell to the ground and instantly lost consciousness. It seemed that he had been propelled into some great natural cataclysm. "Help!" he cried. "Save me!" But the sounds caught in his throat, inarticulate, until they became the cries of an infant. The midwives quickly announced to the hermit that his wife had borne him a beautiful son, and Yang took her the medicinal drink he had prepared. They looked at each other, their faces full of joy,
Xing Chen was suckled when he was hungry, and he ceased his crying when he was satisfied. As a newborn, he still recalled the events of his previous life on Lotus Peak. But as he grew older and knew the love of his parents, the memories of his former existence faded away, and soon they were entirely forgotten. When the hermit saw how handsome and talented he was, he stroked the child's little brow and said, "Indeed, you are a gift from heaven, come to dwell among us." And so he named him Xiao Yu, meaning small visitor, and gave him the special name Qian Li, meaning 1,000 li. Time passes like flowing water, and in what seemed the space of moments, the boy grew to be 10 years old. His face had the quality of jade, and his eyes shone bright as the morning star. He was strong, and his mind pure and bright, showing that he was most certainly a superior man. The hermit said to his wife, "I do not originally come from this world, but because I am with you. I have dwelt among the dust of this earth in this mortal form. The immortals who live on Mount Peng Lai have called upon me many times to return to them, but because of your hard work and your suffering, I have refused them. Now heaven has blessed us with a son who shows great talent, who is superior to others in his attainments. You may rely on him now, and in your old age you will surely enjoy wealth and honor through his achievements. Therefore, I need no longer delay my departure." One day, the devas came to escort him, some riding on white deer and some on blue herons, and they flew off together toward the distant mountains. Though a letter would come from time to time out of the clear blue sky, no traces of the hermit Yang were ever seen on this earth again. 2. The Young Scholar. After the hermit Yang departed, mother and son were left alone to look after each other in this world. In time, Xiao Yu showed such extraordinary talent that the local magistrate called him the marvelous boy and recommended him to the court. But Xiao Yu, out of devotion to his mother, declined the favor. When he was approaching 14, his clear and handsome features were said to resemble those of Pan Yue. His poetry was like Li Po's, his calligraphy like that of the great Wang Shichi, and in strategy, his cleverness matched that of Sun Pin and Wu Qi. He was well versed in astronomy and geomancy, in the 6 tactics and 3 practicalities. In the military arts, spear throwing and swordsmanship, his skill was truly wondrous, and no one could stand before him. Because he had been a man of refined temperament in his former life, his mind was clear, and his heart was full of compassion, and he solved the mysteries of life as deftly as one might split bamboo. He was altogether different from ordinary men. One day, Xiao Yu said to his mother, "When my father ascended to heaven, he entrusted the reputation and honor of this household to me. But we are still terribly poor, and you are forced to labor even in your old age. If we live like dogs or turtles, dragging our tails and making no effort to better our condition, the family line will become extinct. I shall never make you proud, and I will have failed my father's trust. But I have heard that in a few days there will be a government examination open to any candidate in the empire. I would like to leave you for a little while to sit for that examination." Xiao Yu's mother, knowing her son's strong will, did not wish to keep him from this noble purpose. But she was afraid of him taking the long journey at such a young age, and she worried how long he might stay away. "You are still young and inexperienced," she said. "This is your first real journey, so you must be sure to take care of yourself so that you may return safely. I shall wait anxiously each day by the gate to see you again." Xiao Yu bade his mother goodbye and set out on his way on a small donkey with a servant boy to accompany him. In a few days, he reached Huachou, in the state of Huayin, not far from the capital at Chang'an. The vistas of the mountain and stream he passed were especially beautiful, and since it was still a while before the beginning of the examinations, he took his time, covering only a few li a day, lingering at historical spots and enjoying the scenery. Thus he averted the boredom and loneliness of the traveler. Xiao Yu saw a small house in the dappled shade of a beautiful willow grove. A blue line of smoke rose into the sky like a roll of silk unwinding, and in a removed part of the enclosure, he saw a beautiful pavilion with a neatly kept approach. He slowed his donkey and went near. The branches swayed like just-washed hair under the strokes of a beautiful girl's brush. Through the shade of the encircling branches and leaves, he could barely make out the wonderful fairy world beyond. Xiao Yu pushed aside the foliage. His hand lingered, not wanting to let go. He sighed. "In our world of Chu, I have seen many pretty willow groves," he said, "but none so lovely as this." He quickly composed a poem. The green silky willow, its slender wands veiling the bright pavilion. Why have you planted it? Was it your exquisite taste? The long willow drapes, their deep green hue, round the radiant pillar. Take care and do not break them, for they are fragile and they move my heart. As he sang the poem in a rich, clear voice, the clouds paused and the valley echoed. In the upper story of the pavilion, a beautiful maiden was having her afternoon nap. She awoke with a start and sat up, pushing aside the armrest on which she leaned. She opened the embroidered shade and looked out this way and that through the painted railing. From where had she heard the singing? Suddenly, her eyes met Xiao Yu's. Her hair was disheveled, like a soft warm cloud at her temples, and her long jade hairpin had been pushed askew till it protruded slantwise through her hair. Her eyelids were still weighted with lingering sleep, and her expression was of someone who had just emerged from the world of dreams. Her rouge and powder had been removed by the careless hand of sleep, unveiling her natural beauty, a beauty impossible to picture, such as no painting has ever portrayed. The two stared at each other, startled, but neither said a word. Xiao Yu had sent his boy ahead to get him a room at the inn, and now the boy suddenly returned to announce that it had been arranged. The maiden looked straight at Xiao Yu for a moment, and then quickly gathered herself and shut the blind, disappearing from view, leaving only a hint of sweet fragrance that carried to Xiao Yu on the breeze. At first, Xiao Yu regretted that the boy had disturbed him with his news. Now that the blinds had closed, he felt as if 1,000 li of the Yangtze had cut him off from all his desire. He went on his way, looking back from time to time to check, but the silken window was shut and did not open again. He arrived at the inn with a sense of loss and homesickness, his mind aswirl with confusion. Her family name was Qin, and her given name, Cai Feng. She was the daughter of a government official. She had lost her mother early in life and had no brothers or sisters. Now she had reached the age when girls put up their hair, but she was still unmarried. Her father had gone to the capital on official business, and so she was alone when she unexpectedly met Xiao Yu's gaze. She found herself intensely attracted to his handsome features and manly bearing, and hearing the verses he sang, she admired his literary skill. She thought to herself, "A woman's lot in life is to follow her husband. Her pride and her shame, all of her life experiences, are bound to her lord and master. That is why Princess Chou Wen-chun followed Sima Shangchu when she was just a widow. I am yet an unmarried girl. I dread the idea of being my own go-between and proposing marriage. But it is said in ancient times that the subjects choose their king. so I shall inquire about this gentleman and learn his name and place of residence. I must do so at once. I cannot wait until my father returns. Who knows where he may have gone, or where I might go searching for him in the 4 directions."
She unclasped a roll of silk, wrote a couple of verses, and then gave it to her nurse.
"Take this letter to the inn at the guest hall, and give it to the gentleman who rode past here on the little donkey and sang the willow song. Tell him that my purpose is to find the one who is destined for me, and on whom I may depend. His complexion is fair, and his brows are dark and distinct as in a picture. Even if he is in a crowd, you will have no trouble spotting him, because he is like a phoenix among chickens. Go see him now, and personally give him this letter." "I shall be careful to do just as you have commanded," said the nurse. "But what shall I say if your father should inquire later?" "I shall see to that myself," said Saifeng. "Do not worry."
The nurse left, but in a few moments she returned and asked,
"What shall I do if the gentleman is already married or engaged?"
Saifeng thought for a moment and replied,
"If that is unfortunately the case, I would not object to becoming his secondary wife. He is young, but who can tell whether or not he is married?"
The old nurse went to the guest hall and asked for the gentleman who had sung the willow song, and just at that moment Xiao Yu stepped out of the entrance into the court and saw her. He replied at once,
"Your humble servant, madam, is responsible for the willow song. Why do you ask?"
When the nurse saw his handsome face, she knew without a doubt that he was the man in question. Softly she said,
"We cannot speak here."
Xiao Yu was curious. He led her into the guest hall, and when they were seated, he quietly asked why she had come.
"Please, Your Excellency," she said, "will you tell me where you sang the willow song?" "I am from a remote part of the country, and have come near the capital for the first time. The beauty of it delights my soul. Today at noon, as I was passing along the main road, I saw to the north a small, exquisitely beautiful pavilion in a grove of green willows. I could not restrain my joy, and so I wrote a verse or two, which I sang. But why do you ask me of this?" "Sir, did you meet anyone at that time?"
asked the nurse.
"Perhaps you came face to face with a stranger." "I came face to face with a beautiful fairy," said Xiao Yu. "She gazed down upon me from the pavilion by the road. I can still see her lovely features, and the world is full of her fragrance." "To tell you the truth, that pavilion is the home of my master, Inspector Chin," said the nurse. "And the fairy you speak of is his daughter. From the time she was a child, she has been intelligent and pure of heart, and she has a gift for reading character. Though she saw you only once, she has decided to promise herself to you. But her father is away in the capital at Luoyang, and someone must go and return with him before anything can be done. It seems you will be leaving soon, and since life is like a duckweed adrift in the sea, my mistress fears that she will not be able to find you once you are gone. So despite the embarrassment and the risk of dishonor, she has sent me to tell you that this is a matter of karma, and to ask of you your name, your place of residence, and whether you are married."
Xiao Yu could not hide his joy. He thanked her and said,
"My name is Yang Xiao Yu, and my home is in the land of Chu. I am still too young to marry. Only my aged mother is alive, and though the consent to marry must come from parents of both sides, I give my word here and now. I swear it by the long green hills of Huashan and the endless stretches of the river Wei."
The nurse was delighted by her success. She took a letter from her sleeve and gave it to Xiao Yu, who tore it open and found that it was a poem.
"I planted the willow by the pavilion, so you would tie your mount and rest a while. But you made horsewhips of the willow wands to hasten your glorious ride."
When Xiao Yu read it aloud,
He appreciated its brilliance and freshness, and he praised it. "The great Wang Wei and Li Po were no better than she," he said. Then, on the same sheet of silk paper, he wrote a reply. The nurse took it and placed it in her bosom. She left through the main gateway of the guest hall, but Xiao Yu called out to her again. "The young lady is a native of Qin, while I belong to Chu. Once we are parted, it will be impossible to communicate across the mountains. We will have no proof of the promises we made today, and things will be left uncertain. Do you think she would agree to meet by moonlight? In her letter, there is some such suggestion, is there not? Please ask her for me." The nurse returned to her lady and delivered the message. "Master Yang has sworn by Hua Shan and the River Wei that he will be your husband. He praised your composition most highly and wrote a reply, which I have brought to you." She then handed it to the lady, whose face lit up with joy as she read. 100 willow strands woven into melody, heart to heart beneath the moon. Let us loose those tangled bindings now and celebrate the joyous spring. The nurse said, "Master Yang asks if you would agree to let him come quietly by moonlight and write another verse for the two of you to enjoy together." "It is not proper for a man and woman to meet before marriage. And yet, since I have promised myself to him, how can I refuse? But if we meet in the night, there will be rumors, and when my father hears them, he will be angry. It would be better to wait until morning. We can meet in the hall of the house and say our vows there. Go now and tell him." So the nurse returned once again to the guest hall and told Xiao Yu what her mistress had said. Xiao Yu was disappointed, but he answered, "The lady's pure heart and proper words put me to shame." Before the nurse left, he pleaded with her not to let anything go wrong with their plans. That night at the inn at the guest hall, Xiao Yu was unable to sleep. He tossed and turned all night, waiting for the cock to crow, impatient with the long spring night. Finally, the dawn star appeared, and the drums beat to announce morning. He called his boy and ordered him to feed the donkey. Suddenly, there was a great noise outside, cavalry riding in from the west, thundering by like a great river. Xiao Yu anxiously put on his clothes and went outside. Everywhere, the streets were in chaos. Armed soldiers shouting and refugees fleeing, crying out as they were trampled underfoot. When he asked a bystander what was happening, he was told that the general, Chou Shiliang, had raised an army and started a revolt, proclaiming himself emperor. The emperor was away in Yangzhou on an inspection tour, and so the whole capital was in a state of hopeless confusion. The rebels were everywhere, robbing the homes of the people, and there were reports that many of the gates had been locked so no one could escape the city. People everywhere, rich and poor alike, were being forcibly conscripted into the army. Xiao Yu anxiously ordered his boy to saddle the donkey, and they hastened toward Mount Lantian, where he planned to hide among the rocks. At the top of the mountain, he saw a small thatched hut in the clouds and heard the echoing cries of a crane. Thinking it must be someone's home, he told the boy to wait, and he made his way among the rocks. He was startled to come upon a Taoist hermit resting against a small reading table. The old man sat up and greeted him, saying, "You must be fleeing from the city, and you must be the son of Hermit Yang from Huainan." Xiao Yu was amazed. He bowed low and, bursting into tears, he said, "Yes, I am the son of the Hermit Yang. Since my father departed, I have been living alone with my old mother. Though I am unlearned, I wanted to improve our circumstances and was on my way to sit for the civil examination, but I had come only as far as Huayin when my way was blocked by the rebellion. In fleeing here to these mountains, I have had the fortune of meeting you. I know that heaven has helped me in sending me to an immortal. I have not heard news of my father in a long time, and as time passes, I yearn evermore for news from him. It sounds as if you know of him. Please, sir, tell me all that you know, and give a son what comfort can come to him. Where does my father abide? How is his health?"
The sage laughed and said, "Your father and I were just playing a game of Go together on top of Mount Chuko. We parted only a short time ago, but I could not tell you where he has gone. His face has not changed, and his hair has not gone gray, so do not worry about him."
Xiao Yu, still in tears, said, "Please, with your power, help me just once to see my father again." But the old Taoist only laughed again.
"The love between son and father is deep, but the difference between men and immortals is such that though I should like to help you, I cannot. The mountains where the fairies live are far away, and their 10 provinces are vast, so it is impossible to know where your father might be. But since you are here, why not stay for a while and go when the way is open once again? It will not be long."
Realizing the old sage had no intention of helping him, Xiao Yu soaked his clothes with hopeless tears. The sage comforted him, saying,
"Meetings and farewells, farewells and meetings. That is the way of the world. Crying does not help."
Xiao Yu wiped away his tears and thanked the old man, and he stayed, entirely forgetting about the boy and the donkey at the bottom of the path. The old man pointed to a chin hanging on the wall and asked,
"Can you play?"
"I have always enjoyed music, but not having a good teacher, I have never been properly trained." The old man had the chin brought to him. He gave it to Xiao Yu and told him to give it a try. Xiao Yu put the instrument across his knees and played "The Wind in the Pines." The old sage laughed with delight.
"You have talent," he said. "So I shall give you proper instruction."
He took the chin himself and played 4 tunes of unearthly clarity and beauty, like nothing heard before by mortal ears. Xiao Yu was naturally skilled, and his mind was sharp. He mastered each tune after hearing it only once. This pleased the sage, and he brought out a white jade flute to play a piece on it for Xiao Yu to learn.
Even in ancient times, it was rare that 2 masters of music should meet. I present you with this chin and this flute. You will find them useful someday. Keep them safe and remember what I have taught you."
Xiao Yu took the instruments and bowed in thanks. "Master," he said, "you were a friend to my father, and I want to serve you as I served him. Please accept me as your disciple."
The old man smiled. "You cannot escape worldly riches and glory, wealth and fame. How is it that you would while away your time on this mountain with me? Your path and my path are different. You were not meant to be my disciple. But I shall not forget your request. Here is a book of Peng Tzu's Yoga. Study it. His techniques will not gain you immortality, but you will avoid illness and live to a great old age as he did."
Xiao Yu rose, then bowed again to receive the book. "Master, you say that I am to enjoy wealth and glory, but I would like to ask you about another matter. I was discussing marriage with a daughter of the Qin family in Hua Yin, but I was caught up in the rebellion and had to flee here. I do not know the future. Can you tell me if we will marry?"
The old man laughed loudly. "Marriage is as dark and mysterious as night," he said. "One does not speak lightly about the way of heaven, but your karma has many beautiful things in it. So do not set your heart only on Qin's daughter."
Xiao Yu knelt to receive his instructions, then went with the old man into the guest room, where they spent the night. The old man woke Xiao Yu before dawn.
"The way is now clear," he said. "The civil examination will be held in the coming spring, and your mother awaits you. Hasten back to her so that she will not worry." He gave Xiao Yu some money for traveling. Bowing his thanks 100 times, Xiao Yu set out with the chin, the flute, and the book of yoga. As he left, his heart was already full of sadness, but when he turned to look back, the house and the old Taoist had already vanished. All that remained were the sunlit clouds above the mountain. He had gone into the mountains with the willows still in bloom, and now, with only a day gone by, he was shocked to see that it was already autumn, with chrysanthemums in full bloom. When he returned to the inn where he had stayed, he learned that troops had been called from all the provinces to put down the rebellion. It had taken 5 months to restore the peace, and now that the emperor had returned to the capital, the civil examination had been postponed until spring. Xiao Yu returned to the house of Inspector Qin. The cool willows in the garden had faded in the cold, and the colorful pavilion had been burned to the ground, leaving only scorched stones and broken roof tiles among the ashes in the empty courtyard. In the ruins of the village, there was no sound, not the crow of a cock, nor the barking of a dog. Xiao Yu mourned the transitory nature of human affairs, how 100-year pledge of marriage had ended so quickly in desolation. He clutched the willow branches in his hands and, turning away from the setting sun, he sang the willow song that Lady Qin had written. He could not restrain his tears. When he returned to the inn, he asked the innkeeper, "What has become of Inspector Qin and his family?" The innkeeper frowned and answered, "Haven't you heard? The inspector went up to the capital on official business and left behind his daughter and servants to look after his home. When the rebellion was put down, they found out he was in league with the traitors and he was executed. The girl was caught and taken to the capital. Some say she was executed too. Some say she became a public slave. Just this morning, the officials were marching a bunch of criminals' relatives right past the door. When I asked, I was told they were being sent off to be slaves in Yingnan. Someone said one of them was Qin's daughter." Xiao Yu wept upon hearing this news. "The master of Lan Tian said that marriage to Lady Qin was as mysterious and dark as night. He must have meant she is dead." Lamenting, he packed his things and started his journey back home. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu's mother had heard of the war and of the attack on the capital, and fearing that her son was in danger, she called upon heaven with all her heart and prayed until her face grew thin and her body was run down and emaciated. It did not seem that she could physically endure for long. But now, seeing her son return safe and sound, she was so overcome with joy that she clasped him to her bosom and wept as if he had returned from the dead. They talked together as the old year passed. When the winter had ended and spring came again, Xiao Yu once more made ready to depart and sit for the civil examination. His mother said, "Last year, you went through many dangers on your way, and I still tremble when I think of it. You are still young, and there is plenty of time for great achievements, but I will not try to stop you if you wish to go now. Shuqiu is a remote place. No one here is your equal, and there are no girls suitable to be your bride. You are 15 now, and it is time for you to marry before it is too late. At Chuqing Temple in the capital, there is a cousin of mine, Tu Ryun. She has been a Taoist priestess for countless years, but I believe she is still alive. I'm told she is a woman of great authority and wisdom. She knows all the best families in the city. Remember to go and see her, because she will treat you like a son and will help you to find a good woman. Do not forget." She wrote a letter for him to take. Xiao Yu listened to his mother, then told her about his meeting with Qin's daughter in Huayin. Thinking of her filled him with sorrow. His mother sighed.
Lady Qin must be beautiful, she said, but it must not be the will of heaven for you to be with her. She may not be dead, but it would be very hard to find her after the destruction and disaster that befell her family. Please, banish your vain thoughts of her and find another wife. Be a comfort to me and do what I ask.
Xiao Yu said goodbye and started on his way. But just as he reached Nakyang, he was caught in a sudden rainstorm, and he took shelter in a wine shop outside the south gate. "This is decent wine," he said to the innkeeper after he'd had a drink.
"But have you nothing better?"
"I have nothing better than this," the innkeeper replied. "If you want the best, you will find it at an inn called Nakyang Springtime, at the entrance to Tianqin Bridge. That wine has an exquisite taste, but a high price. One measure will cost you 1,000 cash."
Xiao Yu thought for a moment. "Nakyang has been the home of the emperor since ancient times," he said. "It is a very busy and marvelous city, regarded as the greatest in the world. Last year I went by another road, and so I did not get to see its sights. This time I shall stop and have a look."
3. Meeting Chan Yue at Luoyang. Xiao Yu had his boy pay for the wine and then led his donkey toward Tianqin Bridge. When they passed through the gates into the city, he saw that it was bustling with commerce and as beautiful as he had heard. The river Lo flowed through the city like a band of gleaming silk, and the Tianqin Bridge, the bridge of the Milky Way, arched over the water like a double rainbow. The brilliant red pillars and the blue tiles of the pavilion on each side rose high, reflecting the sun, and everything was reflected again below, the shadows extending onto the fragrant path. It was magnificent. They stopped in front of one of the pavilions, where white horses with finely decorated saddles were tied up outside, and grooms and servants rushed about. Xiao Yu looked up. From the second story of the pavilion came sounds of music and the perfume of rich silk brocades wafting through the air. Thinking that it must be a feast for the local prefect, he sent the boy to inquire.
"All the young noblemen of the city are here,"
the boy said when he returned.
"They are having a party with famous courtesans."
When he heard this, Xiao Yu felt inspired to write poetry. He dismounted and went up the steps of the pavilion to the second floor, where he saw a dozen young men, wealthy and powerful from the looks of their clothes, with a score of pretty girls sitting on silk cushions, laughing and chatting among tables laden with fine food and wine. When Xiao Yu stepped into their midst, they noticed his appearance and bearing. They rose to introduce themselves and made a place for him to sit.
"I am young Xiao Yu, a humble scholar from the country, on my way to take the civil examination," said Xiao Yu. "As I was passing by, I heard the sound of sweet music. I could not restrain myself, and so I have come in uninvited. Please forgive me."
One of the young men, whose name was Lu, said, "If you are a scholar on your way to take the examination, you are welcome to take part in today's feast, even if you were not invited. We are delighted to have a visitor, and your presence makes the party all the more interesting. You have no need to apologize. I see that this is not just a gathering for food and drink, but an occasion for composing poetry. Would it be presumptuous of me to join you?" he replied. Seeing that he was young and naive, they condescended to him. "Brother Yang, since you are the last to arrive, you are not obliged to compose a poem. Just have a drink and enjoy yourself," they said. They passed him a cup and called on the women to sing and play music. Xiao Yu looked at the courtesans, his vision quickly blurred by the wine, and saw that they were all extraordinary. But there was one among them who sat there, not talking, not singing, not playing. Her face was exquisite, and her bearing graceful. She was beyond compare. And Xiao Yu was so distracted that he forgot to pass the wine cup. She looked at him, and as their eyes met, there was a moment of recognition.
Now Xiao Yu noticed that there was a pile of compositions in front of her. "I presume these are your poems," he said to the man. "May I see them?" But before they could answer, the girl rose and brought them to Xiao Yu herself. He read them one by one, some better than others, but all mediocre in the end. Not one struck him as remarkable. He thought to himself, "I have heard that the men of Luoyang are gifted poets, but now I see that it is not true." He handed the poems back to the girl and, bowing to the men, he said, "I hail from Chu and have never had the honor of reading poetry from the capital, but now that I have had the good fortune to see your beautiful compositions, I am enlightened and edified." The party of guests had by this time become quite intoxicated, and they replied, "Brother Yang, you're only appreciating the beauty of the poems. You aren't appreciating the other beauty that goes with them." Xiao Yu answered, "You have been so kind in your hospitality. I am sure you would not hold anything back from me. What is this other beauty of which you speak?" One of the men, Wang, laughed and said, "Why not tell? There's a saying here that if a candidate from Luoyang does not place first in the civil exam, then a Luoyang man will place second. We are all great poets here, and so we cannot be our own judges. That we leave to the girl, Kui Chanyue. She is an unrivaled beauty, classically trained, and also an excellent critic. That is why everyone in Luoyang submits his poems for her expert opinion. She never errs in her judgment. We ask her to choose the best and sing it for us, set to music, and then comment on the good and bad points. The Kui of her name is the same Kui as the cinnamon tree in the moon, so to be picked by her is a good omen for taking first place in the civil exam. Isn't it wonderful?" "There's even more," added a youth named Tu. "And it is far better. The one whose poem she chooses and sings will spend the night in her company, and we will all jealously congratulate him. Now how about it? You are a man too, Brother Yang. Why don't you compete with us by writing a poem?" "It has already been some time since you all finished your poems," said Xiao Yu. "Hasn't Chanyue chosen one to sing?" "She hasn't yet struck a note or opened her red lips, nor has she parted her pearly teeth since we began," said Wang. "She is evidently saving her voice for the best." "I have written some poems," said Xiao Yu, "but I am from far away in Chu, and I am afraid I may not do well in your company." Wang said loudly so everyone could hear, "Master Yang is prettier than a girl. I wonder if that is why he has no manly spirit. In the Analects, it is said, 'In virtue, step not aside even for your teacher. It is the duty of the superior man to do his best. So stop with your false modesty and show us whether or not you can write a poem." Xiao Yu had decided he would humbly decline, but then he looked at Chanyue, and he was filled with such excitement that he could not resist. He took a sheet of paper from the pile and wrote 3 stanzas in what seemed like a single stroke. His brush moved like a ship gliding over the sea in a fair wind, or a thirsty horse galloping to water. The young men gathered there went pale as they watched. Finally, Xiao Yu put down the brush and said to the men, "I should be showing this to you to criticize first, but the judge today is Chanyue, and I'm anxious not to be late in submitting my entry." His verses read, "The traveler from Chu comes westward to Qin. He comes to Luoyang to get drunk on its wine. Who shall be first to pluck the moon's cinnamon, but the one who can prove he is master of verse? Willow catkins float beneath Tianqin Bridge, like jeweled curtains reflecting the twilight. Ears prick up, listening for her song, as her silken skirts pause upon the cushions. The flowers droop in shame before her beauty, her lips perfumed, though she has yet to sing. When all the ridgepole's dust has fallen, her room is candlelit to greet the bridegroom." Chanyue read the poem with shining eyes, and then she burst into clear song, accompanying herself on a chin. Her voice was like cranes calling in the sky, or the song of the phoenix in the bamboo grove. The flutes went silent, and the pipas lost their melody. The men in the audience were intoxicated by the music, their faces pale. They had looked upon Xiao Yu with contempt, but now that Chan Yue had chosen his poem, their spirits fell, and they looked at each other, speechless with dismay. They resented having to give Chan Yue to this boy, but they could not go back on their promise. Xiao Yu sensed their displeasure and quickly got up. "I have enjoyed your hospitality," he said. "I have eaten my fill, and I have overindulged in drink. I thank you with utmost sincerity, but I have yet a long way to go, and I cannot stay. I shall look forward to your company once again at the celebration for the winners of the civil examination." When he bid them farewell and left the pavilion, they did not try to detain him. Xiao Yu was mounting his donkey outside the pavilion when Chan Yue came running down after him. "As you go along the road, you will come to a painted garden wall with a cherry tree blooming outside. That is my house. Go inside and wait for me there. I will come soon." He nodded and rode off, whereupon Chan Yue went back up to the pavilion and said to the men, "You gentlemen have indulged me and allowed me to decide tonight's winner by singing just one song. What is your verdict?" "Yang is an outsider," they said. "He is not one of us, and you are not obliged to concern yourself with him." Then they argued among themselves, some saying this and some saying that, but they could not arrive at an agreement. "I have no affection for men who break a promise," said Chan Yue. "You must excuse me. I am feeling unwell and I must leave now. But do not let that spoil your good time." The men were unhappy about her departure, but because of their agreement with her, and seeing her cold smile, they dared not say a word. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu had returned to the inn for a while. Later, when he made his way to Chan Yue's house, she was already there waiting for him. He tied the donkey to the cherry tree and knocked at the gate. Chan Yue ran out so swiftly to welcome him that she did not even put on her shoes. "You left before I did," she said. "How is it that I was here first?" Xiao Yu replied, "As it says in the Analects, it was not my intention to come late. It was that my horse was slow." They embraced eagerly and went into the house. Chan Yue sang "The Gold-Embroidered Robe" as she poured him wine and offered it to him in a jade cup. Her voice was sweet, and her face was like a moonlit flower. Xiao Yu was enchanted. He took her by the hand and led her to the silk bedding, where they made ecstatic love. Afterward, as they lay together, Chan Yue spoke to him. "Today, I have betrothed myself to you," she said. "Let me tell you about my life, and when you hear, perhaps you will care for me. I come from Xiaoqiu. My father was a minor official in the prefecture, but he fell ill and died far away from home. We were poor and had no money for a funeral, so to bury him properly, my mother sold me to be a courtesan for 100 pieces of gold. I swallowed my pride and accepted the shame and sorrow of a life of servitude. But heaven has favored me and sent you to me, the sun and moon of my life. The road to Chang'an goes in front of this house, but watching all the people come and go from the capital for the past 5 years, I have never seen a man who is your equal. Tonight, my lifelong wish has been granted. I would gladly be your serving maid and cook your food if you think I would do. Will you have me?" Xiao Yu consoled her. "My heart is with you," he said, "but I am only a poor scholar with an elderly mother who depends on me. I would like nothing better than to marry you and grow old together, but I am not sure what she would think of it. Suppose she chose another wife and had me take you as a concubine. Even if you had no objection to it, I know I would find no one better than you. I do not know what more to say. You will take the top place in the examination. There is no one in the world equal to you, said Chan Yue. You will win the ribbon seal of a minister, or the insignia of a general, and the most beautiful women in all the land will chase after you. How could I expect to have you only to myself? Please, when you are married to a girl from a high family, and your mother is living with you, do not abandon me. I will be chaste from this day on, saving my body for you alone, and I will wait for you to come for me. Last year, when I went through Hua Chou, I happened to see a girl from the Qin family, said Xiao Yu. Her beauty and talent were like yours, but now she is gone. Where would I ever find another girl of such caliber? The girl you speak of can only be Cai Feng, the daughter of Inspector Qin, said Chan Yue. We were best friends when her father was in charge of this province. She was a wonderful musician, with the skill of Chou Wen Chun. It is no wonder you fell in love with her. How could you not love her the way Sima Shangchu loved Chou Wen Chun? But there is no point in thinking about her now. You must find a bride in another family. But truly beautiful women are rare. With you and Cai Feng both living in the same age, how could I hope to meet another woman so lovely? Chan Yue laughed. You talk like you are the frog in the well. I will tell you about courtesans. There are 3 of us who are said to be of exceptional beauty. Wan Yuyuan, the jade swallow of Changnan. Ti Ching Hung, the shy wild goose of Hopei. And myself, Kui Chan Yue, the moonlight of Luoyang. I am not equal to my reputation, but Wan Yuyuan and Ti Ching Hung are the greatest beauties alive. So how can you say there is no other beauty besides Cai Feng? I have never met Wan Yuyuan, because she lives far away. But everyone who comes from the south sings her praises, and I am sure that what they say is true. As for Ching Hung, she is like a sister to me, so I can tell you about her. She was born to a good family in Po Cho, but she lost her parents when she was little and was sent to live with her aunt. From the time she was a teen, rumors of her beauty spread all through Hopei. Thousands in gold were offered for her, as concubine and marriage brokers swarmed her house like bees until she asked her aunt to send them away. They said, "Whom does she want that you chase us all away? Will you make her the wife of a minister or the concubine of a governor? Or will you give her to some famous scholar?" Ching Hung answered for herself. She said, "If a man like Shi An Shi, who married a courtesan of Tung Shan in the days of Qin, should want me, I will gladly be the wife of a minister. If someone who knows music as well as Chou Kung Chin of the 3 kingdoms comes along, I will marry a governor. If there is someone who writes poetry as well as Li Po during the reign of Xuan Tsung, then I will marry a poet. And if someone as skillful as Sima Shangju, who sang "The Phoenix Seeks a Mate" at the time of Han Wu Ti, should appear, then I will marry him. I will go where my heart goes. How can I tell you where in advance?" All the marriage brokers laughed derisively and went away. Ching Hung said to herself, "How can a country girl with no worldly experience, trapped like this, ever hope to find a good husband? But a courtesan can have her pick, since she can sit with men of renown and open their gates to receive nobles and princes. She learns to recognize the quality of Chuan bamboo or jade from Lan Tian. She has no trouble choosing the best. So she sold herself to be a courtesan, hoping to find a suitable man for a husband, and she was soon famous. Last year, renowned scholars and poets from all 12 prefectures of Shangtun and Ho Pei had a banquet in Yetu. Qing Hung sang the rainbow feathered robe for them. She danced, flying like a wild goose, and she was as beautiful as a phoenix. All the other girls hung their heads in shame, so you can imagine how wonderful she was. After the banquet, she went to the top of Bronze Bird Terrace and paced back and forth in the moonlight, recalling sad old stories and singing sentimental songs. It reminded people of the Wei Emperor and his cruel treatment of the pretty second daughter of the Chow family. Everyone was struck by her beauty and intelligence. Do you think there are no others like her among women? When Qing Hung and I played together at the Shangguo Monastery on Pianchou, we shared our hopes and dreams with each other. She said to me, "If either of us meets a man who would suit us both, let us recommend each other to him and both live with him as his wives." I agreed, and when I met you, I immediately thought of Qing Hung. But, alas, she is at the palace of the governor of Shantung now. She has a life of wealth and luxury, but that is not what she truly wants. I wish I could see her again and tell her about you. I have made up my mind.
Xiaoyu replied, "There are plenty of talented courtesans. Surely there must be girls of respectable families who are just as accomplished."
Of all the ones I know, there is no one who compares with Cai Feng,
said Chan Yue.
I would not dare recommend anyone who is inferior to her, but I have heard people in Chang'an say that Minister Cheng's daughter is superior in beauty and virtue. They say she is the best of all. I have never seen her myself, but as they say, great fame is never undeserved. So please try to get a look at her when you reach the capital.
The east window had grown light while they were talking, and they got up to wash and get dressed.
You must not stay long,
said Chan Yue.
The other men who were at the party are all angry with you. You must get away quickly. We shall meet again and have many happy days together, so I will not be sad. Your words are like gold and jewels to me, and I shall carry them in my heart,
said Xiaoyu. And they parted, both in tears. 4. A mysterious priestess. Xiaoyu left Luoyang and made his way to Chang'an. He found an inn where he could stay while he waited for the examinations, which were still a few days off. He asked the innkeeper where the Chuqing temple was, and, learning that it was outside the Chunming gate, he took a gift of silks and went to call on his aunt Tu, the Taoist priestess who was the abbess of that temple. She was already older than 60 and highly regarded for her attainments. Xiaoyu bowed to her and gave her the letter from his mother. The priestess received his greeting, but then she wept and said, "It's been more than 20 years since I last saw your mother, and now here is her son, all grown up. Time flies, and I am an old woman tired of living in the noise and confusion of the capital. I was about to go off and retire to the Kungtung Mountains to pursue immortality. But now that your mother's letter has reached me with this request, I will stay a while longer to help you. You are so handsome and have such a fine physiognomy that it will be hard to find a suitable wife for you, even in the capital. You must come see me again when you have time." "I come from a poor family. My mother is old, and I have lived in the country all my life," Xiaoyu answered. "I had no chance to find a bride. It was more than my mother could do to provide me with food and clothing. But now that I have come to you with this request, I cannot tell you how sorry I am to see how much trouble it will be." He said his goodbyes to her and left. The day of the examination drew gradually nearer.
But now that his aunt had agreed to help arrange his marriage, Xiao Yu's dreams of fame and success began to wane. A few days later, he went to see her again. The abbess laughed when she saw him. "I have found a girl," she said. "Her beauty and intelligence are good enough to make her a suitable wife, but her family is too high a rank for you. They have produced dukes for 6 generations, and 3 of them have been prime ministers. If you win first place in the examination, it might be a possibility, but otherwise, I'm afraid there is no chance of a match. So stop coming to see me and study hard for the examination." "Whose daughter is it?" Xiao Yu asked. "She is the daughter of Minister Chung, who lives just outside the Chunming Gate. The house is the one with the red gate topped with spikes. The daughter is more like a fairy than a girl." Xiao Yu suddenly remembered what Chan Yue had told him, and he was curious to know why Minister Chung's daughter was praised so highly. "Have you seen her?" he asked. "Of course I've seen her. She really is like a fairy. Her beauty is beyond words." "I don't mean to boast," said Xiao Yu, "but I am sure I will win first place in the examination. There is no need to concern yourself about that. But I have always had a special wish, though it may seem unreasonable to you. I do not wish to be engaged to a girl whom I have never seen for myself. Could you please arrange for me to see her just once?" "How could you ever hope to see the daughter of a high minister? You do not trust what I say?" "I do not doubt your words," Xiao Yu replied. "But each sees with different eyes. How do I know that your tastes are the same as mine?" "Han Yu said that even children can distinguish between phoenix and giraffe, and both the wise and foolish know when the bright sun shines in a blue sky. Only a blind man would not see her beauty." Xiao Yu returned to the inn dissatisfied, but he very much wanted to get his aunt's permission to see the girl, so he went back to the temple the following day. The abbess was laughing once again when she met with him. "You must have something weighing on your mind to come here again," she said. Xiao Yu smiled sheepishly. "My mind will not rest until I see Minister Chung's daughter," he said. "Please, for my mother's sake, think of some clever scheme by which I may get a look at her." The priestess shook her head. "That would be very difficult indeed," she said. But then she ruminated in silence for a while and asked, "You are so bright and such an accomplished scholar. Have you had any time to study music?" "I once met a Taoist master and learned some unusual tunes from him," Xiao Yu replied. "And I know the 5 tones and the 6 harmonies." "It is a minister's house," said the abbess. "The walls are high, and the inner quartets are secluded. There are 5 gates before the inner garden. You would need wings to get in. The girl has studied the Book of Rites, and so she follows the strictest etiquette. She never comes here to offer incense, nor does she go to the Buddhist temples for the Feast of Lanterns, or to celebrations for successful examination candidates. There is no occasion on which an outsider might see her. There is only one way that might work, but I have my doubts about whether you would care to try it." Xiao Yu replied, "I would go to heaven or hell to get a glimpse of her. I would go through fire and water. Yes, I will try it." So the priestess explained, "Minister Chung is old. His health is poor, and so he has little interest in matters of state. What he enjoys is watching his garden and listening to music. His wife, Madame Tsui, also likes music, and so their daughter has studied music along with everything else. She can hear a tune once and analyze it expertly and offer criticism. Every time she hears something new, the mother will invite the player to the house so that she and her daughter can listen to it and discuss it in the study. Here is my idea. Since you can play the chin, practice some tunes on it. The day after tomorrow is the last day of the 3rd month, and the birthday of the divine emperor Ling Fu. The Jung family sends servants here to the temple with candles and incense on that day. You will dress up in the robes of a priestess and let the servants hear you play the chin. They are sure to tell their mistress about you when they return, and she will most certainly invite you to the house. Once you are inside, whether or not you will get to see the daughter is a matter of your karma. I can make no promises. I could think of no other way. She added, Your facial hair has not yet started to grow, so you will have no trouble being taken for a girl. Priestesses do not put up their hair as other girls do, or let it down over their ears, so your hair will also pass. Xiao Yu was delighted. He went back to the inn and, counting the days, waited impatiently for the end of the 3rd month. Minister Chung had no child but his daughter. While her mother was in a semi-conscious state during childbirth, she had seen a fairy come down from heaven into her room with a shining precious stone in her hand, and so Chung had named his daughter Chung Pei, which means jasper shell. As she grew up, she became more and more beautiful and talented, most extraordinary, and her parents, who loved her dearly, had tried in vain to find her a suitable husband. Now she was 16 and still unmarried. One day, her mother called the nurse, old Qian, and said, "Today is the day we celebrate the feast of Ling Fu. Take incense and candles to Chuqing Temple and give them to the priestess too. And take some silken fruit as presents to show that I have been thinking of her." Old Qian took a little sedan chair and went to the temple as she was ordered. The abbess received the incense and candles and lit them in the Sanqing Hall. She graciously thanked the old servant for the presents and treated her with great hospitality. Old Qian had said goodbye and was about to step into her sedan chair to leave when she heard Xiao Yu start to play the qin in one of the halls to the west. The sound was clear and fresh, as if it flowed down from the clouds. Old Qian told the bearers to wait while she listened, and then she went back to the abbess and said, "While serving the Chengs, I have heard many famous qin players, but I have never heard anything so fantastic. Who is that playing?" "It is a young acolyte who came here from Chu some days ago to see the capital," said Tu. "She often plays the qin, but I am ignorant about music, so I cannot tell good playing from bad. But from what you say, she must be very gifted." "When she hears of this, Madame Cui will surely want to invite her to the house," said old Qian. "Persuade her not to leave for a while." "Very well, I'll do so," the abbess replied. After she had sent old Qian on her way, she told Xiao Yu what had transpired. Xiao Yu was delighted, and he anxiously waited for his summons from Madame Cui. When she returned to the Cheng's house, old Qian said to her mistress, "There is a young priestess staying at Chuqing Temple who plays the qin superbly, like I have never heard before." "I would like to hear her," said Madame Cui. The next day, she sent the sedan chair and a servant girl to the temple with a message for the abbess too, which read, "I have heard that the young priestess who is staying with you plays the qin very well. Please do your best to persuade her to visit me at my house, even if she is reluctant." The abbess said to Xiao Yu in front of the servant, "A great noble lady has invited you. You must not refuse her." "It is not proper for a low-born girl from the provinces to go to the house of a noble lady," said Xiao Yu. "But if you command me, then I cannot refuse." So his aunt dressed him in the robes and hat of a Taoist priestess, and when he came out with his chin, he looked just like a fairy musician of ancient times. The Chung's servant girl was beside herself with joy. When Xiao Yu arrived at the Chung's house, the servant girl led the way into the inner quarters. Madame Cui, looking very dignified, was sitting in the main hall. Xiao Yu bowed twice at the bottom of the steps. "I have wanted to hear you play after what my servant told me about you yesterday," said Madame Cui. "Now even your very presence seems to make me feel at peace." She motioned for him to sit, but he declined. Instead, the young priestess came up the steps. "I am only a country girl from Chu," said Xiao Yu. "Just a traveler passing like a cloud. It is too great an honor for someone of such little talent as myself to presume to play for you." "What can you play?" "I learned several ancient tunes from a strange old man I met in the Lantian Mountains," said Xiao Yu. "Nobody plays them anymore." Madame Cui told a servant girl to bring Xiao Yu's chin to her. "What beautiful wood!" she exclaimed as she stroked it. "It's made of paulownia wood, cured for 100 years from Lungmen Mountain," said Xiao Yu. "It is as hard as rock. You could not buy it for 1,000 pieces of gold." The shadows of afternoon moved across the stone threshold as they talked, but there was still no sign of the daughter. Xiao Yu grew anxious and worried. "I know many ancient tunes," he said, "but I do not know any modern ones, and I do not know the names of the old tunes I can play. I heard from the girls at Chuqing Temple that your daughter's knowledge of music is like that of Chung Tzu Chi. I would like to hear her comments on my playing." The lady sent a servant girl to call her daughter. An embroidered curtain parted, and a wonderful fragrance wafted into the room with the girl, who sat down at her mother's side. Xiao Yu rose, and as he bowed to her, he lifted his eyes to steal a glance. She was like the first dazzling rays of the morning sun, or a lotus blossom reflected on the blue water. His eyes blinded, and his mind dizzy, Xiao Yu could not look for long. He was sitting so far from her that he could not see her very well in any case, so he said to Madame Cui, "The room is so large I fear I will not be able to hear what the young lady says." Madame Cui told a servant girl to move Xiao Yu's cushion closer. Now he was very close, but he was to the right side of the daughter and could not look directly at her. He did not dare ask to be moved again. A servant girl placed some incense in a burner as Xiao Yu straightened his posture and prepared to play. He began with "The Rainbow Feathered Robe," and the young lady Chung exclaimed, "How beautiful! It comes from peaceful times. Everyone knows it, but you play it marvelously. They say of this tune, 'With thundering drums, the barbarous Yu Yang drowned out the sound of the rainbow-feathered robe.' It is associated with rebellion and brings up powerful emotions. I should not be listening to it. Please play something else." Xiao Yu played a different tune, and the girl said, "This is also beautiful. It is Chun Ho Chu's Flowers in the Jade Tree Courtyard. It is melancholy but reckless. It is said, if, in hell, you happen upon Ho Chu, speak not of the flowers in the Jade Tree Courtyard." Ho Chu lost his kingdom to the sound of this tune. I cannot approve of it. Play something else." Xiao Yu played another tune, and the girl said, "This tune is sorrowful and happy, moving and sensitive. It is the song of Cai Wen Qi, who was taken hostage by barbarians during wartime. Cao Cao paid her ransom so she could return to her homeland. She composed this tune when she said goodbye to the 2 sons she had borne during her captivity. It is said that, upon hearing it, the barbarian shed tears upon the grass, and the Han envoy's heart was broken. It is a very beautiful tune, but it is by a woman who had forsaken her virtue. We should not discuss it. Please play another."
So Xiao Yu played again, and this time the girl said,
"This is The Song of the Distant Barbarians, written by Wang Chao-chun, who missed her king and longed for her homeland. The tune is imbued with her sorrow and her resentment of the portrait painter who was her undoing. She herself said of it, 'Who will write a tune that will move hearts for 1,000 years to weep for me?' But it is not a proper tune. It is from the bride of a foreign barbarian. Do you have another?"
Xiao Yu played one more. The girl's expression changed, and she said,
"I have not heard this tune in a long time. You are surely not of this world. This calls up the story of a great man, Shi Kang, who had fallen on hard times and had given up all thoughts of worldly things. His loyalty brought him trouble in troubled times, and he wrote this tune called Quang Ling, or The Hill of the Wide Tomb. Before he was executed in the East Market, he played it, looking at his shadow. He said, 'Alas, will anyone wish to learn The Hill of the Wide Tomb?' I have not taught it to anyone, and now it will be forgotten. What a pity. Is that the direction of Quang Ling? A lone bird flies southeast. If it was not taught to anyone, you can only have learned it by meeting the departed spirit of Shi Kang himself."
Still kneeling, Xiao Yu replied,
"The young ladyship's knowledge is beyond compare. I learned this from a great teacher, and what he told me is exactly what you have said."
He played a sixth tune, and she praised it also.
"High, high the blue mountains, wide, wide the flowing river. And remarkable, the footprints of the immortals in the world of dust. That is The Water Fairy by Po Ya, is it not? If he had known of your great talent, Po Ya would not have been quite so sorrowful at the death of Chung Tzu Chi."
Xiao Yu played yet another tune, and the girl fidgeted with her collar as she knelt.
"This is the supreme sacred melody,"
she said.
"The sage lived in troubled times and traveled throughout the world helping the people. Who could it be except Confucius that composed a tune like this? It must be the fragrant orchid. Wandering through the world, finding no place to settle, is a phrase from it. The sage tried to save the world, but the time was not right."
Xiao Yu added some incense to the burner and played again. This time the girl said,
"This is a noble and beautiful tune. It expresses the joy of all things under the sun and the feeling of spring. It is The Song of the Southern Breeze by the sage King Shun, almost too majestic to name. The fragrant southern wind blows our cares away. There is no song in the world better or more beautiful than this. Even if you know others, I have no desire to hear them now."
Xiao Yu bowed and said,
"I have heard that if one plays 9 tunes, the spirit of heaven will descend. I have played 8, and 1 is left. With your kind permission, may I play one more?"
He straightened the bridges on the chin, tightened the strings, and started. The music began softly, and then became fast and lively, stimulating the spirit. The flowers in the garden all bloomed at the sound of it. Swallows wove through the air in couples, and the nightingales sang to each other. The young mistress bowed her head, closed her eyes, and sat silently until he reached the part that went,
"Phoenix, Phoenix, come back to your home, over the wide sea, in search of your mate."
The girl looked up at the priestess, but then she looked down again, blushing as she pretended to adjust her dress. The pale color of her brow reddened, as if she had been drinking wine. She got up and went to the inner room without another word. Startled, Xiao Yu pushed away his chin and stood up, staring in the direction the girl had gone. He looked like a clay statue. Madame Cui told him to sit down. "What was it you played just now?" she asked. "I learned it from my teacher, but do not know what it is called," said Xiao Yu. "I was hoping the young lady would tell me." When the girl did not return after a long time, Madame Cui sent a maid to ask why. She returned and said, "The young mistress has been sitting in a draught and is not feeling well. She cannot come out again." Now Xiao Yu was worried that he had been found out. He dared not stay any longer, so he rose and said, "I'm sorry to hear that your daughter is feeling unwell. You will no doubt want to look in on her. I should go now." Madame Cui presented him with gifts of money and silk, but Xiao Yu politely refused to accept them. "I studied a little music, but it is only for my own amusement," he said. "I cannot accept payment like a professional entertainer." He bowed and went down the stone steps. Afterward, Madame Cui asked after her daughter and found that there was nothing to be concerned about. Back in the inner quarters, the young mistress, Chung Pei, asked one of her maids, "How is Chun Yun feeling today?" "She is feeling better," the servant girl said. "When she heard that you were listening to music today, she got up and washed." Chun Yun's surname was Cha, and she was a native of Shichu. Her father had come to the capital as a secretary some time ago and become a loyal servant of Minister Chung. Chun Yun was only 10 when her father died of an illness. Chung and his wife had taken pity on her and brought her up in their own family as their daughter's playmate. The two girls were only a month apart in age. Though Chun Yun was not as beautiful as Chung Pei, she was still very pretty and nearly her equal in poetry, calligraphy, and embroidery. Chung Pei treated her like a younger sister, and they were always by each other's side. And though they were, strictly speaking, mistress and servant, they treated each other like close friends. Originally, Chun Yun's name had been Chu Yun, the cloud from Chu. But Chung Pei was so fond of her that she had called her Chun Yun, which means spring cloud. It was an allusion to a line from a poem by Han Yu. Beauty like a cloud in the spring sky. Everyone in the household simply called her Chun, or spring. Chun Yun asked her mistress, "The maids all said the priestess who came to play the chin in the main hall was like a fairy, and that you gave her much praise. I was so eager, I forgot my pains and got up to get a look at her. But why did she leave so suddenly?" Chung Pei blushed. "I have always been careful about my thoughts and actions and observed the strictest rules of propriety and etiquette. I never stray into the outer courts of the house. I never gossip with my friends or relatives. But now I've been tricked and disgraced. How will I ever show my face again?" "What did she do?" Chun Yun asked in alarm. "She started by playing The Rainbow Feathered Robe, and then went on playing one tune after another until she came to Song of the Southern Breeze. I praised her playing and wanted her to stop there, but she said there was one more she wanted to play. It was The Phoenix Seeks a Mate, the tune Sima Shangju used to seduce Chou Wen Chun. That made me suspicious, so I got a close look at her face, and it wasn't a girl's face at all. Some devious man wanting to look at girls has gotten into this house in disguise. If only you had been well enough, Chun, you could have seen him too, and you would have known at once whether he was a man or a woman. I am an unmarried girl of the inner quarters, and I have sat for hours talking face to face to a strange man. I am so ashamed I cannot tell this even to my mother. You are the only one I can tell about this." Chun Yun laughed. "Why can't an unmarried girl listen to The Phoenix Seeks a Mate? You are making much of nothing." "That is not so," said Chung Pei. "He played the tunes in a particular order. If there was no plan, then why did he play The Phoenix Seeks a Mate at the very end? I've seen women who are delicate in their beauty and others who are homely and robust, but I have never seen anyone so handsome and confident.
The capital is full of young scholars who have come to take the examinations. I think one of them has heard a false rumor about me and used this sly trick to see my face. If he is so handsome and well-mannered, and if he is such a wonderful musician, then he must be a truly remarkable man, said Chun-Yun. Perhaps he will be the next Sima Shangchu. He may be the next Sima Shangchu, but I have no intention of becoming another Cho Wen-chun. But Cho Wen-chun was a widow, and you are a virgin, said Chun-Yun. She followed the general of her own free will, but you have been influenced unintentionally. Why are you comparing yourself to her?
The two of them laughed together and continued talking. One morning, while Chung Pei was sitting with her mother, Minister Chung came with the list of candidates who had passed the civil examination. He gave it to his wife, saying, "We have not yet arranged a marriage for Chung Pei. I am going to select a bridegroom from among these successful scholars. The top candidate on the exam was Yang Xiaoyu from Huainan. He is 16 years old, and everybody is speaking highly of his work. He is certainly of highest caliber. They also say he is very handsome and well-mannered and is headed for greatness. And he is not yet engaged. I would like him for a son-in-law."
The eye perceives more truth than 2 ears, said Lady Chung. Let us see him in person before we make up our minds.
That won't be hard to arrange, said Minister Chung. 5. Tryst with a Fairy and a Ghost. When Chung Pei heard what her father had to say, she went to her room and said to Chun-Yun, "The priestess who came here and played the qin said she was from Chu, and she looked about 16. The man with the top score on the civil exam is from Huainan, and Huainan is in Chu. Their ages are the same. Now I am even more suspicious. That man will surely come to see my father. I want you to get a good look at him." "I didn't see the priestess when she came," said Chun-Yun. "I think it would be better for you to peek through the door and get a look for yourself." They giggled together. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoyu had passed both the doctoral and the special examinations, and the emperor had appointed him imperial archivist. His name was everywhere. Every nobleman with a daughter tried to arrange a marriage with him, but he refused them all. Instead, he went to Chuen, the senior secretary at the Board of Rights, and requested an introduction to Minister Chung. Chuen immediately wrote him a letter, which Xiaoyu put away in his sleeve. Xiaoyu went straight away to Minister Chung's house and presented his card. And Chung, when he recognized the name, welcomed him and invited him into the guest room. Xiaoyu was crowned with the cinnamon flowers that marked him as the top graduate, and official musicians followed behind him. He was handsome and modest, and everyone in the household was there to admire him with open-mouthed wonder, except Chung Pei.
"Come here a moment,"
Chun-Yun said to one of Madame Cui's attendants.
"I heard the mistress say the priestess who came and played the qin the other day is the cousin of this man. Did you notice a resemblance?"
The maid immediately answered,
"Yes, it is true. How strange that 2 cousins could look so much like each other."
Hearing this, Chun-Yun went back to the inner quarters and said to Chung Pei,
"You were correct. They look exactly alike."
Chung Pei replied,
"Go back out and listen carefully to what he says."
Chun-Yun went out again and was gone for a considerable time.
"Your father suggested that you should marry Yang," she said when she returned. "Yang said that he had heard that you were graceful and modest, and that he had presumed to come here today to ask for your hand. He said he asked Secretary Chuen at the Board of Rights for a letter of introduction and was given one. But then he said he had not dared present it, seeing that your families are of such different stations, as unlike as bright clouds and muddy water, and your persons like a phoenix and a common crow. He still had it in his sleeve, and when he finally gave it to your father, the minister was so delighted he called for wine and refreshments.
Cheng Pei was upset, but before she could say anything, her mother sent a maid to fetch her.
Yang Xiaoyu won the top score on the government examination, said Lady Cheng. Your father has just arranged your marriage to him, so now we will have someone to take care of us and need not worry any longer.
Cheng Pei said,
I just learned from a servant that Master Yang looks just like the priestess who came the other day to play the qin. Is it true?
Yes, said her mother.
That priestess was so beautiful, I could not get her face out of my mind. I wanted to send for her again, but I did not have the chance. Come to think of it, Master Yang does look quite a bit like her. So now you will know how handsome he is.
Cheng Pei hung her head and said, in a small voice,
I know he is very handsome, but I do not like him and will not marry him.
What are you saying? Exclaimed her mother.
You've been cooped up in the women's quarters all your life, while Master Yang has been living in Huainan. How can you possibly say you do not like him? I have been so ashamed, I haven't been able to speak of it.
Cheng Pei replied.
But that priestess who came the other day was Master Yang. He disguised himself as a woman so that he could come into our house and have a look at me. I was fooled by his trick and spent half the day talking to him. Isn't that reason enough to dislike him?
Lady Cheng was speechless. Meanwhile, Minister Cheng, having dismissed Yang, came into the inner quarters with a delighted expression. Cheng Pei, he exclaimed. Today you have mounted a dragon. When his wife repeated to him what Cheng Pei had just told her, the minister asked his daughter to tell him again about how Yang had played The Phoenix Seeks a Mate for her. He laughed loudly and said, That Yang is brilliant. There's an old story about Wang Wei dressing up as a musician and playing the lute in the palace for Princess Taiping. He also went on to win the top score on the government examinations. If Yang went so far as to dress as a woman to win his bride, then he is truly resourceful. For this prank, you say you dislike him? In any case, what you saw was a Taoist priestess, not Yang. It is not your fault that he made a very pretty girl musician.
I was so humiliated, I could die of shame,
said Cheng Pei. The minister laughed once more. This is not a matter I can work out for you. You settle it with Yang yourself later. When Lady Cheng asked him what date had been set for the wedding, he became serious. We will exchange gifts at once, he said. But the wedding will be held in the autumn. We will pick the date once his mother arrives in Chang'an. So the minister and Lady Cheng picked a day for receiving the betrothal gifts, and when Xiao Yu had sent the appropriate presents, they invited him to come live in the summer house in the gardens. Yang honored them in all the ways befitting a son-in-law, and they, in return, loved him as if he were their own. One day, late in spring, Cheng Pei was passing by Chun Yun's room and saw that she had been overcome by drowsiness while embroidering a pair of silk shoes. She had used the embroidery frame as a pillow and was fast asleep. Cheng Pei tiptoed in to admire the beautiful work, and as she sighed over the exquisite stitchery, she noticed a sheet of paper with writing on it under the frame. When she took the paper and unfolded it, she saw that it was a poem about the shoes.
Oh, you precious companions, constant with her, step after step. But when the lamp's blown out and the silk slide off, you'll be tossed under the ivory couch.
Cheng Pei thought to herself.
Her poetry gets better and better. She is the embroidered shoes, and I am the precious one who wears them. She and I have been inseparable, but when I am married, I will cast her aside. She must truly love me."
Then she read the poem again and smiled.
"She means that she wishes we could share the same bed. That would mean we must marry the same man."
Chung Pei left quietly so as not to wake Chun Yun and went to her mother's quarters, where she was busy overseeing the maids who were preparing Yang's dinner.
"Mother,"
said Chung Pei,
"you worry yourself so much over Yang's food and clothes. I am afraid you are exhausting yourself. It is I who should be doing these things, but there's no precedent in the classics for a girl to serve her husband while still betrothed, so I cannot perform those duties. But Chun Yun is grown up now, and she is capable of such things. What do you think of sending her to the garden pavilion to let her look after Yang's needs?"
"Chun Yun's father was our most faithful attendant," said Madame Cui. "She is a very beautiful and talented girl. Your father thinks the world of her, and he wants to choose a good husband for her. She is not planning to look after you forever."
Chung Pei replied, "I don't think she ever wants to be parted from me. In the old days, she could go with you if you were married, but only as your husband's concubine," said Madame Cui. "But Chun Yun is no ordinary maid. I do not think she will accompany you. Master Yang is 16 and from the provinces, but he has dared to disguise himself as a girl, to enter the women's quarters of an official's house to play the chin and flirt with his unmarried daughter. Can you expect such a man will be satisfied with only one wife? When he is appointed to his high post with a fat salary, how many girls like Chun Yun do you think he will have for himself?"
Minister Chung came in at this point, and his wife recounted what Chung Pei had just said to her. He nodded and said to his wife, "Chun Yun does not want to leave Chung Pei before the marriage, and even afterward, it seems the two of them do not wish to be parted. So why not send Chun Yun ahead to Yang now? It is only a matter of time in any case. Why not send her to comfort and entertain him in his solitude? But it may seem a bit indecorous. Perhaps we should wait until the ceremonies are over. We must be careful to do things properly. Why don't you find out what the girls think before we decide?" And with that, he left.
"I have a plan,"
Chung Pei said to her mother.
"If Chun Yun will offer herself to Yang, I can wash away the shame I have suffered and have my revenge on him. If Cousin 13 will help me, I think we can succeed."
13 was the nickname of one of Minister Chung's nephews. He was a fine young man, clever and full of good humor, with an appreciation for practical jokes. He and Yang Xiaoyu had become great friends. Chung Pei returned to her room and said to Chun Yun,
"You've been with me ever since the hair grew down on our foreheads. We've played together since we pelted each other with flowers. Now that I am about to be married, it is time that you were too. Have you given any thought to what kind of husband you want?"
Chun Yun answered,
"I have lived here happily, owing you gratitude for your great affection and all you have given me until now. What I owe you, I could never repay 1,000th part. Even if I were to hold your mirror to the end of my days, I shall be happy to stay with you forever." "I have always known this,"
said Chung Pei.
"and there is something I want to ask of you. You are the only one who can help me erase the shame I have suffered because of Yang's humiliating trick. Do you know our summer pavilion in that secluded spot on Chungnan Mountain, south of the capital? It's beautiful there, almost unearthly. We will prepare you a bridal chamber there and get 13 to trick Yang into going there so that you can seduce him. Please say that you will do it." "How could I possibly refuse you?" said Chun Yun. "But then how could I ever look at Master Yang in the face afterward? It is better to be the trickster than the one being tricked," said Chung Pei. "Do not worry. The joke will be on him, and he will be the one who feels ashamed. Then I will do it, said Chunyun.
Young Xiaoyu had many official duties in court, but that still left him with an abundance of free time and many days of leisure, which he spent visiting friends or enjoying the flowers and foliage of the countryside in spring. One day, his friend 13 said to him, "There is a quiet and beautiful place south of the city. Let us go there together sometime soon for an outing." "That is just what I wanted," Xiaoyu replied. They had food and wine prepared for them, and, leaving the servants, they rode their donkeys several miles to a place where the mountains were high and the streams were clear. They were alone, far from the world of dust, and the fragrance of myriad flowers and grassy meadows cleared their thoughts. They dismounted on the bank of a stream, countless flowers and trees blooming around them, and sat to compose some verses together to celebrate the onset of summer. Suddenly, Xiaoyu noticed some fallen petals drifting toward them on the water. "Spring, fully come, peach petals floating," he said, reciting the lines from Wang Wei. "There must be a place like the peach blossom paradise of Wuling upstream. This stream flows down from Tsuko Peak," said 13. "They say, when the flowers bloom and the moon is full, one hears the music of the immortals among the clouds. I myself have no affinity for the world of fairies, and I have never been among them. But today, with you, I have entered that world, and I would like just once to drink their wine and taste their enchanted food." Xiaoyu was delighted. "If there are such things as fairies in this world," he said, "then surely they must be here on this mountain." Just then, one of 13's servants came running, streaming with sweat and panting for breath. He said, "I have come to tell you that the lady has suddenly taken sick." 13 quickly stood up. "Hearing now that my wife is ill is just another reminder that I have no affinity for the world of fairies," he said. He mounted his donkey and rode away. Xiaoyu grew bored after 13's departure. He followed the stream up the valley, looking for something more to see. The waters were crystal clear over the rocks, with no speck of dust, and his mind was tranquil as he continued slowly on. Soon, he noticed a cinnamon leaf floating on the water, and when he had the servant boy pick it up for him, he saw that 2 lines of verse had been written on it. "The fairies' watchdog barks among the clouds, knowing that Master Yang is on the way." Xiaoyu was amazed. "How could anyone possibly be living in these mountains?" he said. "And who could possibly have written this verse?" As he walked on, the servant boy said, "Sir, it will soon be dark, and it will be too late to get back into the city before they shut the gates." Xiaoyu paid no attention and continued for another 7 or 8 li up the steep mountain path, where he could see the moon rising in the east. By its light, he passed through the shadow of the pine woods and crossed the stream. He heard the cries of startled birds and the forlorn howl of monkeys. Stars sparkled beyond the mountain peaks, and dewdrops hung from the pine needles. He realized that night had fallen, and he grew uneasy. At that moment, he saw a young girl dressed in green, like a fairy, washing clothes in the stream. "My lady," she called out, rising up in alarm, "the master is coming." Xiaoyu was puzzled by what he heard. He continued another dozen steps until the mountain path ended and he saw the small pavilion rising up by the side of the stream. It seemed to be floating above the water. In the moonlight, there appeared a woman dressed in red, standing alone under a peach tree. She bowed, saying, "Why are you so late in coming, master?" Xiaoyu was stunned. He observed her carefully and saw that she was dressed in a light rose-colored silk and wore a long pin of green jade through her hair. Her waist was girdled in white jade, and in her hand she held a fan of phoenix feathers. Hers was not the beauty of a mere human, and Xiaoyu was enchanted. "I am of the world of dust," he said, "and have made no promise to meet you under the moon.
How could I possibly be late?" The woman walked up toward the pavilion and invited him to talk inside. He followed her, and when they had taken their seat as hostess and guest, she called to her maidservant. "The master has come a long way, and he is sure to be hungry. Bring some tea and cakes." The servant quickly brought him a jeweled table set with delicacies. Into a cup of white jade, she poured him the bright twilight wine of the fairies. Its taste was sweet and refreshing, and its bouquet filled the room. A single cup, and Xiaoyu was intoxicated. "Though this mountain is high, it is still beneath heaven. Why is it that you have left the celestial palace and all your companions to come down and dwell in a place like this?" The fairy sighed. "If I tell you of my past, it will only bring back my sorrow. I was one of the ladies-in-waiting for the Queen Mother of the Western Paradise, and you, Master, were an officer in the cinnabar court of the august Jade Emperor. Once, when the Jade Emperor gave a banquet in honor of the Queen Mother, and there were many officials and fairies present, you teased me by throwing a heavenly peach at me. Your punishment was to be reincarnated as a human being. My punishment was less severe, and I was simply exiled to this place. You have already been blinded by the dust of the mortal world, and you have forgotten everything about your former life. My exile is nearly over, and soon I must return to the Lake of Jewels. But before leaving, I wanted to see you just once to renew our love. I asked for an extension of my time here, knowing that you would come. I have waited for so long, but now, at last, you are here, and we can be together once again." The shadow of the cinnamon tree in the moon was beginning to show, and the Milky Way was fading, when Xiaoyu embraced the beautiful fairy. Their love-making was like that of Liu Chen and Yuan Chao, and the two fairies on Tian Tai Shan. A dream, and yet not a dream. Real, and yet not reality. When their mutual passions peaked, the mountain birds were already twittering in the trees, and the east was red with dawn. The fairy rose first. "I must return to the heavenly kingdom today," she said. "When the Jade Emperor's officers come with their flags and their orders to fetch me, we shall both be punished again if you are discovered. Please leave now and quickly make your way down the mountain. If you remember our love, we will surely have the chance to meet again." Then, on a silk handkerchief, she wrote him this farewell poem. "When we met, the flowers bloomed to heaven. Now, as we part, each petal falls into water. Love in spring is just a passing dream, the wide water 1,000 li between us." When Xiaoyu read the verses, he was overcome with regret at the thought of their parting. He tore off a piece of his silk sleeve and wrote these lines in reply. "As heaven's wind blows the jade flute, why must the white clouds scatter? On this sacred mountain, the night's torrential rain drenches my robe entirely through." The fairy took the poem. "This will be my only connection to you when we are separated by all of heaven. The frost descends on the cinnamon garden, and the moon has set behind the jeweled tree." Putting the silk into the folds of her robe, she said urgently, "It is late, Master. Please hurry." Xiaoyu wiped his tears away with his hands as he said goodbye. When he turned to look back toward the pavilion, there was only the green thicket of trees and flocks of white clouds. He felt as if he had just woken from a dream of the Lake of Jewels. Full of regret, he made his way back to 13's summer villa. "I wish I had hidden somewhere and waited to watch the fairies come to fetch her back to heaven today," he thought to himself. "Even then, I would not have been very late returning. Why did I have to hurry back?" After a sleepless night, he rose at dawn and took his servant boy with him in search of the place where he had met the fairy. The blown peach blossoms, the flowing stream, and the empty pavilion were all that remained. The fragrance of the place was gone. He leaned against the railing, looking up into the sky full of gray clouds. She has ridden away on a cloud to attend to the Jade Emperor. I should like to see her again, but what use is it to gaze up at the sky? He came down from the pavilion and stood by the peach tree where he had first met her. These flowers know the depths of my sorrow, he said, and he made his way back home. A few days later, 13 came to Xiaoyu and said, The other day, I had to interrupt our outing together because of my wife's illness. I'm still sorry about that, but the shade under the willows is still cool. How about going out together for half a day to hear the orioles sing? The green shade is lovelier than spring flowers, Xiaoyu replied, quoting Wang Anshi. They went out of the city gates together and found a thick grove, where they sat on the grass and made tallies of flowers to count the cups of wine each had drunk. They noticed an untended grave just to the side, overgrown with wormwood and covered in high grass that waved sadly in the wind. A few withered flowers moved to and fro beneath the trees. Xiaoyu, made mournful by the wine, pointed to the grave, saying, Whether a man be high or low, in the end he dies and returns to the dust. In olden times, Jung accompanied the Qin by singing, 1,000 years from now, cowherds will dance here and sing. This is the grave of Prince Mengchang, and Prince Mengchang wept as he listened. Let us get drunk and enjoy ourselves while we are still alive. Brother, said 13, do you not know this grave? It is the grave of Chang Li Hua, the royal consort who was so beautiful they called her Lovely Flower. She died unmarried when she was only 20, and out of pity, they planted these flowers and willows by her grave to comfort her. Let us pour her spirit a cup of wine and compose some verses worthy of a flower. Xiaoyu was naturally kind-hearted. Yes, he said. Let us. So they poured wine at her grave, and each composed a poem. When they had recited their verses, 13 walked around the grave and saw something in the grass, where part of the mound had collapsed. It was a piece of white silk with writing on it. What sort of man would write such a thing and stick it in Chang Li Hua's grave? He said. Xiaoyu picked up the scrap of silk and, lo, it was the very piece he had torn from his sleeve and written the poem on the previous night. He was both dumbfounded and distressed. Then, the girl I met the other night was Chang Li Hua's ghost, he thought to himself. Cold sweat ran down his back. Meeting a fairy is governed by one's karma, but to meet a hungry ghost is also karma, he thought. So what difference does it make whether she was a fairy or a ghost? 13 was getting up just then, so while his back was turned, Xiaoyu poured another offering and made a silent prayer. Though the living and the dead abide in separate worlds, there is no distance in our hearts. I pray that your beautiful spirit will accept my offering and visit me again tonight to renew our love. That night in the pavilion, alone and sleepless, Xiaoyu waited for the girl. The room was awash in moonlight, and shadows of tree branches fell against the window screens. Everything was silent, until Xiaoyu heard a faint voice and the sound of approaching footsteps. He opened the door to look, and there stood the fairy whom he had met on Tsuko Peak. He sprang out of the room in delight, and took her pale hands in his. But when he tried to lead her back to his room, she resisted. Now that you know what I really am, are you not repulsed? She said. I wanted to tell you when we first met, but I did not want to frighten you, so I told you that I was a fairy. That night, I was greatly honored to serve you in bed. Your love restored my spirit and brought life back to my decaying flesh. Today, you came to my grave to pour me wine and comfort my lonely spirit. When I think of what you have done for me, I have no words deep enough to express my gratitude, and so I have come tonight to give you my thanks. But how could I dare to embrace you again with this rotting corpse?
Xiao Yu tugged at her sleeve, saying,
A man who fears ghosts is a coward. When a man dies, he becomes a ghost, and when a ghost reincarnates, it becomes a man. So the man who fears a ghost is a fool, and the ghost who runs away from a living man is a foolish ghost. The two of them come from the same source, so why should we separate the world of the living and the world of the dead? Those are my thoughts, and this is my love. Why do you refuse me?
The girl replied,
How could I possibly refuse your love? But you love me because of my dark eyebrows and rosy cheeks, and these are false. They are not my true form, but just an illusion to entice living men. If you wish to see my true self, I am just some moss-covered bones. How could you stand to touch such disgusting things? The Buddha said a man's body is a transitory illusion, like foam on the water or flower petals in a gust of wind,
said Xiao Yu.
Who can say, then, what really exists and what does not?
With that, he led her inside, and they lay together among the pillows, their love far deeper and more delightful than on the night of their first meeting.
Let us spend every night together,
Xiao Yu said afterward,
and let nothing keep us apart. Men and ghosts have different paths, but love can bring them together,
said the girl.
Since your love comes from so deep in your heart, how can I not respond to it?
And then the morning gong sounded, and she disappeared among the flowering trees. Xiao Yu stood at the railing to see her off.
Let us meet again tonight,
he called, but there was no reply. She was gone. After his meetings with the ghost, Xiao Yu no longer went out to visit his friends, nor did he receive guests at home. He spent his time quietly in the pavilion. At nightfall, he waited for the girl to come, and when daylight came, he waited again for the night. When he tried to compel her to come more frequently, she did not, and that made him all the more preoccupied with his thoughts of her. One day, 2 people arrived to visit him by the side gate. He saw that one of them was his friend 13, but he did not recognize the other man. 13 called out to Xiao Yu and introduced the stranger.
This is Master Tu from the Tai Chi Temple, he said. He is an expert in reading physiognomy and telling fortunes, just like the ancients Li Chun Feng and Yuan Tian Kang. He has come with me to read your face.
Xiao Yu welcomed Master Tu with clasped hands.
I've heard your venerable name, but to meet you this way is an unexpected privilege. I expect you have read Brother Chung's face already. What do you see in it?
13 answered for himself.
I'm very pleased, he said. Master Tu read my face and told me that within 3 years I would pass the civil exam and be appointed an imperial inspector of the 8 provinces. I think he is very accurate. Why don't you give it a try, Brother Xiao Yu? A virtuous man never asks about future blessings, but only about the troubles that await him, said Xiao Yu. Please tell me only the truth.
Master Tu examined Xiao Yu for a long time and said, Your eyebrows are quite unusual, and your eyes are like a phoenix's eyes, slanting toward the temples. You will surely rise to be a high minister of state. Your complexion is pale, as if you are wearing powder, and the shape of your face is round like a pearl. Your name will be known throughout the world. Your stance is that of a dragon, and you move like a tiger. This means you are destined to be a great general, and your fame will span the 4 seas. You will be among peers, and your name and reputation will resound as far as 10,000 li. But there is one unexpected flaw, and if you had not met me today, you might have fallen victim to a great danger.
A man's good or bad fortune depends on the man himself, said Xiao Yu. But it is hard to avoid sickness if it comes. Do you see signs that I will become seriously ill?
Yours is not a typical misfortune, said Master Tu. There is a blue tinge on your forehead and unhealthy shadows under your eyes. Do you have a boy or girl servant in your household whose past is questionable? Xiao Yu immediately guessed that Chang Li Hua's ghost was the source of the problem, but he did not let it show. He answered nonchalantly,
There is no such servant.
Then have you passed an old grave, or perhaps had sexual relations with a ghost in your dreams?
Nothing like that. Master Tu is never wrong, 13 interjected. Think carefully, Xiao Yu.
Xiao Yu said nothing, so Master Tu continued. A man's energy is yang, and a ghost's is yin, as immutably different as day and night, or fire and water. Looking at your face now, it is obvious to me that some ghost has a hold on your body. In a few days, it will get into your bones, and then I am afraid nothing can be done to save your life. When that comes to pass, do not complain or say that I did not warn you.
Xiao Yu thought to himself. What Tu says is amazingly accurate, but Chang Li Hua and I have promised to be together forever, and our love grows deeper every day. How could she possibly hurt me? Men have married fairies and sired children with ghosts in the past. If such things have transpired, why should I be concerned?
Xiao Yu said to the Taoist,
The length of a man's life, long or short, is already decided when he is born. If you see proof that I will achieve prominence and fame, how can a ghost harm me?
Whether you live or die is up to you. It is not for me to know, Master Tu said indignantly. When he shook his sleeves and left, Xiao Yu did not try to stop him. 13 comforted Xiao Yu, saying,
You were born with good fortune, Brother Xiao Yu. Why should you be afraid of a ghost when heaven favors you? Fortune-tellers often say upsetting things to trick people.
So they called for wine and spent the rest of the day getting drunk together. That night, after 13 had left, Xiao Yu sat alone, silently burning incense, waiting and waiting for Li Hua to appear. But there was no sign of her. He pounded on the table, saying,
The sun is about to rise, and still she has not come.
Xiao Yu had blown out the candles and was trying to sleep, when suddenly he heard the sound of weeping outside his window.
Master,
said Li Hua's voice,
the Taoist has hidden a paper talisman against demons in your topknot. I cannot come near you. I know it was not your intention, but it is done, and now our karmic bond is broken. I pray that you will be safe from harm. I have been cast from you, and I must leave you forever.
Xiao Yu leaped up and opened the door, but he could not see where she had gone. He felt his head and found something tied to his topknot, a talisman to repel demons.
That evil sorcerer has ruined everything,
he screamed, crumpling it in his hand. After he tore the talisman to pieces, he thought,
This must be 13's handiwork from last night when he left me drunk. He has interfered with my karma. I will have some harsh words for him when I see him again.
The next morning, when Xiao Yu went to 13's house, he had already gone out. He visited again for 3 successive days, and yet each time 13 was not to be seen. Nor did Xiao Yu catch even a glimpse of Chang Li Hua's shadow. He went again to the pavilion on Tsukou Peak to look for her, but it is hard to meet with a ghost, and he did not see her again. Pining away, day and night, he lost his appetite, and each successive day he ate less and less. Minister Chung and his wife did not fail to notice, so they prepared special dishes and invited Xiao Yu to dinner. As they were sharing drinks, the minister asked, "Why is it that you are so drawn and pale these days?"
13 and I have been drinking too much lately. That must be the reason,
answered Xiao Yu. It was just then that 13 arrived.
Xiao Yu gave him a sidelong glance, but said nothing. "Brother," said 13, "you seem so unhappy lately. Are you so burdened with your official duties that it has affected your health? Or is it that you are so homesick you've become ill? Why do you look so worn and full of misery?" Xiao Yu could not refuse to answer. How can a man so far from his home look otherwise?
"I overheard the servants talking," said the minister. "They said they saw you talking to a beautiful girl in the garden pavilion. Is this true?"
"The garden has walls. How could anyone get inside?" said Xiao Yu. "What they say is ridiculous." "Brother," said 13, "with all your worldly experience, why are you blushing now like a girl? You dismissed Master Tu with such bold confidence, but I can see by the pallor of your face that there is something terribly wrong. I put Master Tu's ghost talisman under your topknot while you were drunk, and did not know what I was doing. That night I hid in the garden, and sure enough, I witnessed a female ghost come and cry plaintively outside your room. From this, I knew that what Master Tu said was true, and that I had done you a great favor for which you should be thanking me. So why do you seem so angry?" Xiao Yu knew he could no longer conceal the matter. He addressed the minister. "The strangest things have happened to me, sir. I shall tell you all about it." And so he told the whole story, and when he concluded, he said, "I know that 13 did what he did for my sake, but Chang Li Hua, even though she was a ghost, had a solid form. She was full of life and good-hearted, hardly deceitful. I may be less than upright as a man, but I could never be tricked by a ghost. With his ill-placed talisman, 13 has severed my tie with Chang Li Hua, and I cannot forgive him for it."
The minister clapped his hands and laughed. "Xiao Yu, my boy," he said, "your temperament and character are like that of Sung Yi. He could invoke ghosts. Surely, you must know how to conjure her up. When I was a boy, I myself met a strange fellow who taught me how to summon ghosts. I do not jest. I will invoke Chang Li Hua's ghost for you, so that you can be comforted and forgive 13. What do you say?"
"In the times of the Han, Xiao invoked the ghost of Lady Li," said Xiao Yu. "But that knowledge has been lost for many generations. I cannot believe you, sir."
13 interrupted.
"Brother, you called up Li Hua's ghost with no effort at all, and I drove her away with a scrap of paper. Is it not obvious to you that ghosts can be controlled? Why are you so skeptical?"
"If you do not believe, then watch this," said Minister Chung. He struck the folding screen behind him with a fly whisk and called, "Chang Li Hua, show yourself." Immediately, a young girl came out from behind the screen, her face radiant with a smile. She went and stood demurely behind Lady Chung. Xiao Yu could tell at a glance that she was none other than Chang Li Hua. He looked from Minister Chung to 13 in astonishment.
"Is this a girl or a ghost?" he said at last. "Is this a dream, or is it reality?"
The minister and Lady Chung smiled, but 13 laughed so hard he could not stand up. All the servants were laughing too. "Now I shall tell you the truth," said the minister. "This girl is neither a ghost nor a fairy. Her name is Chun Yun of the Cha family, whom we have brought up in our own household. Since you were bound to be lonely living by yourself in the garden pavilion, we sent her to comfort you and relieve your boredom. But then the youngsters took it upon themselves to play this practical joke on you." 13, at last getting himself under control, said,
"It was I who arranged both of your meetings with the fairy. You should be thanking me for doing you a favor, but you look at me as if I am loathsome. You ingrate!"
He doubled up in laughter once again. Xiao Yu finally joined the laughter.
"You ruined your father's gift to me," he exclaimed. "Why should I thank you for a favor like that?"
13 replied,
"I am happy to take the blame, but I deserve only part of it. It is not I who hatched the plot. That credit goes to someone else."
Xiao Yu looked at the minister.
"If it was not you that planned the joke, then who was it?"
"I am already a gray-headed old man," said Minister Chung. "Why would I indulge in such childish games? You are mistaken if you think it was me."
13 added, "Mencius said, 'What comes from you returns to you.' Think about it, brother. If a man can become a woman, then what is so strange about a human becoming a fairy, or a fairy becoming a ghost?"
Only then did Xiao Yu finally understand. He laughed and said to the minister,
"I can see it all now, sir. I once played a trick on your daughter, and she has never forgotten it."
The minister and Lady Chung both laughed, but said nothing. Xiao Yu then turned to Chun Yun and said,
"You are bright and clever, but to play a trick on the man you intend to marry is hardly proper now, is it?"
Chun Yun knelt as she replied,
"Your servant heard the general's orders, but did not receive the emperor's edict."
Xiao Yu sighed.
"When Prince Shang of olden times lay with the fairy on Wu Shan, he could not tell that she was a cloud in the morning and rain in the evening. Now that I know that the girl Chun Yun can become both a fairy and a ghost, I have learned the principle of transmogrification. It is said there are no weak soldiers under a strong general. If the soldier is like you, then how great must be the wisdom of the general?"
At this, everyone laughed happily, and more refreshments were set out for a day of eating and drinking. Chun Yun was allowed to join them on the lowest seat. When night had fallen, Chun Yun carried a lantern and led her new master to the garden pavilion. Happily drunk, he took her hand and teased,
"Are you truly a fairy or a ghost? I have had a fairy, and I've had a ghost, and now I have a beautiful girl. If you can be transformed into a fairy and a ghost, shall I turn you into Hung O, the beauty who lives in the moon, or shall I change you into a fairy of Hung Shan?"
Chun Yun fell to her knees and said,
"Master, I have done you a terrible wrong and deceived you in so many ways. Will you ever forgive me?"
Xiao Yu laughed and said,
"Even when you were a ghost, I did not love you any less. How could I be angry at you now?"
She rose to thank him formally. 6. The Boy at the Roadside. When Xiao Yu passed the government examination and was arranging to marry Minister Chung's daughter, he had planned to go home in the fall and return to the capital with his aged mother for the wedding celebration. But his duties as a state official had detained him from making the trip. Now he was finally about to go, but circumstances of national import intervened once again. The Tibetans were making incursions along the frontier, and the governors of Hopei, now calling themselves the kings of Yun, Chao, and Wei, had allied with their stronger neighbor, raised armies, and fomented a rebellion. The emperor was deeply troubled, and he gathered his counselors to discuss the logistics of putting down the rebellion, but they could not agree on a plan until Xiao Yu came forward and said,
"In ancient times, the Emperor Han Wu Ti summoned the Prince of Nanyue and gently reprimanded him. Your Majesty should do the same. Make haste and dispatch a letter of warning to the rebels, and if they do not listen to reason, then send an army in force and destroy them."
The emperor commanded Xiao Yu to compose such a letter at once. Xiao Yu kowtowed, fetched brush, ink, and paper, and wrote the letter in the emperor's presence. "It is dignified and full of gravity," the emperor said, delighted. "It is gracious, but it maintains a sense of power and authority. I am certain that the foolish rebels will come to their senses." The letter was dispatched at once to the 3 rebel kingdoms. Chao and Wei immediately renounced their royal titles and obeyed the emperor's decree. They sent replies, begging the emperor's pardon, and sent tributes of 10,000 horses and 1,000 rolls of fine silk. The king of Yun,
whose territory was farthest from the capital, refused, confident that his army was strong enough. The emperor realized that the surrender of Chao and Wei was due to Xiao Yu's insight, and so he issued the following edict. A century ago, the rebels of Hopei, confident of their military strength, raised an insurrection. Emperor Tu Tsung sent an army of 100,000 against them, but he failed to quell the rebellion. But now, with a single letter, Yang Xiaoyu has brought 2 entire rebel armies to surrender without the mobilization or loss of a single soldier. Imperial authority has been strengthened far and wide throughout the empire. In recognition of his service and as an expression of our satisfaction and gratitude, we award him 300 rolls of silk and 5,000 horses. The emperor also wanted to promote his rank, but Xiao Yu went before him and said, with great humility, Your Majesty, drafting an imperial decree is merely part of my duty. The surrender of the 2 armies was due entirely to your imperial authority. How could I possibly accept these rewards? There is still 1 rebel army, and I regret that I have not been able to fight to redeem the nation's shame. How could you wish to promote me in these circumstances? I am not loyal to you for the sake of promotion. Since victory or defeat does not depend on the number of soldiers, I ask that you let me set out with a single regiment and, with your imperial authority, I will settle the matter with Yun by fighting them to the death. Thus would I return a 10,000th part of the favor you have bestowed upon me. The emperor considered these words and asked the opinion of his counselors, who said, Of the 3 armies that were in league against the empire, 2 have surrendered. Little Yun is like a piece of meat in a pot or an ant in a hole. Before the imperial army, he will snap like a dry twig or crumble like a rotten one. Let the army try other means before attacking. Let Yang Xiaoyu be put in charge to try his skill at negotiation, and if Yun does not surrender, then they will be destroyed. The emperor approved and ordered Xiaoyu to set off for Yun to try persuasion with the rebels before resorting to force. So Xiaoyu went to say goodbye to Minister Chung, who said to him, The men of the frontier are wild and uncivilized, and rebellions are an everyday occurrence. You are a scholar, going off into danger. If something should happen to you, it will not be just your father-in-law, but the whole nation who would suffer the loss. I am old now, and no longer participate in affairs of the state, but I can still present a petition to the emperor to oppose your going. Please, said Xiaoyu, do not worry yourself on my account. When there is discord in the capital, the people of the border states take advantage and rise up. But the emperor has the mandate of heaven. His authority is strong. Chao and Wei have already surrendered, and Yun is the weakest of them, so there is no need for you to be concerned. Then I will say no more to dissuade you. The emperor has made his decree, and the matter is settled. Just be careful. Watch out for yourself, and see to it that you do not bring shame to the nation. But the minister's wife was in tears. When you became our son-in-law, we were much comforted in our old age. I cannot tell you how it upsets me now that you must go so far away. Please, come back quickly. When Xiaoyu went to his garden pavilion to prepare for his journey, Chun-Yun clung to him and wept. When you went to work in the palace, I rose early to roll up the bedding and help you into your robes. You looked at me as if you could not bear to go. But now you are going far away without saying anything at all? Xiaoyu laughed. A man who carries out the emperor's orders in matters of state cannot care whether he lives or dies. He must care even less for small everyday matters. Do not mar your beauty with worry. Look after yourself and your mistress, and I will return after my victory with a gold seal upon my belt. He went out through the gate and mounted his chariot. When Xiao Yu reached the city of Luoyang, he saw that it hadn't changed since he had been there last. A poorly equipped 15-year-old boy riding a donkey. Only a year had passed since then, and now he was there on an imperial mission, riding in a 4-horse chariot. The magistrate of Luoyang had cleared the streets for his arrival, and the governor of Honan obsequiously led the way. The road was lined with cheering throngs of people, struggling to see the spectacle of his arrival. The first thing Xiao Yu did was to send his boy servant to find Chan Yue. But the gates of her house were locked, and the pavilion doors were shut up. Only the cherry trees were still in bloom along the wall. When the boy asked among the neighbors, they told him that, in the spring of the previous year, Chan Yue had spent the night with a passing scholar. Afterward, claiming she was ill, she refused to entertain any guests and stopped attending official banquets. Not long after that, she went insane, threw away all of her jewelry, put on a nun's robes, and went off on a long journey. She never came back, and no one knew where she was. The boy returned and told this to Xiao Yu, who was terribly saddened by the news. He went to her house to reminisce over their meeting, and that night he was sleepless with sorrow. The governor sent him 12 dancing girls, the most skillful, to console him. They were all beautiful, splendidly dressed, and vied for his attention, but Xiao Yu showed no interest in any of them. The next morning, just before he left, he wrote a poem on the wall. Rain over Tianqin Bridge, the willow buds green, the scenery unchanged since that of last spring. How sad my return, though I come with fame. The table is empty, no one here to pour my wine. When he had finished, he threw aside his writing brush and rode away in his chariot, leaving the dancing girls to hang their heads in shame. They eagerly copied the lines and delivered the poem to the governor. If you had gotten even a glance from him, your reputations would have grown 100-fold, he scolded them. But not one of you was able to please him. You have brought disgrace upon Luoyang. When the governor found out who Xiao Yu was referring to in the poem, he posted notices far and wide to find Chan Yue before Xiao Yu returned. When young Xiao Yu reached Yun, he saw that the inhabitants of that remote region had no inkling of the emperor's power or splendor. Throngs surrounded his chariot, blocking his way in order to get a look at him, as if he were a fabled qilin of the earth or a phoenix in the clouds. When he met the king of Yun, Xiao Yu's authority was like thunder, and his graciousness was like spring rain. The people, in their joy, danced and sang, saying, "The emperor will spare us!" Xiao Yu explained the position of the emperor, the consequences of resistance, and the wisdom of submission. His words as forceful as the ocean tide, and chilling as the autumn frost. The king of Yun was deeply impressed and, realizing his folly, he bowed down and begged forgiveness. Yun is so far from the capital that we did not know the will of the emperor, and therefore dared to disobey and oppose him. But now, hearing your words, I am enlightened and admit my wrongdoing. From now on, I will do my utmost to be a loyal subject. Please, when you return, deliver my message to the imperial court to grant us peace and turn this conflict into a blessing. A great banquet was held at the Pilo Palace, and Xiao Yu was presented with 100 talents of gold and 10 of the finest horses. He politely declined the gifts and departed from Yun. 10 days later, as he passed through Hantan, there was a boy on horseback in front of him. When the boy heard the call to clear the way, he dismounted and stood by the roadside, waiting. "What a fine horse," said Xiao Yu. As the cavalcade drew closer, Xiao Yu saw that the boy was unusually handsome, his face like a blooming flower and bright as the moonrise. His posture was straight, and he was so radiant that one could hardly look directly at him without being dazzled. I have seen many boys at court, but never one so handsome, said Xiao Yu. Invite that boy to come see me, he told an attendant. When Xiao Yu had settled in at his lodgings for the night, the young man arrived and a servant showed him in. Xiao Yu was captivated. I was taken by your beauty and your elegance when I saw you by the road, he said. When I sent someone after you, I feared you might refuse the invitation, so I am delighted to see you here. Tell me, what is your name? I am from the north, and my name is Ti Po Luan, said the boy. As I grew up in an insignificant village, I did not have the benefit of good teachers or refined companions, and so my education is lacking. I cannot write poetry, nor can I handle a sword, but my heart is strong, and I am willing to give up my life for my friends. When you came through Hopei, everyone was awed by your grandeur and your goodness. I too was taken with you, and, forgetting my low birth, I dared to imagine that I could be your companion and serve you, even if it was to be like a watchdog or a chicken in your courtyard. Now you have been so kind as to send for me, and it is like two tones in harmony, two minds thinking as one. Xiao Yu was more than pleased. How wonderful that our two minds think as one. Let us ride together and dine at the same table. When we pass through a beautiful landscape, we shall talk of mountains and rivers. And when the night is clear, we shall recite poems to the wind and moon to forget the hardships of the long journey. When they reached Luoyang and were crossing the Tianqin Bridge in view of the pavilion, Xiao Yu was reminded of the happy hours he had spent with Chan Yue. It made him melancholy. If she knew that I passed this way before, sad to have missed her, she would surely be waiting for me now, he said to himself. They say she became a nun, and she must be far away at some Taoist temple or Buddhist monastery. How can I reach her? For if we do not meet now, I cannot imagine how we will ever meet again. As he looked far ahead at the pavilion, he suddenly noticed a beautiful girl standing there, with the beaded curtain rolled up, watching the approaching horses and chariots. It was Chan Yue. Xiao Yu's face lit up with recognition, and his chariot sped by. They gazed upon each other with indescribable joy and affection. By the time he reached his lodgings, she was already there, waiting, having arrived by a shortcut. Overcome with a mixture of joy and sorrow, she wept and could not speak at first. Finally, she bowed and said to him, You have no doubt heard what happened to me, so there is no need to repeat it for you. Last spring, I heard that you were on a mission in service of the emperor and would pass this way, but I was too far away and I could not come to meet you. I could only weep. But the magistrate came to visit me at the temple and showed me the poem you had written on the wall. He begged my forgiveness for the wrongs he had done me and asked me to come and await your return here. I was delighted. I returned to my former home, happy at the thought that someone cared about me, and every day I went up to the Tianqin pavilion to watch for your arrival. Everyone envied me. But now that you have attained such a high position, tell me, have you not married? I am engaged to the daughter of Minister Chung, Xiao Yu replied, but we have not married yet. She is just as you said she would be. You were a wonderful matchmaker, and I owe you a great debt of gratitude. And so they renewed their love and were inseparable for many days. Because Xiao Yu was spending all of his time with Chan Yue, he did not send for the boy, Po Luen, whom he had just met. But one morning, Xiao Yu's servant boy came to him and quietly said to him, That young Ti Po Luen fellow is no good. I saw him flirting with Kue Chan Yue in the women's quarters. He would never do such a thing, said Xiao Yu. And Chan Yue is faithful to me. You are mistaken. The boy left in anger, and it wasn't long before he returned. If you don't believe me, then come see for yourself, he said, pointing to the west wing. Now the boy led Xiao Yu to the servants' quarters, and there he saw the two of them, leaning over the low wall, holding hands, talking and laughing together. Xiao Yu drew closer to hear them more clearly, but Po Luen heard his footsteps and ran away, while Chan Yue looked at him with a guilty blush. "Have you known him very long?" Xiao Yu asked. "I do not know him, but his sister is a good friend of mine, and I was asking after her," said Chan Yue. "I am a low-born dancing girl, as you know, and I am in the habit of flirting with young men, holding hands and whispering in their ears. If you think what I have done is shameful, I am deeply sorry to have wronged you." "Do not worry yourself," said Xiao Yu. "I trust you completely." But he realized Po Luen was only a boy, and he was ashamed to be caught flirting. Xiao Yu decided to call the boy to put his mind at rest, but Po Luen could not be found anywhere. Xiao Yu was filled with regret. In ancient times, Prince Chuang of Chu comforted his followers by having everyone cut off their hat strings, he said to himself. But through my carelessness, I have lost my dear young friend. What shall I do now? And he ordered his servants to search high and low for Po Luen. Xiao Yu spent the night drinking with Chan Yue, reminiscing about the past and rekindling their love. And when it grew late, they put out the lights and slept together. When the sun rose, Xiao Yu awakened to see that Chan Yue was already getting dressed. But something was different about her. The delicate brows, the bright eyes, the cloud-like hair, the rosy cheeks, and the slender waist were all like Chan Yue, but it was not her. Confused and suspicious, he lay there for a time, unable to speak. Finally, he asked, "Who are you?" 7. The Imperial Son-in-Law. "My name is Ti Ching Hung, and I am from Po Cho," she said. "I have been Chan Yue's friend since childhood. We are like sisters. She was not feeling well last night, and so she asked me to sleep with you so you would not be disappointed in her. That is why I came in her place." But even before she was finished, Chan Yue came into the room. "Now that you have a new woman to serve you, I congratulate you. I recommended Ti Ching Hung of Ho Pei to you some time ago. What do you think of her now that you have been with her?" "She is far lovelier than you described," said Xiao Yu. He studied her face again and saw that she looked exactly like the boy, Ti Po Luen. "Is Po Luen your brother?" he asked. "I'm afraid I was rather harsh with him yesterday. Do you know where he is now?" "I have no brother," said Ching Hung. Xiao Yu suddenly realized the truth. "You're the boy who followed me from the roadside near Han Tan," he said. "And it was you who was flirting with Chan Yue over the wall yesterday. But why did you dress as a boy and fool me?" "How else could I have attracted your attention?" said Ching Hung. "Though I am low-born and uneducated, I have always longed to serve a great man. When the king of Yun heard about me, he bought me for a bag of jewels and kept me in his palace. I ate the best food and wore the finest clothes, but that is not what I wanted. I felt only sorrow like a bird in a cage. Then, when the king of Yun held a banquet in your honor, I peeked through the screen and saw you, and I knew you were the man I had been longing to serve. But how was I to escape through the 9 gates of the palace unnoticed and travel so far to get to you? I thought about it for a long time, until I finally had a plan. But I could not leave the same day as you, or the king would have sent his men to recapture me. So when you had been gone for several days, I stole one of the king's fastest horses and reached Hantan in 2 days. That is where you called for me. I should have told you right away who I was, but there were too many people about, and I stayed in disguise to avoid being captured. What I did last night was at Chan Yue's request. If you will forgive me, I will serve you forever. Overlook my humble birth, and when you are married to a noble lady, let me live with you together with Chanyue, and we will bring you happiness."
Xiao Yu replied,
Even the famous Yang Chifu, who played the same kind of trick on Duke Li Wei when she came to him in the night, pales in comparison to you. I only regret that I did not compare to the Duke. We have gotten along so well together. What need is there of other arrangements?
Qing Hung thanked him, and Chanyue said,
Since Qing Hung has slept with you in my place, I should also thank you on her behalf.
The two women bowed to him. That night, Xiao Yu slept with the both of them, and in the morning he said to them,
You cannot accompany me now because there are too many people who will gossip about us. I will send for you as soon as I am married.
And he left for Chang'an. When Xiao Yu arrived back at the capital to report to the palace, King Yun's letter of surrender, along with gifts of gold, silk, and other tribute, also arrived. The emperor was very pleased. He wanted to reward Xiao Yu for his efforts by recognizing him with the title of Marquis. But Xiao Yu was shocked by the suggestion of so high an honor, and he bowed down before the throne and asked to decline. The emperor, moved by his modesty, took his hand and made him Minister of Culture, also appointing him an imperial scholar. Such a bestowal of honors, even to an emperor's favorite, was unprecedented. When Xiao Yu returned, Minister Chung and his wife gave him a warm welcome, congratulating him on his appointment as a minister after his dangerous mission. The household was filled with happiness and rejoicing. Xiao Yu went into the garden, and there he found Chanyue. They talked of intimate things, and the joy in their lovemaking was beyond description. The emperor was much impressed by Xiao Yu's command of literature, and he invited him often to his private quarters to discuss classics like the Shu Qing, and so most days found Xiao Yu in the inner palace. One night, when he had stayed late with the emperor, the bright moonlight made it impossible for him to sleep, and so he stepped out onto the balcony of the pavilion and, leaning over the rail, he composed a poem. Suddenly, he heard the soft notes of a flute borne on the breeze. It was so ethereally beautiful, it sounded like it came from another world, beyond the clouds. Xiao Yu called one of the servants and asked, Is that sound coming from outside the palace, or is that someone inside playing? I cannot tell, said the servant. So Xiao Yu took his own jade flute and played several tunes, and the notes rose into the heavens and stopped the very clouds in their course. Suddenly, a pair of blue cranes came flying from the inner garden and began dancing to the melody, and all the secretaries were amazed. It is Prince Qin of Chou, they exclaimed. He has returned to play for us. Now the Empress Dowager had 2 sons and a daughter. Her first son naturally was the emperor, and the other, Prince Yue. Her daughter was Princess Lan Yang. Before the princess was born, the Empress Dowager dreamed that a fairy had placed a pearl in her bosom. When the princess grew up, she possessed all the lovely qualities of her name, which meant orchid. She had excellent skill in the literary arts and embroidery, and she was her mother's favorite. A flute of white jade had been part of the tribute presented to the court from Syria. It was exquisitely crafted, but when the Empress Dowager ordered the court musicians to play it, no one could produce a sound. One night, the princess dreamed that a fairy came to her and taught her how to play it. When she awakened, she took up the flute and produced a beautiful, harmonious melody. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor were greatly surprised and pleased by this event, but no one outside the family knew of it. Whenever the princess played the jade flute, cranes would gather in the courtyard and dance to the music. The Empress Dowager said to her son, the Emperor, In ancient times, Nung Yue, the daughter of Duke Mu of Qin, could play the jade flute beautifully. Lan Yang plays just like her, and since Nung Yue met her husband, Xiao Shi, who was also a flute player,
through her music. I am sure Lan Yang will do the same."
This is why Lan Yang was of age to be married, but no suitable husband had yet been found for her. That night, the princess played her flute, watching the blue cranes dance under the bright moon. And when she was done, the birds flew away to the garden of the academy and danced there. After this, the people in the palace all said to each other,
"The cranes are dancing to Minister Yang's flute."
When the emperor heard of this, he realized that the princess and young Xiaoyu were clearly destined for each other. To his mother, he said, "Minister Yang is not only the right age for our princess, he is also peerless in appearance and ability. What do you think of him marrying the princess?" The Empress Dowager laughed.
"I have been worrying about finding the right husband for Xiao Ho," she said,
calling Princess Lan Yang by her personal name, which meant panpipe harmony. It had been given to her because those two characters were written on the white jade flute.
"But from what you have told me, it seems that heaven has made our selection for us. Still, I will need to look at him before I decide."
"That won't be hard," said the emperor. "In a day or two, I will call him to come to discuss books with me, and then you can get a peek at him and make your decision." The Empress Dowager was delighted. A few days later, from his throne in Penglai Hall, the emperor sent a eunuch to bring young Xiaoyu. The eunuch first went to the Imperial Academy, only to discover that he had just left. So he went to Minister Cheng's house, only to be told that Xiaoyu hadn't arrived there. Confused, the eunuch rushed about, hither and thither, trying to find him. Xiaoyu happened to be with his friend 13 at a drinking establishment, where they were enjoying wine and song with two famous courtesans, Chunyang and Yu Lu. When the eunuch finally found them, he informed Xiaoyu of the emperor's orders to report to the palace at once. 13 was frightened and immediately leaped up and made himself scarce. But Xiaoyu was so drunk by then, he barely understood what was happening. The eunuch persevered, and with the help of the two girls, he got Xiaoyu onto his feet, into his official dress, and to the palace. The emperor told Xiaoyu to take a seat, and he began quizzing him about past dynasties, the achievements and failures of past rulers. Xiaoyu's answers were very coherent, and the emperor was pleased with him. "They say poetry is not an emperor's occupation," he said. "But my ancestors enjoyed composing verse, and they were widely read and appreciated by the people. Tell me, who, in your opinion, were the best and worst poets in antiquity? Which kings wrote the best verse? And among subjects, who was the best?" Xiaoyu replied,
"The dialogue between ruler and subject by means of verse began with Emperor Shun and his minister Cao Yao. Among the works of emperors, the finest are Han Kao Ti's Song of the Great Wind, Han Wu Ti's Ode to the Autumn Wind, and Wei Wu Ti's Moonlight and Starlight. Among ministers, I would say the most notable are Li Ling of Western Han, Cao Chu of Wei, and Tao Yuan Ming and Xie Ling Yun of Qin. But through the ages, no dynasty has had literature flourish as much as ours, the Tang, and the finest era was in the 40-year reign of Emperor Xuanzong. He was the best poet among emperors, and Li Po was not only the best poet among subjects, he was the greatest of all time."
"My thoughts exactly," said the emperor. "Whenever I read the Song of Qing Ping, or his Ode on the Joy of Travel, I regret that I could not meet Li Po. But now that I have met you here, that regret is gone. According to an old tradition, I have picked a dozen women of the palace, female secretaries, if you will, to assist you. They are all talented and beautiful. I would like to enjoy what it must have been like to watch Li Po composing poetry while he was drunk. I hope you will not disappoint these women."
He had the female secretary set on an inkstone case made of crystal, a white jade brush holder, and a yellow jade water dropper. Then each woman spread out a silk scarf and a silk fan, as the emperor had ordered, and Xiao Yu, still happily drunk, wrote on them the verses that spontaneously came to mind, the tip of his brush flickering like lightning through wind and clouds. When at last he finished, the women knelt before the emperor and presented each fan and scarf inscribed with Xiao Yu's compositions. The emperor regarded each fan and scarf, every poem like a jewel, and ordered the women to bring the finest wine in appreciation of Xiao Yu's impressive achievement. They carried in trays of gold, with cups fashioned to look like parrots, and poured them full of wine. Some knelt before Xiao Yu, and others stood around him, urging him to drink, a cup in each hand. And when he had downed a dozen cups in the emperor's presence, his face flushed red, and his vision grew dim. The emperor told the women to clear away the wine. "His poems are worth 1,000 pieces of gold," he said to them. "Their true worth is beyond price. What precious things will you give him now as a reward?" The women removed their dazzling golden hairpins and jangling jade ornaments and cast them down before Xiao Yu. "Gather up the paper, the brushes, the water dropper, and the secretary's gifts," the emperor commanded a eunuch. "Take everything and accompany the minister back to his house." Xiao Yu rose to thank the emperor and collapsed from too much drink. The emperor ordered the eunuchs to help Xiao Yu up. They took him to the south gate of the palace, where they put him on the back of his horse and took him home to the pavilion in the garden. And there, Chun Yun undressed him, taking him out of his court robes. "Wherever did you get so drunk?" she asked him. Xiao Yu could only nod. The servants piled the brushes, the jade ornaments, the water bottle, and the jewelry on the floor. And seeing it all there, Xiao Yu laughed and said, "These are all the gifts the emperor has sent you. I am earning as much as Tung Fang Shuo." Chun Yun wanted to know all the details, but Xiao Yu was already fast asleep, snoring like thunder. Xiao Yu woke up late the next morning. He was still washing his face when the gatekeeper rushed in and said, "Prince Yue is here." "Prince Yue came in person?" asked Xiao Yu, startled. "It must be something important." He quickly went out to greet the prince and showed him into the reception room, where he extended every courtesy. The prince was about 20 years old, his features so handsome and clear that he seemed to be of another world. Xiao Yu knelt before him. "What is your command, your highness, that you would visit me in my humble dwelling?" "I have known you by reputation," said the prince, "and yet I have never had occasion to meet you because of our various engagements. But now the emperor has called upon me to deliver a message to you. The Princess Lan Yang has come of age, and it is time for her to marry. The emperor was looking for a man who would suit her, and as he has a high opinion of you, he has chosen you to be his brother-in-law. He gave me the honor of delivering this news to you. The official announcement will come shortly." Xiao Yu was stunned. He prostrated himself before the prince and said, "His Majesty bestows too much favor upon me, and it is said that an excess of good fortune brings disaster. Your humble servant is engaged to the daughter of Minister Chung. Nearly a year has gone by since wedding gifts were exchanged. Please, I beg you, convey this to His Majesty." "I will tell him," said the prince, "that I regret that the love the emperor shows for you is then in vain." Xiao Yu answered, "This is such an important matter for me that I dare not treat it lightly. I will prostrate myself outside the palace gate and gladly receive my punishment." Prince Yue said goodbye and returned to the palace, while Xiao Yu went immediately to Minister Chung and told him what the prince had said. But Chun Yun had already told her mother, and the whole house was in an anxious uproar. Minister Chung was so full of sorrow, he could not find words to speak. "Please, do not worry," said Xiao Yu. "I know the emperor well, and he is a wise and good man who respects the rules of ceremony and propriety. He would never force even an unworthy subject like me to go against convention. I assure you, I will not commit the crime Sung Hung refused. The previous day, the Empress Dowager had come into Peng Lai Hall and peeked at Xiao Yu through the bead curtain. She had taken a liking to him and said to the emperor, "He is exactly the man I have been seeking for Lanyang. There is no need for further discussion." And so the emperor had sent Prince Yue to tell Xiao Yu. In his private rooms in the palace, the emperor wanted to speak to Xiao Yu of this matter himself. He decided to have another look at the poems from the previous day, and so he sent a eunuch to the female secretaries to collect all the poems Xiao Yu had written for them. All the other women had put their poems carefully away, but one had hidden her fan in her bosom and taken it to her bedroom, where she wept over it all night, unable to eat or sleep. She was none other than Qin Cai Feng, the daughter of the inspector from Huazhou. After her father's ignominious death, she had been forced to become a servant in the palace. At one time, the emperor, hearing all the women praising her beauty, had wanted her for himself as an imperial concubine. But his mother, the Empress Dowager, had cautioned him against it. "The girl is indeed beautiful, but remember that you ordered her father's execution. If you are intimate with her, it would violate the old convention of emperors keeping their distance from those whom they have had to punish." The emperor saw the reason in his mother's objections. The next day, he called Cai Feng and asked her if she could write. And when she modestly replied that she could, he appointed her as one of the female secretaries, putting her in charge of literary documents. She was also sent to tutor Princess Lanyang in reading and composition. The princess grew to love her, and it was only a short while before they became inseparable. That day, Cai Feng had been waiting on the Empress Dowager in Peng Lai Hall when the emperor called on her and the other female secretaries to receive young Xiao Yu's poems. She recognized him immediately. How could she not? He was in her thoughts night and day, the man whose face she could not forget even in her dreams. Yet, Xiao Yu, not knowing that she was alive, and being in the presence of the emperor composing poetry so furiously that he dared not look up from his work, did not recognize her. But once Cai Feng saw him, she felt as if her heart would burst. Her face flushed, and she stifled her emotions, afraid that others might notice. She could tell no one about this, and there seemed to be no hope of ever seeing him again. Later, when she was alone in her room, she clutched the fan and, unable to put it down, read the poem he had written on it again and again. "Round silk fan, round is the moon. It plays with the pale hand that holds it. Its fragrant breeze, peace and pleasure, restless to and fro across your breast. Round silk fan, round is the moon. It follows the pale hand that holds it. Veiling your face, no way to move it, no way to glimpse the beauty of spring." She sighed, reading the first lines. "He does not know my heart," she said. "I live in the palace, but how could I possibly be intimate with the emperor?" She read the second stanza and lamented again. "He may not have seen my face, but surely he has not forgotten it. The poem shows how one can be so close and yet so far." She remembered her old house and his poem about the willows and, overcome by sorrow, she burst into tears that stained her dress. Finally, she composed a poem of her own and wrote it on the fan beside Xiao Yu's, and when she read it over, she sighed. Just then, she heard that a eunuch was coming to collect the fans and other items on which Xiao Yu had written under the emperor's command. Cai Feng trembled in fear. "What shall I do?" she cried. "I shall be killed. Surely I will be killed." 8. Strategy and Tactics. The eunuch said to her, "The emperor wants to see the fans again, the ones on which Minister Yang wrote the poems." I am an unfortunate creature, Cai Feng said through her tears. I wrote a reply on the fan to the poem without thinking. If His Majesty sees it, he will surely order my execution. It is better that I kill myself now to avoid disgrace. When I am dead, please see that my body gets a proper burial. Do not let them leave it for the crows.
What are you saying? The eunuch replied.
The emperor is kind and merciful. He will not consider it a serious crime. In any event, I will help you. Do nothing and just follow me.
So Cai Feng followed the eunuch, who led her to the gate and had her wait outside while he went in alone and delivered the poems. The emperor looked at each piece and, by and by, he found the fan with the 2 poems, one of them in a different hand. Who wrote this one? He asked the eunuch. The eunuch told him about Cai Feng and how she had resolved to kill herself. He said he had brought her and that she was waiting outside. When the emperor had read her poem, he said, "Tell her there is no need to kill herself. Anyone reading this can see its quality. It would be a waste to lose such talent." He told the eunuch to fetch her, and he read the poem aloud as Cai Feng prostrated herself before him. Round silk fan, round as the autumn moon, I recall our first night in the pavilion. Had I known then that you would not know me, I would not regret now how I let you come too close. Tell me the truth behind this incident, and I will forgive you, said the emperor. Hanging her head, Cai Feng told the emperor the story of her meeting with Xiao Yu when he was on his way to the capital to sit for the state examination. She told him she had recognized the minister at the party in the palace where they had written poetry, but that he had not looked at her.
Your humble servant remembered that meeting and how he promised marriage, and foolishly wrote that stanza beneath his. I deserve to die.
The emperor took pity on her. Can you recall the poem that led to your engagement? He asked. Cai Feng quickly wrote it out and gave it to him. You have done wrong, he said. But you have great talent, and the princess loves you dearly. I will forgive you. Do not err again. Cai Feng expressed her profound gratitude and left. Meanwhile, Prince Yue had rushed back from Minister Cheng's house to tell the emperor that Xiao Yu had already exchanged wedding gifts with the Cheng's daughter. The empress dowager was there, and she was not pleased by the news. Young Xiao Yu is a high-ranking minister of state, and must know the law. How is it that he can refuse? He has exchanged wedding gifts, but that does not constitute marriage, said the emperor. If I speak to him, I am sure he will listen to reason. The next day, the emperor summoned Xiao Yu to the palace, and he came at once. My sister is unusually gifted, and there is no man as suitable as you to be her husband, said the emperor. Prince Yue has already told you this, but I hear that you have declined and excused yourself, saying you have already exchanged wedding gifts with the house of Minister Cheng. Clearly you have not thought this through. In ancient times, when a woman was chosen to be the royal daughter-in-law, it made no difference if she was engaged. Even a married woman could be chosen. Wang Xianchi spent his whole life regretting the women who had rejected him. We are not like the people, and the laws that govern them do not necessarily govern us. But I am the parent of the people, and I would never ask you to behave in a way that is improper. Even if you break off your engagement now, Cheng's daughter could easily find another suitor. Since you have not yet had the marriage ceremony, how can you have failed to uphold your obligation? Xiao Yu bowed humbly and replied, Your Majesty has not only punished me, but has admonished me gently, the way a father corrects a son. For this I thank you sincerely. But I can only say that my situation is not like that of other people.
I am only a poor scholar from a distant corner of the country, and did not even have a place to sleep when I first came to the capital. It was through Minister Chung's kindness that I avoided loneliness. Not only have I sent the wedding gifts, but I have been living like Minister Chung's son-in-law. I have already seen his daughter's face, and we are already like husband and wife to each other. The only reason the wedding has not been celebrated is that I was too busy with affairs of state. Now that the border states are at peace, and there are no concerns that trouble the nation, I was about to ask for a leave to go home and fetch my elderly mother, so we could finally set a day for the wedding. But then, quite unexpectedly, I received your command. Now I do not know what to do. If I obey for fear of your punishment, Minister Chung's daughter will never marry until her dying day. If she does not become my wife, will this not reflect badly on your Majesty's wise reign?
The emperor responded, "Your argument is upright and well-intentioned, but the truth of the situation is that you and Minister Chung's daughter are not yet married. The Empress Dowager has decided the matter herself. She wants you very badly. She insists upon it, and I cannot go against her." Xiao Yu politely refused once again. "The matter of the marriage is very important and cannot be resolved in a single hurried meeting," said the emperor. "Let us play a game of backgammon to help pass the time." He ordered a eunuch to bring a board, and they sat down to play against each other. They did not stop until darkness had set in. When Xiao Yu returned home, Minister Chung met him with a sad countenance.
"Today I received a command from the Empress Dowager, ordering me to return your wedding gifts,"
he said, wiping tears from his eyes.
"I told Chun Yun to get them, and now they are all piled up in the pavilion in the garden. When we consider our daughter's moral quandary, we two old people are helpless to do anything. I may manage to bear it, but my wife has fainted from the shock. She is unconscious now."
Xiao Yu was terribly upset by this, and he was silent for a long while.
Finally, he said, "This is unjust. If I make a sincere petition to the throne, I am sure they will listen to me."
Minister Chung wrung his hands.
"You have already defied the emperor's orders more than once. If you petition the throne now, you will be done for. You will be severely punished for disobedience. Your only option is to submit, and you can no longer live in the garden pavilion. It is too much of an embarrassment in this circumstance. You must leave us and find somewhere else to live."
Xiao Yu could not answer. He went to the garden pavilion and found Chun Yun crying there.
"It has been a long time since my mistress had me serve you,"
she said in a choked voice, giving him the wedding gifts.
"You have been good to me, and I am grateful. But now evil spirits are jealous of our happiness, and everything has gone wrong. My mistress's marriage plans have come to naught, and now I must say goodbye to you and return to her. Oh, blue heaven, so far, far away! What manner of man could do such a thing?" "I intend to petition the throne," said Xiao Yu. "Once a woman has consented to marry, she must by convention remain faithful to her husband. How can you even speak of leaving me?" "I am not educated, but even so, I know the 3 relationships that govern a woman's life. But my situation is different. From the time I was a little girl, I grew up with Lady Chung with no distinction in our social status. We swore we would live and die together, through the good and the bad. I will remain with her and follow her like a shadow. How can a shadow exist by itself?" "Your devotion is admirable," said Xiao Yu. "But you and Lady Chung are different. She can go east, west, north, and south, wherever she pleases. But can you follow her and marry another man?" "You say that because you do not understand her heart and mine,"
Chun Yun replied.
My lady has resolved to serve her parents, and when they die, she will go to a Buddhist temple, cut off her hair, and become a nun. She will pray to the Buddha that she not be born a woman in her next life. I have sworn to do the same. If you want to see me again, return your wedding gifts to my lady's quarters. If not, then this is our last farewell in this life. In my next life, I wish I could be your dog or your horse to show my devotion to you. I wish you all happiness."
She turned away and collapsed in tears against the rail of the balcony, and a moment later she stood up, bowed to him, and went into the women's quarters. Xiao Yu sat alone in the pavilion, helpless and heartsick. He looked up into the blue sky and heaved a sigh.
"I must petition the throne,"
he said, and, gathering his thoughts, he took up his brush and composed the following.
"Your faithful servant, Yang Xiaoyu, Minister of the Board of Rites, bowing before you, humbly presents this memorial to your Imperial Majesty. Moral law is the first principle of rule, and marriage is the first of moral laws. If this fundamental basis of law is disregarded, all subsequent customs and rules will fall into disorder, and the nation will collapse into chaos. The institution of marriage is at the root of human ethics, and if the rules governing it are not carefully observed, then the integrity of the family will be affected, eventually to affect the welfare of the whole nation. Your humble servant has already sent betrothal gifts to the daughter of Minister Chung, and bound himself to her family as son-in-law. It was after all this was already concluded that your Majesty unexpectedly issued your gracious command that this unworthy commoner be chosen to be the imperial son-in-law. He is deeply distressed by this order, and fails to comprehend how this imperial command with the royal court's approval is in keeping with the accepted laws and rights. Can this command be allowed to stand without careful review of its appropriateness and an examination of potential ridicule of the throne? Can it be permitted without investigation? Your Majesty has sent a secret order to nullify the rites that have already been performed. But your servant, as Minister of the Board of Rites, cannot countenance such an action. Your servant, not wanting to be the cause of an action that compromises the virtue of your Majesty's government, humbly begs that you rescind the command. Otherwise, the moral laws will be ignored, the honor of the throne will be marred. There will be violence and discord among the people, and the whole state will fall to ruin. Your humble servant thus implores your Majesty to consider the moral foundations upon which the state is built, and maintain order by honoring first principles, by revoking your order and allowing your servant to return to his lowly duties in peace."
When the emperor read the petition and showed it to his mother, the Empress Dowager was furious and demanded that Xiao Yu be immediately arrested and thrown in prison. But all the ministers pleaded against it. "I know this is too severe a punishment," said the emperor, "but the Empress Dowager is so angry, I dare not pardon him," and he ordered Xiao Yu's arrest and imprisonment. Minister Chung, now disgraced, closed his gates and refused all visitors. The Tibetans were powerful in those days, and an army of 100,000 was attacking the border regions of the empire. Their vanguard was pushed as far as the bridge that spanned the Wei River, not far from the northern gate of the capital. Things grew tense in Chang'an, and the emperor called his ministers together in council. They said, "There are only a few thousand troops in the capital, and those in the provinces are too far to come quickly. Your Majesty must leave for the east, for Kwantung, and rally the provincial troops to march and save the nation." The emperor found it difficult to come to a decision on his own. "Yang Xiaoyu is my best strategist, and his judgment has been sound," he said. "When I nearly erred in the past, it was he who brought the 3 rebel states into submission." Dismissing his ministers, he appealed to his mother to release Xiao Yu from prison, and summoned him to get his advice. Xiao Yu said, "The tomb of the imperial ancestors and the royal palaces are all located in the capital. If you abandon the capital, there will be great confusion throughout the empire. And if a powerful enemy were to occupy the city then, it would be very difficult to drive them out again. In the days of your predecessor, Tai Tsung, the Tibetans allied with the Uyghurs and attacked the capital with a combined force of 1 million men. At that time, there were fewer men in the capital than now, and yet the prince of Funyang, Kuo Tzu-yi, drove them off with his cavalry. Your humble servant lacks the skill and military prowess of Kuo Tzu-yi, but if you would give me a few thousand soldiers, I will do my utmost to drive out the enemy, and so repay you for the great kindness you have shown me. The emperor gladly approved and immediately appointed Xiao Yu as commanding general. He gave him 30,000 troops from the garrison and told Xiao Yu to engage the Tibetan army. Xiao Yu took leave of the emperor and marshaled his troops, assembling them at the Wei Bridge. He beat back the vanguard and captured a Tibetan prince. The enemy was routed. Xiao Yu pursued them and fought them 3 more times, winning all 3 battles, killing 30,000 men, and capturing 1,000 horses. He sent dispatches to the capital describing his victories. The emperor was delighted with the news and ordered the return of his armies, preparing rewards for each general according to his achievements. But Xiao Yu sent the following message. I have heard that the imperial army cannot be defeated, but I have also heard that an army that always wins does not respect the power of the enemy and cannot win unless the enemy is weak and hungry. Our enemy is strong and well-fed, but they are strangers in this land of which we are the owners, where we can wait, well-fed, while they grow hungry. They grow weaker with each passing day. In the art of war, it is said that one should attack the enemy when he is most vulnerable. Already their ranks are broken and they are fleeing. The outlying provinces have supplies and food for us, so there is no concern about lack of provisions, and in the flat plains and fields, they cannot find a place in which to hide from us. If we pursue them quickly, we can overrun them. I do not believe that it is wise to stop our attack and return now. I beg you, take counsel with the ministers before you come to a decision. Let me pursue the enemy as far as possible to their hideouts, set fire to their camps, and guarantee that not a suit of armor or a flight of arrows shall ever come across our borders again. Then your majesty can be at ease. The emperor was impressed by the wisdom in Xiao Yu's dispatch. He promoted him to the rank of chief inspector as well as minister of war, with the title of Western Marshal. He sent him a sword, a red bow and arrow, a belt of water buffalo horn, a white flag made of yak tail, and a golden battle axe. He dispatched orders for the mobilization of troops and horses to Xiao Yu's army from the provinces of Sofang, Hotung, and Longxi. When Xiao Yu received the emperor's gifts and orders, he bowed toward the palace in thanks. Then he selected an auspicious day, offered sacrifices, and set out with 20,000 men. He based his strategy on the 6 secret teachings of Chiang Tai Kung, and his units were arranged according to the 8 trigrams of the I Ching. Discipline was strict. His army marched out like a stream of water, straight as a split bamboo. 50 lost towns and their territories were retaken within a few months, and the main body of his army arrived at the foot of the Chirshi Mountains. A whirlwind appeared before Xiao Yu's horse and blew through the camp with the cawing of crows. Xiao Yu divined the meaning of this strange occurrence and learned that the enemy would attack in force, but his army would be victorious. So he made camp below the mountains, scattered calthrops and posted guards, and waited for the enemy. That night, when the sentry called the 3rd watch, Xiao Yu was sitting in his tent, reading dispatches by candlelight. Suddenly, a cold gust of air blew out the candle, and a young woman materialized in the middle of the tent as if she had come out of the very thin air. In her hand, she wielded a double-edged sword that gleamed like frost. Xiao Yu realized she was an assassin, but his voice did not waver, and he said to her, calmly and sternly, What manner of woman are you that come in the night air to the middle of my camp? What is your purpose? I have been sent by Tsun Po, king of Tibet, she said. I am to return with your head.
Xiao Yu laughed.
The superior man never fears death. Take it, quickly, and go.
But the girl threw down her sword and bowed her head, saying,
Do not worry. I could not do such a thing. You come bearing a sword and infiltrated my camp, and yet you will not harm me? So what is your purpose then? I want to tell you my story, but I cannot give you all the details now, she said.
Xiao Yu asked her to sit down.
You faced great danger to find me. Now tell me why you came. I have been trained as an assassin, but I do not have the heart of one. I will tell you what is in my heart.
She rose, relit the candle, and sat down in front of him. Looking at her again in the light, Xiao Yu saw that her hair, fastened high with a golden hairpin, was like a dark cloud. She wore a military jacket with narrow sleeves embroidered with small pink flowers. Her boots were high-backed, shaped like a phoenix tail, and she wore a dragon scabbard for her sword. Her face was like a wild rose covered in morning dew, and when she spoke, with cherry-red lips, her voice was like an oriole's.
I am originally from Yangzhou, from a family that has been Tang subjects for generations. I lost my parents when I was a child, but I was found by a woman who became my teacher and I her disciple. She was a master of the sword, and of her disciples, 3 were the best: Chen Haiyue, Qin Cai Hung, and me, Shen Niao Yun. After devoting myself for 3 years to the art of the sword, I also learned the art of transformation. I can ride the wind, follow the lightning, and traverse 1,000 li in an instant. The 3 of us were equally matched in our swordsmanship, but whenever our teacher wanted to destroy an enemy or kill some evil person, she would always send Haiyue or Cai Hung. She never once sent me. I could not get over my anger at this, and I asked my teacher, The 3 of us have studied under you together, but I am the only one who never gets to repay your kindness. I do not understand. Is it that my skill is inferior, or do you not trust me? My teacher answered, You are not really one of us. In time you will learn your proper path and achieve perfection. It would mar your virtue if I sent you to kill men like the others, and that is why I have never sent you. Then what is the use of teaching me how to use the sword? I asked. Your destiny lies in the empire of Tang, where you will meet your master, she said. He is a superior man. I have taught you that humble skill so that you will be able to meet him. You will have to enter a camp of thousands of men, where you will find him among the swords and spears. The Tang emperor will send a great general against the Tibetan army, and the king, Tsun Po, has advertised for an assassin to kill that general. Take this opportunity. Go down from this mountain and go to Tibet and show off your skill as an assassin. With one edge you apply your training. With the other, you meet the man for whom you are destined. I did as my teacher said, and went immediately to Tibet, where I tore down the notice on the city gate and took it to the king. He summoned me and tested my skill against the other assassins. After I cut off the topknots of 12 men, he decided I was the best, and he chose me, saying, Bring me the head of the Tang general, and I will make you my first consort. But now I have met you, and it is as my teacher said. Please, my only wish is to be with you, even if I must serve as a companion to your ladies-in-waiting. Will you take me?
Xiao Yu was very pleased.
I was condemned to die, but you have saved my life, and now you wish to belong to me. How can I ever repay you? I wish we could marry and be together for 100 years.
And so, they consummated their meeting. The gleam of the sword served as nuptial candles, and the boom of battle gongs replaced the sound of lutes. Bathed in soft moonlight, that distant tent was more joyful than a silk-curtained bridal chamber. Their ecstasy soared like the mountains and thundered like the ocean's surf.
For 3 days, Xiao Yu was under Niao Yun's spell and did not bother to see his officers or troops. Niao Yun finally said to him, "An army camp is no place for a woman. Your soldiers will be demoralized. I must go." "But you are no ordinary woman," Xiao Yu replied. "Why not stay and teach me some tactics by which I may destroy my enemy?" "You do not need me," she said. "You are strong enough. You will cut them down like rotten tree trunks. I came here on my teacher's orders, but I have not said a proper goodbye. I must go back to her, and then I will await your return from the campaign and meet you again in the capital. If Zunpo sends another assassin, I will let you know. They are not my equal, and since you have accepted me as yours, there will be no danger from them. Do not worry." She drew a jewel out of her belt. "This is called Miao Ya Wan, the mystic trinket," she explained. "King Zunpo wore it as an ornament over his top knot. Please send it back with a message so he will know that I have no intention of returning. Do you have any other instructions?" Xiao Yu asked. "As you continue your advance, you will reach a place called Pansha Valley. The water there is not drinkable. Be sure to have your men dig wells there so that they may drink." Then she threw down the jewel, leaped into the air, and was gone. Xiao Yu called his men together and told them what she had said. They all agreed that she would be good luck and a source of power to strike fear into the enemy. "Surely," they said, "she was sent by the gods." Part 2. 9. Among the Dragon Folk. Xiao Yu immediately sent a man to the enemy camp to deliver the jeweled pin to King Zunpo. Meanwhile, his army marched to Taishan, where the path through the gorge was so narrow that only one rider at a time could pass. They followed the edge of a stream along the base of a cliff for many miles before they found a place open enough to pitch camp and rest. The soldiers were exhausted and thirsty and went searching for drinking water, but could not find any. They searched until they discovered a large lake under the mountain. But when they eagerly drank from it, they turned green, and they gasped for breath, unable to speak. Xiao Yu was disturbed by this news and went to investigate in person. The water was dark and too deep to measure, as cold as autumn frost. He realized this must be the Pansha Valley of which Niao Yun had warned him. He ordered the soldiers to dig wells, but though they dug in 100 different places, they found no fresh water. Discouraged, Xiao Yu ordered his men to move the camp. Suddenly, the valley shook with the sound of war drums from the cliffs. The Tibetans, hiding in the gorge, had cut off the narrow path and any means of escape. With his soldiers dying of thirst and now trapped by the Tibetan army, Xiao Yu sat in his tent, trying to think of a way out of the predicament. He was exhausted, dozing off against the table, when suddenly the tent was filled with strange fragrances. 2 young girls stood before him, looking as if they could be fairies or ghosts. "We have come to deliver a message from our mistress," they said. "Please accept her invitation to visit her." "Who is your mistress?" Xiao Yu asked. "And where does she abide?" "She is the youngest daughter of the Dragon King of Lake Tungting," they answered. "She left her father's palace for a time and now lives nearby." "The Dragon King lives underwater, and I am only a man," said Xiao Yu. "By what magic could I make a visit?" They replied, "There is a heavenly horse already waiting for you. You may ride it safely to the underwater palace." So Xiao Yu followed the girls to the gate of the camp, where he found the Dragon King's retinue assembled outside in strange garb. One of them held a spotted horse with a golden saddle. They helped him mount the horse, and it glided through the air, its hooves never raising dust, and they arrived under the water, as if it were perfectly natural, to a regal palace constructed of pearls and shells. The guards had heads like fish and were bearded like shrimp. Maidens came out to open the gate, and guide Xiao Yu inside. In the middle of the throne hall, one of the maidens asked him to sit in a chair of white jade facing south. They put a silken cushion on the floor at the foot of the steps and withdrew. Then, a dozen attendants entered, accompanying a lady from a room on the left side of the hall. Her beauty and the finery she wore were beyond description. One of the ladies-in-waiting stepped forward and announced, "The daughter of the Dragon King requests the marshal's audience." Xiao Yu was struck with fear and indecision, but the maiden did not let him rise from his seat. In a moment, the dragon princess bowed to him 4 times, her jade ornaments tinkling, the air imbued with the wonderful fragrance of flowers. Xiao Yu bowed in return and asked her to sit beside him, but she declined and sat instead on the cushions on the floor. Xiao Yu objected. "I am a mere mortal, and you are a dragon princess of the underwater realm. Why do you treat me with such exaggerated respect?" She replied,
"I am Po Ling Po, the youngest daughter of the Dragon King of Lake Tung Ting. After I was born, my father went before the Jade Emperor in heaven and asked Chang the fortune teller to cast my horoscope. Chang said that I had been a fairy in a former life, but that, for a crime, I had been banished from heaven to be born the Dragon King's daughter. In time, I would become human and marry a superior man, with whom I would enjoy fame and fortune until finally I would dedicate myself to the Buddha and become a distinguished nun. We dragon folk belong in the underwater realms, but to be human is a great honor for us, and we long to attain Taoist immortality or Buddhahood. My eldest sister became daughter-in-law to the Dragon King of Qing Shui, but she did not get along with her husband, and our 2 families had a falling out. She remarried, this time to Liu Yi, a mortal man, and my family and relatives admire and respect her more than the other sisters. But if I meet the one for whom I was destined, my honor will be greater than hers." After hearing what Chang the fortune teller said, my father loved me more, and the palace women treated me as if I were a heavenly creature. When I came of age, Wu Xian, the son of the Dragon King of the Southern Sea, heard of my beauty and asked my father for my hand in marriage. Since we are subjects of the Southern Sea, my father could not refuse offhand. It would have been rash. But he went to the Dragon King of the Southern Sea in person to explain what Chang the fortune teller had said and why he thus had to refuse the proposal. But the Dragon King spoke up for his prideful son, saying he did not believe such nonsense. He rebuked my father and hastened the marriage. I thought to myself that I would be disgraced if I stayed with my parents, so I ran away. I cleared some brush and built a house for myself in a remote place, and I lived a humble life. But the Southern Sea King only renewed his pursuit of me. My parents said to him, "Our daughter does not want to marry. She has run away, and now she lives alone in hiding." Wu Shen had no regard for my determination, and he came at the head of an army to take me by force. But heaven and earth were moved by sympathy for me, and the waters of the lake were transformed. They became cold as ice and dark as hell, and his troops were unable to enter. I was encouraged by this, and have persevered until now. When I asked you here, it was not just to tell you my story. I know that your soldiers dug wells because they had no water to drink, but no matter how many they dug, they could not find any water, and now they are too weak to fight. This lake was originally called Qing Shui Tan, Clear Water Pool, but since I have lived here, they call it Po Lung Tan, the White Dragon Pool. The water has turned brackish, and anyone who drinks it becomes sick. But now that you are here, I have a man upon whom I can rely, who will care for me. It is like spring's sun on the shadowed side of a hill. I have already promised myself to you, so now your troubles are my troubles, and I will do everything in my humble power to help the emperor's army. From now on, the water will taste sweet, as it did in the past, and your soldiers may safely drink it. Those who became ill from it will recover once they drink it again. Now that I have heard your story, I realize we were destined for each other by the will of heaven, said Xiao Yu. We must give ourselves over to the silken bonds of the old man under the moon. I understand what is in your heart.
The dragon princess answered,
I have promised myself to you, but there are still 3 things that make it wrong for me to marry you. First, I have not yet told my parents. Second, I cannot think of being intimate with you until I have changed my form. I am covered in scales, and I do not want to defile your bed with my fins and my repulsive fishy smell. And finally, Prince Wu Shen is always sending his spies to watch me, and if he learns of our meeting, he will be furious, and I am afraid of what he will do in his fit of anger. Quickly, return to your camp, marshal your troops, and destroy the enemy. Then you can return to the capital with honor, singing victory songs, and I will pull up my skirts and follow you across the river to Chang'an.
What you say is all very reasonable, said Xiao Yu. But by my reckoning, you came here not only for yourself, but because your father told you to wait until I appeared in your life. So our meeting each other today is in keeping with your parents' wishes. And since your original form was that of a fairy, an ethereal creature, and there is no rule that prohibits relations between humans and spirits, why should I be repulsed by your scales and fins? Though I am not very wise, I command tens of thousands of soldiers serving the emperor's will. The god of the winds is my vanguard, and my rear guard is the god of the sea. So the dragon prince, to me, is naught but a mosquito or an ant. If he cannot see the grave error of his ways and continues to pester you, I will be forced to stain my sword with his blood. Our meeting tonight has been so auspicious it would be a shame to let it pass without consummating our beautiful new relationship.
And so saying, he took her to her bedchamber, and their union was so ecstatic, they did not know whether it happened in reality or dream. Just as the next day was dawning, the dragon princess was startled awake by thunderous sounds that shook the underwater palace. One of her ladies-in-waiting rushed to her chamber and said,
The dragon prince of the southern sea has assembled his army at the foot of the mountain. He demands a fight to the finish with Marshal Yang. I was afraid of this, said the princess to Xiao Yu. This is why I said you had to leave.
How bold of that madman to dare come here, said Xiao Yu. He got up without hesitation and rushed to the riverbank to find that Wu Shen's soldiers had already surrounded Polung Lake. The earth shook with the sound of their clamor, and they exuded their stench into the 4 directions. The dragon prince of the southern sea rode forward on his mount and challenged, How dare you steal my wife? For that I will remove you from the face of the earth. Xiao Yu mounted his own horse and laughed in response.
My marriage with the dragon princess was the will of heaven. Chung the fortune-teller foresaw it. I obey only the will of heaven. How can you oppose it, you spawn of a fish?
He called his troops into attack formation. Wu Shen, in a rage, called upon every manner of fish. His carp general and his turtle commander rushed forward, leading a brave and savage attack. But Xiao Yu led the counterattack, wielding his whip of white jade, killing them by the thousands, until the ground was littered with crushed fish scales and scattered turtle shells. Wu Shen himself was wounded several times by spear thrusts and could not transform himself. He was captured and bound by Xiao Yu's soldiers. Xiao Yu was pleased,
and he called his army back by sounding the battle gong. A sentry came and pronounced, "The Dragon Princess of Po Lung has come to congratulate you, and she has brought wine so the troops may celebrate." Xiao Yu sent someone to escort her in. She congratulated him on his victory and had a feast prepared for the soldiers with 100 barrels of wine and 100 head of cattle. The soldiers ate their fill, thumped their bellies, and sang and danced, their courage 100-fold greater than before the battle. Xiao Yu sat beside the Dragon Princess and admonished Wu Xin, who had been brought before them. "By the Emperor's command, I have defeated our enemies in the 4 directions. 10,000 demons dared not oppose me, but you, naughty boy, not knowing the will of heaven, fought boldly against my forces. It was suicidal of you. I have here the great sword that Wei Chung, the Minister of State, used to cut off the head of the dragon of the Qing River. I should cut off your head with it for the honor of my soldiers, but the realm of the Southern Sea is a peaceful one, and you provide rain that benefits the people, and so it is respected. Therefore, I pardon you. But from this day on, you must mend your ways and never trouble the princess again." They sent him away, and he ran like a mouse to its hole, hardly drawing breath. Suddenly, the sky in the southeast was infused with a bright glow and multicolored clouds, a glorious air. A messenger in red, bearing a flag and a halberd, descended from the sky and announced, "The Dragon King of Tung Ting, hearing that you have destroyed the army of the Southern Sea and saved the princess, desires to come to your camp to congratulate you. But being unable to leave his official duties, he has instead prepared a great celebratory feast at his summer palace and sends you this invitation. Please come. His Majesty has also instructed me to tell the princess to accompany you." Xiao Yu replied, "The Tibetans have withdrawn, but their camp is still here. Tung Ting is very far, and it will take a long time to make the trip there and back. How could I possibly go so far without deserting my command? We have prepared a chariot for you drawn by 8 dragons, the messenger replied. You can be back in half a day. 10. Strange Dreams. Xiao Yu and the princess got onto the chariot together, and it rolled into the air on a magical wind until they could see the clouds below them, shading the earth like a parasol. Then the chariot descended lower and lower, and they were in Lake Tung Ting. The Dragon King came all the way out to welcome them, receiving them as honored guests, and he treated Xiao Yu like a son-in-law. Leading them to the great banquet, the Dragon King praised Xiao Yu.
As I am of little virtue, I was unable to make my own daughter happy, he said. But you, with great dignity and skill, have captured the arrogant son of the Southern Sea and saved my daughter's honor. Your merit is higher than the sky and deeper than the earth.
It was all made possible by the virtue of the emperor, said Xiao Yu. What merit have I to claim? They imbibed together, at length, until they were both drunk. The Dragon King called on his musicians to play and sing for them, and their melodies were unlike anything in the world of men. 1,000 warriors were lined up on either side of the hall with swords and spears beating drums, and 6 pairs of beautiful girls in lotus dresses with girdles of moonlight pearls danced in their flowing, long sleeves. It was a spectacular sight. What is that tune? Xiao Yu asked as he listened to the music.
There was no such tune in the old days, said the Dragon King. But when my daughter married the son of the Dragon King of the Qing River, they did not suit each other. Liu Yi's writings foretold that she would have a hard life like that of a shepherd. My younger brother, the Prince of Chen Tang, fought the Dragon King of the Qing River and defeated him after a fierce battle to bring her back. That is when the palace musicians composed this piece. They call it The Victory of the Prince of Chen Tang. Sometimes it is called The Return of the Princess. They often play it during festivities in the palace. Now that you have defeated Wu Xin and brought my daughter back to me again, it is so much like the story of Qian Tang that we should call the tune The Marshal's Triumph from now on.
Xiao Yu asked. Where is Liu Yi? Could I meet him?
Master Liu lives in the realm of the immortals, and he cannot leave his duties there, said the Dragon King.
After 9 rounds of drink, Xiao Yu said, There are many things I must attend to in my camp, and I cannot stay longer. I wish your majesty a long and healthy life.
Looking at the princess, he said,
Do not forget what we promised each other.
The Dragon King answered for her, Do not worry. Her promises will be kept.
And he came out of the palace in person to see Xiao Yu off. Xiao Yu suddenly saw a mountain with 5 peaks looming above the clouds. He asked the Dragon King, What is the name of that mountain? I have seen all the mountains in China except for Hengshan and Pashan.
You don't know this mountain? Said the Dragon King. It is the southernmost peak of Hengshan. Haven't you heard of its strange wonders?
How could I get there?
Xiao Yu asked. It is not yet late, the Dragon King replied. You have time for a short hike up to it before the sun goes down.
Xiao Yu thanked him and mounted the chariot, which took him to the mountain in almost no time. He found a trail that wound over a ridge and through a valley. The mountain was even higher than it had appeared. Its beautiful vistas were more than he could take in with a single visit. He recalled, 1,000 peaks compete for splendor, and in the myriad ravines, the clamor of streams. As he looked around, he was filled with melancholy thoughts, and he sighed. My mind is tired and my nerves are frayed from the war. Why must I be so engaged with worldly troubles? After I have fulfilled my duties, I will retire and live in nature, detached from the cares of this world of dust. Just then, he heard the sound of bells ringing through the trees. There must be a temple nearby, he said. Climbing to the top of the next ridge, he saw a secluded temple where an old Buddhist monk was sitting on a high seat, giving a teaching from the sutras. He was thin, and his pale skin nearly translucent. His eyebrows were long and white. He was obviously very old. When the old monk saw Xiao Yu, he stepped down from his seat and, with his disciples, came to welcome him.
Those who live in the mountains hear very little, and so we did not know you were coming, he said. Please forgive us. This is not the time when you can stay. So visit the shrine room and make your offering to the Buddha there before you return.
Xiao Yu went into the shrine room, burned some incense, and bowed to the image of the Buddha. But as he came down the steps afterward, he stumbled and suddenly startled awake back at his camp, his head resting on the writing table. The sun was just coming up. He was confused, and he went out of the tent to ask his officers, Have any of you had strange dreams? They answered in unison that they had all dreamed that they had followed him and fought a great battle against demon soldiers. We routed them and took their leader captive, they said. It must be a good omen, meaning that we will defeat the Tibetans and take prisoners. Xiao Yu told them about his own dream, and then went to Potung Lake with them. Crushed fish scales and smashed turtle shells were scattered everywhere, and there was so much blood it flowed in streams. He took a gourd and drank some of the water from the lake, and gave some to the sick soldiers, who quickly became well again. Then, all the soldiers and their horses came to the lake and drank their fill. Their shouts of joy echoed through the hills, and the Tibetans were so scared by the sound, they were ready to surrender at once. From the time he set out for the front, Xiao Yu had sent regular dispatches to the emperor, who was delighted to hear about his victories. One day, as he paid a visit to the Empress Dowager, the emperor praised Xiao Yu,
Young Xiaoyu is like the great General Kuo of Fengyang, he said. When he returns, I will make him prime minister to reward him for his merits and his value to us. But we have not yet resolved the issue of the princess's marriage. If Marshal Yang changes his mind and obeys us, all will be well. But if he is obstinate and continues to resist, we cannot punish him because he has done so much for us. I am sorry, but I am at a loss as to how to deal with him now. The Empress Dowager replied,
I have heard that Minister Chung has a very beautiful daughter, whom Yang has already met. I do not see how he will refuse her now. But if we order the Chungs to marry their daughter to someone else while Yang is still away, then he will give up hope, and then he will have no reason not to obey your command.
The emperor said nothing, and after a long silence, he left the room. The Princess Lan Yang had been standing by her mother, and she said,
Your plan is not proper, mother. Lady Cheng's marriage is something that should be decided by her father. It is not the business of the royal court.
This matter is very important for you, and it is also an important matter of state, said the Empress Dowager. I must discuss it with you. Yang Xiaoyu is superior to all other men in both appearance and achievement. He is the minister of war, and I know he was predestined to be your husband when I heard of his flute playing. You cannot possibly pass him by and marry someone else. But for his part, he has become close to the Chung household, and neither party desires to break off the engagement. It has become a complicated matter. If we allow him to take the Chung girl as a concubine, Yang cannot refuse if we order him to marry you upon his return. However, I hesitate to do this without hearing your thoughts.
All my life, I have never known jealousy, said the princess. There is no reason I should be jealous of the Chung's daughter now. Yang was betrothed to her first, so it is not proper for him to take her as a concubine. The Chung family is well respected, and they have been ministers for many generations. It would be humiliating for them if their daughter were to be taken as a concubine. That would be unjust.
Then what do you suggest is the right thing to do?
Asked the Empress Dowager. The princess replied,
The law permits all noblemen 3 wives. When Marshal Yang returns, he may be made a prince, a high-level retainer at the least. There is no reason for him then not to have 2 wives. Why not allow him to have the Chung's daughter as a wife too?
Impossible, said the Empress Dowager. You are the beloved daughter of the late emperor and the beloved sister of the current emperor. How can you suggest that someone of your elevated status share a husband with a commoner?
The princess replied,
In the old days, a wise and upright ruler held virtue in highest esteem and honored good scholars regardless of their social position. What they loved was virtue, and an emperor with 10,000 chariots at his beck and call would have a low-born man as a friend. So how can we make an issue of who is high and who is low? From what I have heard, Lady Chung surpasses all other women in her physiognomy and manner. If that is true, to be compared to her would not be a disgrace, but an honor. But since hearsay is not to be trusted, and is usually contrary to reality, I will arrange to see her myself. If her looks, talent, and virtue are superior to mine, I will be happy to serve her. And if not, then I will not mind her being made a concubine or a servant.
The Empress Dowager was impressed.
It is natural for women to be jealous of another woman's talent and looks. But as your mother, I am happy to see that you love another girl's qualities as if you are thirsty and searching for water. Tomorrow, I will meet the Chung girl, and I will have an edict sent to her father."
The princess said,
"Even if the emperor orders it, Lady Chung is likely to feign illness and not come, and we cannot force her to come. She is the daughter of a minister after all. But if you tell a priestess or a nun to inform us when she will go to burn incense next, it should be easy to meet her then."
The Empress Dowager agreed to the plan and immediately sent a eunuch to the local temples. At the Ting Hui Yuan temple, a Buddhist nun told him,
"Lady Chung never comes here herself, but her servant, Cha Chun Yun, who is Marshal Yang's concubine, brings her prayers in writing and leaves them on a shrine."
The eunuch took a prayer from the shrine and delivered it to the Empress Dowager.
"It sounds as if it will be very difficult to see the Chung girl,"
she said, and she unfolded the prayer and read it together with the princess.
"The humble disciple, Chung Chung Pei, respectfully prays at your shrine, sending my servant, Chun Yun, who has fasted and purified herself, to offer my prayers to the Lord Buddha. I have many sins, and my accomplishments are few. I was born into this life a girl with no brothers or sisters. Recently, I received betrothal gifts from young Xiaoyu and sincerely desired to marry him. But then he was chosen to be the husband of the royal princess by imperial command, and now I do not know what to do. I can only lament that the will of heaven is contrary to the ways of man. I have no hope. I have given him my heart, though not yet my body, and so I will remain with my parents and devote the rest of my life to them. As I have received refuge from my life of suffering, I offer my devotion to the Buddhas, revealing what is in my heart of hearts. I pray that the Bodhisattva of compassion will look into my heart and have mercy on me. Let my elderly parents live long lives free from sickness and suffering, and let me serve them with a joyful heart. When they have departed this world, I will return to the Buddha, renouncing this world, repaying the kindness of the Bodhisattvas with devotion, reciting sutras, maintaining my chastity. Since Chunyun's karma is bound to mine, though we are mistress and servant, in our hearts we are sisters. She has already become Minister Yang's concubine in obedience to my father, but things have not gone according to our wishes, and she has left him to return once again to me in order that we may share our fates together. I pray the Buddha will look into our hearts and grant that we not be reborn as women again, and cleanse us of the sins of our former lives. Bless us that we may be reborn into a better world and have good fortune, peace, and happiness forevermore."
When the princess finished reading, she frowned and said to her mother,
"To ruin the lives of two women for the sake of my marriage is not proper."
The Empress Dowager said nothing. At this time, Chung Pei looked as if she were cheerfully attending to her parents, showing no signs of unhappiness. But whenever her mother saw her, she felt sorry for her daughter. And Chun Yun, who had served her faithfully and long as her companion, tried her best to distract her with literature and embroidery, pretending nothing was amiss. But Chung Pei's heart was heavy, and she could find no peace. She was thinking of her parents and of Chun Yun, and her heart was troubled. One day, a girl came to the house with 2 embroidered scrolls for sale. When Chun Yun unrolled them, she saw that one showed a peacock among flowers, and the other was a partridge in a bamboo grove. Chun Yun was impressed by the scrolls, and she asked the girl to wait while she showed them to Chung Pei and her mother.
"You always praise my embroidery,"
she said to them.
"But look at these. They must have come from the hands of a fairy or a ghost."
Chung Pei looked at the scrolls with her mother, exclaiming,
"No one in this world could be so exquisitely skilled. It's strange. It looks like old traditional work, but the colors and decorative touches are fresh."
She made Chun Yun ask the girl where she had gotten the scrolls. The girl answered,
"My mistress did them. She is living away from home and she desperately needs the money, so I am to sell them without quibbling about the price." "What is your mistress's family?"
Chun Yun asked.
"And why is she living away from home?"
The girl said,
My mistress is the sister of Sub-Prefect Li. He took their mother with him to his post in Chetung, but my mistress could not go because she was ill. She had to stay behind at the house of her mother's brother, Sub-Prefect Chang. But there were problems in the Chang's household, so she moved to a cosmetic shop across the way, where she is staying in the home of Xie San Niang, while she waits for a carriage to come from Chetung to take her home.
Chunyun went in and told the story to Chung Pei, who gave her a long hairpin and other jewelry, enough to pay for the scrolls, which she hung in the main hall. They admired them all day, praising them until the sun went down. Afterward, the girl who sold the pictures visited the Chung's household frequently and became friendly with the servants.
If Miss Li's embroidery is this good, she must be an extraordinary person,
Chung Pei said to Chunyun.
I will send one of the maids to follow that girl to get a look at her.
She sent her most clever maid, who followed the girl to a common house, very small, with no separate quarters for the men and women, just the way the girl had described. When Miss Li learned that the maid had come from the Chung's house, she gave her something good to eat before she sent her back, and upon her return, the maid reported to Chunyun that Miss Li was as beautiful and well-mannered as her own mistress. But Chunyun was doubtful.
I can see from her embroidery that she is hardly stupid, but why do you make up such a story? I cannot believe there is anyone in the world as beautiful as our mistress.
The girl replied,
If you do not believe me, then send someone else to confirm that what I said is true.
So Chunyun secretly sent another girl to the house, and when she returned, she said,
Her beauty is unearthly. What you heard yesterday is true. If you doubt me, go and see for yourself. I don't believe either of you,
said Chunyun.
Don't you have eyes to see?
They all had a laugh together. A few days later, Madame Xie from the cosmetic shop came to see Lady Chung.
A young woman, Sub-Prefect Li's sister, has been living in my house of late, she said. I have never seen such a talented and beautiful girl before. She has heard of your daughter and deeply admires her. She would like to meet her and chat, but she has never been introduced and is too shy to ask. She knows I often come to see you, so she asked me to tell you.
Chung Pei's mother immediately called for her and told her. Chung Pei said,
I'm fortunate not to want to see anyone, but I've heard that her personality is as wonderful as her embroidery, so I would like to meet her.
Madame Xie returned, delighted, and the next day, Miss Li sent a servant ahead to say she was coming. She arrived later, accompanied by several of her maids in a curtained sedan chair. Chung Pei received her in her bedroom, and they sat, regarding each other, hostess and guest, one facing east and the other west, like the Weaver Girl visiting the Palace of the Moon, or Lady Shang Yuan at Jewel Lake. Like mirror images reflecting the other's beauty and radiance, they were amazed at each other. Chung Pei spoke first.
I heard from the servants that you've been living nearby, and I am sorry I was not able to visit you. And now that you've come in person, I don't know how I can thank you. I am an uneducated person,
said Miss Li.
I lost my father when I was little, and my mother doted on me. I never learned anything in my life, and have no talent to speak of. I've often regretfully said to myself, a girl is shut up in the inner quarters, seeing no one but her household servants. A boy is free to go where he pleases, make friends, and watch and learn from other boys. I've heard that you write as well as Pan Chao, the woman who finished her brother's writings, and your virtue is like that of Meng Kuang, the paragon of womanhood. And though you have never ventured out of your house, your reputation is known in the palace. So, not considering my own lack of worthiness, I wanted to come and meet you. And now that you have not denied me, I feel my life's wish has been fulfilled.
Chung Pei replied,
What you say is exactly how I feel myself. Confined as I am in the inner quarters,
I am in the shadows, not seen by the eyes of others. I have never seen the water in the ocean or the clouds on the mountain tops. I am like a jade of Qingshan, its beauty hidden for fear of vanity, or an old oyster shell that hides the luster of its pearl inside. I know so little, really, that I am ashamed to be so highly praised by you."
Tea and cakes were brought out, and as they continued to chat, Miss Li asked,
"I've heard that you have a woman named Cha in your house. Is it possible for me to meet her?" "I was going to introduce you,"
said Chung Pei, and she sent for Chun Yun. When Miss Li stood up to greet her as she entered, Chun Yun was stunned.
"What the maid said the other day was true," she thought to herself. "Heaven created my mistress and also Miss Li. Its will is truly a mystery."
Miss Li was also thinking to herself,
"I have heard much about this girl, but she is far more beautiful than they say. It is no wonder that Minister Yang loves her. She would be the perfect partner for Lady Qin, if she could only meet her. How can Yang be expected to give up either of them when they are both so beautiful and talented?"
As they talked, she told Chun Yun what was in her heart, and thus Chun Yun could see that her heart was the same as Chung Pei's. When it was time to go, Miss Li said,
"The sun is setting, and I am sorry we cannot talk any longer. But my house is only just across the street, and I will come out again when I have a chance and continue our chat. I am glad to have met you and have enjoyed our talk,"
said Chung Pei.
"I should come out to see you off, but my situation is not like that of other people, so I dare not take even one step outside the house. I hope you understand and will forgive me."
When they said goodbye, they could not bear to let go of each other's hands. After Miss Li finally left, Chung Pei said to Chun Yun,
"The jeweled sword was hidden in its scabbard, and yet its light shone to the 7 stars, and though the oyster is buried deep in the bed of the sea, the light of its pearl rises up like a high tower. How strange that we have been living in the same city all this time without being aware of each other." "I am suspicious,"
said Chun Yun.
"Minister Yang said he met the daughter of an Inspector Qin at a pavilion in Huachou, and he made a marriage contract with her after exchanging poems. But the Qin family came to grief, and the marriage came to nothing. He said she was beautiful, and the poem she wrote shows she had great talent. I fear she has changed her name and is trying to revive an old relationship by getting close to you. I have also heard how beautiful Qin's daughter is,"
said Chung Pei.
"She must be very much like this woman. But didn't Yang say that she became a lady-in-waiting at court after her family was ruined? So how can it be her?"
With that, Chung Pei went to see her mother, and had nothing but praise from Miss Li.
"Then I must invite her again so I can see her for myself,"
said Madame Cui. A few days later, Madame Cui sent for Miss Li to come visit her. When Miss Li came over, delighted with the invitation, Madame Cui came out and received her in the front courtyard. Miss Li bowed politely as if she were a niece. This made Madame Cui happy, and she said,
"Thank you for coming to visit my daughter the other day. It is very kind of you to be a friend to her. I am truly grateful, and it shames me that I have been ill and was unable to meet you then. I have been regretting it ever since."
Miss Li bowed on the floor.
"I wanted so much to meet your daughter. She is like a fairy, and I was afraid she would refuse me. But when I met her, she treated me like a sister, and now you treat me like your own child. It is an undeserved honor, and more than I dared to hope for. I will visit you as long as I live, and serve you as I would my own mother."
Madame Cui declared again and again that it was too much. Her daughter and Miss Li sat with her for half the day, and then Chung Pei invited Miss Li and Chun Yun into her bedroom, where they sat like 3 legs of an incense burner, laughing and chatting happily, already good friends, discussing ancient and new literature, and the lives of virtuous women, not noticing that the sun was slanting through the west-facing windows. 11. The Taking of Chung Pei. After Miss Li left, Madame Cui said to Chung Pei and Chun Yun, "Between our families on my husband's side and mine, we must have 1,000 relations. But never in my life until now have I come across a woman as beautiful as Miss Li. She is as beautiful as you, Chung Pei. It would be wonderful if you considered each other sisters."
Chung Pei recollected what Chun Yun had said earlier about the Chin girl.
Chun Yun said she was suspicious, but I can't help but disagree. Miss Li is not only beautiful and well-mannered, she has a dignified bearing that sets her apart from women of a common background. The Chin girl would not be like that. However, I've heard that the Princess Lan Yang is beautiful and gracious, and I dare to suspect that Miss Li may actually be the princess. I have never seen the princess, so I will not presume to guess, said her mother. But she is royalty, of the emperor's family. How could we possibly mistake her for Miss Li? When I think of Miss Li, I cannot help but wonder, said Chung Pei. I think it makes sense to send Chun Yun to find out more about her.
Chung Pei and Chun Yun were still talking about this the next day, when Miss Li's maid came to the house to deliver a message.
My mistress had the good fortune of finding a boat bound for Chetung. She will be leaving on it tomorrow, and she asks if she may come by and say goodbye to you all today.
Chung Pei had the main room readied and waited for Miss Li. When she arrived to say her goodbyes, her affection was so deep it was as if she were an older sister, lingering and parting from her younger sister, or even a lover parting with his sweetheart. Finally she got up, bowed, and said,
It has already been a whole year since I last saw my mother and my brother. I am so eager to see them, my heart flies to them like an arrow. I cannot stay longer, but your ladyship's kindness and your daughter's affection have tied me to you with thread that tightens the more you try to loosen it.
She hesitated.
There is a request I would like to make of your daughter, but I am afraid she may not want to grant it, so I am telling you first.
What is it you want to ask her? Madame Cui asked.
I have almost finished embroidering an image of the Bodhisattva of mercy in memory of my dead father. My brother is in Chetung now, and I am a woman, so I cannot ask any other learned man to write a few lines to go with it. Without a proper inscription, the embroidery will have been in vain. This would be such a shame, so I wish your daughter would write something on it for me. It is too big to fold up, and I dared not bring it with me for fear of damaging it. I want to fulfill my filial duties and make our parting less sorrowful, but since I do not know what she will think, I hesitated to ask her directly. That is why I am first confiding in you.
Madame Cui turned to her daughter and said,
You do not visit even your close relations, but her request is sincere and comes from her devotion to her father. Her house is nearby. It shouldn't be hard for you to go over for a little while.
Chung Pei had her misgivings at first, but she soon changed her mind. She thought to herself,
She is leaving very soon, so I cannot send Chun Yun. I shall take this opportunity to visit her.
To her mother, she said,
If Miss Li's request was a casual one, I would never do this. But how can anyone not be moved by such filial devotion? I cannot refuse her, but I will go after it is dark.
Miss Li was very pleased and thanked her.
It will be hard to write after the sun goes down, she said. If it's the crowds in the street that make you anxious, you can ride with me in my palanquin. There is room enough for two, and you could return this evening. That seems reasonable, said Chung Pei.
Miss Li bowed to Madame Cui and held Chun Yun's hands in goodbye and got into her palanquin with Chung Pei. They left, followed by several of Chung's maids. When they were in Miss Li's bedroom, Chung Pei noticed that though she had few possessions, what she did have was exquisite, and the food served to them was simple but delicious. The more she saw, the more curious she became, and she began to wonder. Miss Li did not seem to be in any hurry to get the inscription, and the sun was going down. So Chung Pei asked, "Where do you keep the portrait of the Bodhisattva? I would like to honor it." "I'll show it to you now," said Miss Li. Just as she said this, there was a commotion outside, and the street was crowded with flags. A maid from the Chung house rushed in, terribly anxious, and said, "A company of soldiers has surrounded the house. What are we to do?" Chung Pei immediately knew that her suspicions had been correct, and she said nothing. It was Miss Li who spoke. "Please, do not worry," she said. "I am none other than Princess Lanyang Xiaohou. Xiaohou is my given name. They have come for me on the orders of the Empress Dowager." Chung Pei rose from her seat. "I am just an ignorant commoner and know nothing," she said. "But I could see that you were of royal blood and not like ordinary people. To be visited by your majesty was beyond my wildest dreams, and I did not respect you properly. I fear I have greatly offended you, and humbly bow my head to receive the punishment I deserve." Before the princess could answer, a servant girl came in to announce the arrival of 3 court ladies, Xue, Wang, and Ho, sent by the Empress Dowager. "Sister, wait here a while," the princess said, and she went out into the main hall and sat down on a chair to receive the 3 women. They came in, and one by one they bowed and prostrated themselves before her. "It has been several days since your highness left the palace," they said. "Your mother, the Empress Dowager, is anxious to see you, and the emperor is concerned about your welfare. You are to return to the palace today. We have come with your royal palanquin and guards to accompany you. They are waiting outside with the eunuch Chow, whom the emperor has sent to escort you." They added, "The Empress Dowager has ordered that young Lady Chung return with you to the palace in your royal palanquin." The princess returned to the bedroom and said to Chung Pei, "I will explain everything later when there is time, but the Empress Dowager is waiting to see you, so please do not refuse. Come with me, and we will see her together." Chung Pei already knew that she could not refuse. "I'm just a lowly commoner," she repeated. "I know how much you love me, but I have never been presented at court, and I am afraid I will make some terrible mistake in etiquette." "My mother wishes to see you for the same reason I love you so dearly," said the princess. "There is no reason for you to worry." Chung Pei replied, "If your highness will go first, I will humbly return to my house and inform my elderly mother. Then I will follow you right away." "Please, do not be uncooperative," said the princess. "The Empress Dowager has made her orders clear, and she has already sent the royal palanquin for the 2 of us to ride together. You must come with me now." "But I am a commoner. How could I possibly ride in the same palanquin as your highness?" The princess reassured her. "In the old days, Chang Tai Kung was fishing in the River Wei at the same time as King Wu. Though Chang was just a lowly fisherman, he rode in the same carriage as the king. Old Ho Ying was just a gatekeeper, but he once held the bridle of Prince Xin Ling's horse. Those who are sincere and of good character deserve to be treated with respect, regardless of status. So how can I consider myself a more important person? Sister, you are the daughter of a minister from a respected family. Why should you not ride with me?" She took Chung Pei by the hand to the palanquin, and they got in together. Chung Pei sent one of her maids back to her mother to let her know where she was going, and she took the other maid with her to the palace. The princess and Chung Pei rode together through the east gate until they reached the Changshin Kung, where the Empress Dowager had her quarters. The princess stepped out of the palanquin and instructed Lady Wang.
Wait here for a little while with Lady Chung. The Empress Dowager has already ordered that a place be made ready for her,
said Lady Wang. The princess was made happy by this news. They had set up a canopy, and Chung Pei went in to wait until it was time for her to see the Empress Dowager. After Chung Pei had waited under the canopy, 2 court ladies came to her with a box containing new clothes and instructions from the Empress Dowager, which they read to her.
Lady Chung is the daughter of a minister and has received her gifts of marriage, but she is still dressed in the clothes of an unmarried girl. She cannot come before me dressed in that fashion, so I am sending her the ceremonial clothes of a wife of the first rank. She is to wear those when she presents herself.
Chung Pei bowed low and said,
I am yet an unmarried girl. How could I presume to wear the robes of a wife of the first rank? The clothes I wear now are not ceremonial robes, but these are what I wear before my parents. Since Her Majesty is the mother of us all, I hope she will permit me to wear these clothes when I meet her.
The ladies went in and reported this to the Empress Dowager, who was much impressed and had them bring Chung Pei into her room right away. The ladies in waiting on either side of the hall admired her and made much of her.
We thought only our princess was so beautiful, she exclaimed. How could we not have known about such a beauty as Lady Chung?
When Chung Pei had made her prostrations, the court ladies guided her up to the dais, and the Empress Dowager told her to sit down.
You were made to break off your engagement with Marshal Yang, because he was to marry my daughter, the princess, she began. It was a matter of state, a decision I did not make on my own. Indeed, the princess argued that to break one engagement to make another was unethical conduct, even for royalty. She suggested that both of you should marry Yang Xiaoyu. I spoke with my son, the emperor, about this, and we both agreed to accept the princess's suggestion. When Marshal Yang returns to the capital, we shall have him send the betrothal gifts to you once more and renew the plans for your marriage. This special dispensation has never occurred before in the history of this nation and is not likely to be given again. This is why I tell you this myself.
Chung Pei prostrated herself in gratitude for this great favor.
Your Majesty's grace is too much for me, and beyond my greatest expectation, she said. This lowly being is unable to repay you. I am the daughter of a humble subject. How can I presume to accept the same status as Her Royal Highness, the Princess? And even if I did obey your command, my parents would regard it too great an honor and make me refuse it. Even your humility is admirable, said the Empress Dowager. Your family has been renowned for generations. On your father's side, it has been famous since the beginning of the dynasty. Your father was a minister who advised the late emperor. We need not concern ourselves about your status. A subject should obey the ruler the way nature follows the way of heaven, said Chung Pei. Whether you make me a lady-in-waiting or allow me to remain in my low status and serve as a maid, I will obey. But what about Marshal Yang? Surely he will not be agreeable to your plan. I have no brothers or sisters, and my parents are old. My only wish is to serve them so they may live in comfort the rest of their days. I appreciate your devotion to your parents, the Empress Dowager replied. But to sacrifice your future is not the only way you may be filial. You are beautiful, and there is no fault in you. Marshal Yang will not want to give you up, and his destiny to marry the princess was clear from a single note blown on his flute. It is the will of heaven. Yang is a hero whose like has not been seen in 100 years, so I see nothing wrong in his having 2 wives. Once, I had 2 daughters, but Lang Yang's sister died at the age of 10, and I have always worried that Lang Yang would be lonely. But seeing you, I see my dead daughter. I would like to adopt you. I will tell the emperor to give you a royal title. It will be a sign of my love for my first daughter, and it will allow Lan Yang to be with you as she wishes, and it will permit you to marry Yang with her. What do you think?"
But Cheng Pei bowed her head once again and said, "If that is what you decide, I do not know if I can bear it. Please, change your mind and let me go on in peace as I was."
"I shall tell the emperor of this and leave the final decision to him. Do not be obstinate."
The Empress Dowager sent for the princess, who came dressed in her ceremonial robes and stood next to Cheng Pei. That brought a smile to the Empress Dowager's face.
"You wanted Lady Cheng as your sister, and now I cannot tell which of you is the younger. Did you get what you wished for?"
The Empress Dowager took Cheng Pei by the hands to show that she had become an adopted daughter. The princess was overjoyed, and, bowing to her mother, she said,
"What you did is most appropriate and just. I cannot tell you how happy it makes me."
The Empress Dowager now treated Cheng Pei with a respectful affection and turned their conversation to classical poetry.
"I have heard from the princess that you are a very gifted poet. The palace is beautiful and peaceful in the spring. Would you compose a poem for my pleasure? In the old days, there was a tradition of the 7-character line. Could you do that?"
Cheng Pei bowed.
"Since it is your wish, I will write one, but the result may only amuse you."
The Empress Dowager made one of the court ladies go and stand in front of the hall. She was about to announce the theme for the poem when Princess Lan Yang interrupted.
"How can you ask my sister to stand there and write one all by herself? I would like to write one too."
The Empress Dowager was very happy.
"What an excellent idea," she said. "I shall propose something fresh and new."
It was late spring, and beyond the railing of the pavilion, the peach trees were covered in blossoms. All at once, a magpie sang out from its perch in the branches. The Empress Dowager pointed to it.
"I have just decided on the issue of your marriages, and now the magpie marks the happy occasion. How auspicious! So that will be the theme. You must use 7 characters in a 4-line stanza, and conclude with an allusion to the betrothal."
She ordered the ladies-in-waiting to prepare the paper and brushes. When the princess and Cheng Pei lifted their brushes to begin, the lady at the front of the hall began to take her 7 measured steps. The brushes flickered like a sudden cloudburst, and they were finished before the lady had gone more than 5. The Empress Dowager read Cheng Pei's poem first.
"A happy magpie circles the inner palace, as spring breathes over the peach blossoms. Come, nest in comfort, fly not south. A pair of stars twinkles in the eastern sky."
Then she read the one composed by the princess.
"Myriad peach blossoms in the deepening spring. A happy magpie, bringing good news. With a great push, bridges the Milky Way, and 2 of heaven's children, their timely joining." "I have 2 daughters who are like Li Tai Po and Cao Chu," she declared, surprised by their talent. "If the court were to choose officials from among women, you 2 would be the best."
She showed each poem to the other girl, and they sighed in mutual admiration. The princess said to her mother,
"My stanza could have been written by anyone, but Cheng Pei's poem is so refined that mine does not even bear comparison."
"That is true,"
said the Empress Dowager.
but yours is also neatly structured and quite delightful.
12. Xiao Yu's regret. At that moment, the emperor came to see his mother. The empress dowager sent the princess and Chung Pei into the next room.
For the sake of the princess's marriage, I have had Marshal Yang return his betrothal gifts so as not to violate our customs,
she said to the emperor.
The Chungs would not find it acceptable for their daughter to be made a wife of equal status to the princess, and I simply cannot ask her to be a concubine. I had Lady Chung here today, and she is beautiful and talented, worthy of being a sister to the princess. So I would like to make her my daughter and have her marry Yang together with the princess. What do you think of this?
The emperor was pleased. It appears to be the blessing of heaven, he replied. Your grace is like that of ancient times, imbued with profound virtue, and I have no qualms about your decision. The empress dowager called Chung Pei to meet the emperor, who told her to come up to the dais. Now that Lady Chung is the princess's older sister, how can it be that she is still wearing the clothes of a commoner? He asked.
It is because you have not said otherwise, but we will find her clothes appropriate for court,
said the empress dowager, and she ordered the ladies-in-waiting to bring a bolt of crimson silk decorated with 2 phoenixes. When it was brought in by Qin Cai Feng, the emperor took it, and as he raised his brush to write the royal edict, he asked his mother, If we make her a princess, should we not also give her our family name?
That was my original intention,
said the empress dowager.
But the Chungs are elderly, and she is their only child. It would be a shame if there was no one to carry on the family name. It troubles me. So, for their sake, and to show our generosity, let us allow her to keep her own surname.
The emperor dipped his brush in black ink and wrote in bold characters, Honoring the wish of Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager, I hereby declare Chung Pei to be the adopted daughter of Her Imperial Majesty, and decree that she shall henceforth be called Princess Yin Yang. When he was finished writing, he and the Empress Dowager stamped it with their royal seals. It was given to Chung Pei, and the ladies-in-waiting were told to dress her in royal robes. Chung Pei came down from the dais and bowed to express her thanks. The emperor determined the order of their seats in court, but Yin Yang, though she was a year older than Princess Lan Yang, declined to take the seat closer to the throne. The Empress Dowager said to her,
You are now my daughter, the Princess Yin Yang. The elder sits above and the younger below. That is the prescribed relationship for both brothers and sisters. How can you refuse it for the sake of humility?
Yin Yang bowed and said, Let us decide the order of sitting at another time. How could I not be humble? Princess Lan Yang said,
In the time of the annals of spring and autumn, Chao Shuai's wife, who was the daughter of Duke Wen of Qin, gave up the first seat to the senior wife. We are sisters, and you are older. What misgivings could you possibly have?
But Princess Yin Yang persisted, and in the end, the Empress Dowager had to order the matter to be settled according to age. Afterward, Chung Pei was known as Princess Yin Yang, and the court ladies served her faithfully. The Empress Dowager showed the poems the 2 princesses had written to the emperor, and he praised them both. They are exquisite, he said. But Yin Yang's poem alludes to the ancient Book of Songs, and also pays homage to Lan Yang's poem.
True,
said the Empress Dowager. You love Yin Yang so much, said the emperor. I have never seen you like this before. Now it is my turn to ask a favor of you.
He told the Empress Dowager about the lady's secretary, Qin Caifeng. Her father was executed for his offense, he said, but her ancestors were all loyal subjects. Let us be sympathetic to her situation and allow her to marry Marshal Yang and be his concubine after the two princesses are married to him. Would you be kind enough to permit this? The Empress Dowager turned to the princesses.
Lady Qin told me her story long ago,
said Princess Lanyang.
I am very close to her, and neither of us wishes to be separated from the other. Even if I do not order it, it is what I would want.
So the Empress Dowager called Qin Caifeng before her and said,
The princess wants to live with you through life and death, so I am ordering you to become Marshal Yang's concubine. From now on, you must do your utmost to repay the kindness she has shown you.
Caifeng was so deeply moved, she burst into tears as she expressed her gratitude. The Empress Dowager said,
The marriages of the two princesses has been decided, and a happy magpie has come to mark the occasion as auspicious. Both of the princesses have written poems about it, and now you must write one too, for this momentous occasion.
Caifeng immediately wrote a poem and presented it to the Empress Dowager.
Happy magpie, circling the inner palace, as spring breathes over the peach blossoms. Come rest in comfort, do not fly away south. Stars twinkle in the eastern heavens. The theme given for this poem is very constraining, and we two princesses left hardly anything that could be said.
Princess Lanyang explained.
A new one was very hard to write, but her poem is beautiful. It alludes to the works of the masters, and there is not a fault to be found, even in a single phrase. It is as if the ancient poets themselves had written it through Lady Qin.
The Empress Dowager answered,
In ancient times, there were only 4 great women poets. Pan Qie-yu, the royal concubine, Cai Yun, Chou Wu-chun, and Xie Tao-yun. But today, we have 3 extraordinary poets here before us. It is truly a rare occasion.
Princess Lanyang remarked.
Yin Yang's servant, Cha Chun-yun, is an extraordinary poet too.
By now it was getting dark, and the emperor took his leave. The 2 princesses retired to their bedchambers to sleep. The next morning, at first cockcrow, Princess Yin Yang went to the Empress Dowager and asked permission to visit her old home. She prostrated herself and said,
When I came to the palace, my parents must have been anxious and awe-stricken. Please, would you allow me to go and see them today? I will tell them of your graciousness and my good fortune.
It is not an easy matter for a woman to leave the palace, said the Empress Dowager. I will invite your mother to come here instead, so I may talk to her. And she sent for Madame Cui. The previous day, one of the maids the Chungs had sent with their daughter had returned to tell them that she had been taken to court and that she had been made the Empress Dowager's adopted daughter. They had been much relieved and grateful. Madame Cui, taken aback by the sudden royal summons, went quickly to the palace and was received by the Empress Dowager. I took your daughter for the sake of Princess Lanyang's marriage, she said. But once I saw her loveliness was like a flower, and her intelligence was incomparable. I adopted her as my own daughter. And now she is Lanyang's older sister. I think that she may have been my daughter in a previous incarnation, but in this one, she was born into your household. Now she is the Princess Yin Yang. We were going to give her the proper royal surname, but I realized that would end your lineage, so I did not have her change her surname. You have been very fortunate. Madame Cui bowed her head.
I had my daughter late in life, she said.
The arrangements for her marriage failed, and I wronged her so terribly that, in my shame, I did not even know where I should go to die. Then Princess Lanyang came to our house and became friends with her, and now you have brought her to the palace. How on earth could this be? Even by doing everything in our power, with utmost devotion, we could not hope to repay 1/10,000th of your graciousness. My husband is old, and his health is failing. He has already resigned his position, but I could serve as a sweeper in the palace garden. Is there any way in heaven and earth to repay the emperor for showing us such favor? I can only show my gratitude through these tears of joy." She rose and bowed deeply, then prostrated herself again, soaking her sleeves with her tears.
"Princess Yin Yang is my daughter now," responded the Empress Dowager. "You cannot take her with you again."
Madame Cui replied, still on the floor.
"I wish only that I could meet with her so that I may speak to her, praising you for your grace."
The Empress Dowager smiled and said,
"After the wedding, Princess Lanyang will also come to you. Care for her, just as you would Yin Yang."
Then the Empress Dowager called for Lanyang, and when she came, Madame Cui repeatedly begged the princess to forgive her for treating her with such a lack of courtesy when she had visited.
"I have heard there is a maid named Cha Chunyun in your house," said the Empress Dowager. "I would like to see her at once."
Madame Cui immediately sent for Chunyun, and after a short while, she arrived and presented herself before the Empress Dowager. She was praised for her beauty and told to come forward.
"Princess Lanyang tells me you are a talented poet," said the Empress Dowager. "Would you write a poem for me now?"
Chunyun prostrated herself, saying,
"How could I possibly write a poem for your majesty when I am trembling so? But I will try my best if you will tell me the theme."
The Empress Dowager showed her the poems written earlier by the three girls, and Chunyun quickly composed hers and presented it.
"To express my joy in humble devotion, I'll follow the phoenixes in the palace courtyard. As spring's myriad blossoms fill the Chin pavilion, is there a twig where the circling magpie may alight?"
The Empress Dowager read it and gave it to the princesses, saying,
"I would never have guessed she was this talented."
"The magpie in the poem is her, and we princesses are the phoenixes,"
said Princess Lanyang.
"She has made the comparison very clear. Fearing I might not permit her to join us, she added a subtle hint in the last line, and she alludes to the Book of Songs and the poems of Cao Cao, merging them beautifully. The emotion in her poem is like the old saying, 'The birds of the air rely on man. How can man not pity the birds?'"
The princess took Chunyun to meet Cai Feng, explaining,
"She is the daughter of Inspector Qin of Hua Yin, and you will grow old together." "Then you must be the Lady Qin who wrote the willow poem,"
said Chunyun. Cai Feng was shocked.
"Who could have told you about my willow poem?"
she asked. Chunyun answered,
"Marshal Yang thought of you constantly, and would recite that poem from memory when he reminisced about you. That is where I heard it."
Cai Feng was deeply moved.
"Then he hasn't forgotten me,"
she sighed.
"How could you think such a thing?"
said Chunyun.
"He carries that poem with him everywhere. He is in tears when he reads it, and he sighs when he recites it. If he still loves me as he did, I will die happy, even if I should never see him again,"
said Cai Feng, and she told them about how young Xiaoyu had written the poem on her silk fan, and Chunyun said,
"I am wearing some of the jewelry he won that day."
They began to tell each other stories, but a eunuch came to announce that Madame Cui was leaving, and the two princesses had to go back to say goodbye. When they returned to the audience chamber, the Empress Dowager was saying to Madame Cui,
Marshal Yang will return shortly, and the betrothal gifts will be returned to your home. But now that Princess Yin Yang is my daughter, I want my 2 daughters to have a double wedding. Do you find this agreeable?
Madame Cui bowed to the ground and replied, I will abide by your Majesty's decision. The Empress Dowager laughed.
Marshal Yang has resisted me 3 times for the sake of Princess Yin Yang, so I would like to play a trick on him. There is an old saying, bad news turns out to be good news. When he returns, tell him that your daughter took sick and died. In his letter to the Emperor, he described his meeting with her. Let us see if he can recognize her on his wedding day.
Madame Cui, having received the Empress Dowager's instructions, took her leave and returned home. Princess Yin Yang went out to the palace gates to see her off, and then she called Chun Yun and told her about the Empress Dowager's plan to fool Xiao Yu. I already pretended to be a fairy and ghost and fooled Marshal Yang. I feel bad about it. Isn't another trick like this too much? It's not our idea, said Yin Yang. It's my mother's. Chun Yun could not restrain her laughter as she left the palace. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu let his soldiers drink the waters of Po Tung Lake, and they were all getting well, raring to fight again. He assembled his officers, issued them orders, and mobilized his army to the sound of beating drums. The Tibetan king, Sun Po, had just received the jewel sent by the assassin Shun Niao Yun. When he learned that Marshal Yang's army had marched out of the Pansha Valley, he was on his way to discuss terms, but his own generals bound him and took him to Xiao Yu's camp, where they surrendered. Yang marched his soldiers into the Tibetan city, put an end to the looting, and pacified the people. Then he went up into the Kol Kun Mountains and erected a commemorative stone with an inscription that celebrated the authority and benevolence of Tang. And then the army marched back to the capital, singing songs of victory. It was already autumn when they reached Chunchou. The land was bleak, the air chilly, the flowers wilted. The mournful honking of departing geese made the men long for home. Xiao Yu retired to the guest house, but the night was long and quiet, and he could not sleep. It's been more than 3 years since I left home, he thought. My mother's health must be declining. Who will take care of her if she is sick, and who will look in on her every morning and every night? I have repulsed an invasion and achieved victory, but I have yet to fulfill my filial duty to her. I have failed her as a son. For years I have been so busy with my state duties that I haven't yet married, and it has been very hard to keep my promise of betrothal to Chung Chung Pei. Now I have reclaimed 5,000 li of territory and pacified 1,000,000 rebels, and the emperor will surely reward me with a position of high rank to show his gratitude. Yet I would rather decline those rewards and ask instead that he allow me to marry Minister Chung's daughter. But will he permit it? Somewhat comforted by these thoughts, and feeling more at ease, he fell asleep with his head on the pillow, and he dreamed that his body flew high up into the heavens and entered the Palace of 7 Treasures, surrounded by rainbow-colored clouds. There, 2 ladies-in-waiting met him and said, "Lady Chung is asking for you." He followed them into the palace to a wide courtyard full of flowers blooming. 3 fairies were sitting in a white jade pavilion. They looked like royalty, and the brilliant light around them dazzled his eyes. They were leaning on the railing playing with flowering branches, and when they saw him enter, they stood up to greet him. When he was seated, the oldest of the fairies asked, "Have you been well since you left us?" Looking closely at her, he realized that she was Chung Pei, the girl whose inner chambers he had entered, and with whom he had talked of music as he played on the chin. Amazed and delighted, he tried to say something, but he was unable to speak. "I have left the world of humans and entered the heavenly kingdom. said the fairy.
It makes me sad when I am reminded of the past, and if you are to meet my parents, you will have no news of me.
Then she introduced the two other fairies.
This is the weaver girl, and that is the jade fairy of the incense. You are connected to them by your previous life. Please seek them out, reunite with them, and I shall be comforted.
Xiao Yu looked at them. They seemed familiar, but he could not remember who they were. Suddenly, he was startled awake by the pounding of drums, and he realized he had been dreaming. When he paused, trying to recall it, he knew it was not at all a good omen.
Chung Pei must be dead.
He sighed to himself.
Chun Yun's recommendation and my aunt's matchmaking were all for nothing. Our betrothal was a failure, and she is dead. Is this my karma? But they say a bad dream can be a good omen. I wonder if it is true of my dream.
Months later, Xiao Yu's vanguard marched triumphantly into the capital, and the emperor himself came out as far as the Wei Bridge to welcome them. Xiao Yu wore a golden helmet and golden armor, and he rode a majestic horse that could gallop 1,000 li. He carried the long yak-tail spear the emperor had given him, and all around him flew dragon and phoenix flags. Near the front of the procession was the cart that held the caged Tsun Po, the Tibetan king, followed by carts loaded with tribute from the 36 provinces of Tibet. Nothing like it had been seen before under heaven. Xiao Yu dismounted and bowed low to the ground to greet the emperor, who took him by the hands and raised him up, praising him for his victories. An edict was immediately issued, just as had been done in the past when Kuo Ziyi of Fenyang had been given many awards along with his own territory, over which he was made a prince. But Xiao Yu insisted on declining these honors, and in the end, the emperor relented and issued an edict making him the prime minister and the Duke of Wei, giving him a town of 30,000 households and other rewards too numerous to recount here. Xiao Yu followed the emperor's carriage into the palace, and there he formally expressed his thanks for the gifts and titles. The emperor held a great victory banquet and ordered a portrait of Xiao Yu to be made and placed in the Qilin Pavilion, where the portraits of famous men were hung. Afterward, Xiao Yu left the palace and went to Minister Cheng's house, where the entire household, except for the minister and his wife, came out to the courtyard and bowed to welcome and congratulate him. When Xiao Yu asked after the health of the minister and his wife, his friend 13 replied,
My uncle and aunt were well until my cousin left this world. They were so grief-stricken they lost the will to live and are unable to come out to welcome you. Please, will you come with me to the inner quarters?
When Xiao Yu heard this, he was dumbstruck. When he had recovered his wits, he asked,
Which of your cousins is it who died? My uncle had no son and only one daughter,
said 13.
Heaven has neglected her. Isn't it tragic? What can one do but be sorrowful? But please, when you go in to see my uncle, try not to show your sadness.
Xiao Yu wept until his collars were soaked with his tears. 13 comforted him.
Your marriage contract was like a dream come true, but this family's karma is so bad that your engagement was hopeless from the start. So get a hold of yourself, and do not be so sorrowful.
Xiao Yu dried his tears and thanked 13, and they went together into the inner quarters to meet Minister Cheng and his wife. They were happy to see Xiao Yu and congratulated him on his triumphant return, but they mentioned nothing about their daughter.
I had the good fortune to save the nation from invasion, and I have achieved great success and received the emperor's favor. I have declined most of it, asking him only to change his mind and let me keep my marriage promise. But already the dew of morning has dried, and the splendor of spring is faded. How can the living conceal their sorrow for one who has died?
Minister Cheng frowned.
Today we are all gathered to celebrate your success, he said sternly. We are not here to mourn. Let us not speak of sad things.
Noticing 13's sideways glance, Xiao Yu followed him out into the garden. Just then, Chun Yun came down from the pavilion to meet them, and seeing her, Xiao Yu was reminded so much of Chung Pei that he began to weep again. Chun Yun knelt in front of him.
"My lord, please do not be sad,"
she said, trying to comfort him.
"Please dry your tears and listen with an open heart to what I have to say. From the beginning, my mistress was a heavenly being who was temporarily exiled in the world of mortals. On the day she reascended, she said to me, 'You once left Minister Yang to be with me, but now that I am leaving this world, you must go back to him and serve him. He will return soon, and when he thinks of me with sadness, tell him this to comfort him. Since the wedding gifts were returned, I am like a stranger to him, and if he is sad remembering the time when I listened to him playing the chin, tell him it is against the orders of the emperor for him to be so self-indulgent. It is also not what I would wish, and it is not a good thing. Also tell him that we should not have any memorial service at my grave, nor should he weep for me after my death, and that if he does not follow my last wishes, he would be insulting my memory. I would suffer for it in the next world. The emperor is waiting for his return to discuss his marriage with the princess. Her virtue is like the devotion of the osprey, as it says in the Book of Songs. That is what I want, for him to do as the emperor says."
Hearing this, Xiao Yu was even more grief-stricken, and he said,
"Even if she left those words for me, how can I possibly help but be sad? If I died 10 times over, I could still never repay her for such generosity."
Then he told Chun Yun about the dream he'd had at the guest house on his way back to the capital. It made Chun Yun cry.
"Lady Chung is in the heavenly kingdom, and you are sure to meet her there. Do not grieve so. It will make you sick." "Did she say anything else?" "There is something else,"
said Chun Yun.
"but I hesitate to tell you."
"Tell me everything she said," Xiao Yu replied.
"She said to me, 'You and I are of the same body. If he cannot forget me, and he desires you as he desired me, if he would not desert you, I would still be loved by him.'"
Xiao Yu became even sadder at this.
"How could I possibly desert you?"
he asked.
"Especially now that I know she wanted me, in her last request, to keep you. Even if I were to marry the weaver girl in the night sky, or have Fu Fei of the river Lo as my concubine, I would never dream of deserting you."
13. 2 princesses, 2 wives. The next day, the emperor called Xiao Yu and said to him, "Regarding the princess's marriage, the Empress Dowager issued a strict edict, and I was concerned. But now young Lady Chung is dead, and the situation is resolved. We had decided to hold the wedding as soon as you returned. You are at the peak of youth, with a high rank, and the time is nigh for your marriage. Your mother is still living after all. How is she to perform all of her many duties on her own? The wedding will be held at your home, and as the Duke of Wei, you will need to hold a memorial service at the proper shrine. I have already prepared a place for you to live in the palace, and now await the day of the ceremony to be decided. Do you agree to all of this?" Xiao Yu bowed and answered,
"My crime of refusal deserves 10,000 deaths, and yet you are so gracious and merciful that I know not where to crawl and die. I have presumed to agree to your plans, but I am of low birth, ignorant and unskilled. I cannot possibly be worthy of being the princess's husband."
The emperor was pleased, and he ordered the minister of rites to set the best date for the ceremony, and the court astrologer chose the middle of the 9th month as the most auspicious time. The emperor said to Xiao Yu, "I did not tell you before, because no firm time had been set for the wedding. But I have 2 sisters. They are both educated and superior in every way. I was looking for a husband like you for my second sister, but it turns out to be impossible.
So I am going to follow the Empress Dowager's advice and ask you to marry them both.
Xiao Yu suddenly remembered the dream he'd had at the guest house in Chunchou. It was decidedly strange. Bowing to the emperor, he said, "I was uneasy when you chose me to be the princess's husband, and now you say I am to marry two princesses? I have never heard of such a thing. How could I possibly agree to it?"
"Your accomplishments are the most distinguished in the history of our nation," said the emperor. "I cannot reward you adequately, but I can give you both of my sisters in marriage. The two princesses are so close that when one stands, the other sits. When one comes, the other follows. They cannot bear to be separated and want to grow old together. The Empress Dowager wants them to share a husband. You cannot refuse. There is also a lady secretary, Qin Tsai Feng, who is from a distinguished family. She is beautiful and intelligent, and the Princess Lan Yang loves her very much. I suggest you take her as a concubine." "I wanted to tell you all of this ahead of time," said the emperor.
Xiao Yu stood and bowed, and he thanked the emperor before he took his leave. Princess Yin Yang had been in the palace for many months, serving loyally, getting along with Princess Lan Yang and Tsai Feng as if they were sisters, which pleased the Empress Dowager very much. As the day of the wedding drew closer, Princess Yin Yang confided to the Empress Dowager, "When you decided on the seating order and put me ahead of Princess Lan Yang, I reluctantly accepted, though it was presumptuous of me, because I thought I might offend you if I was stubborn in my refusal. But now when we marry the Prime Minister, it is not proper for Lan Yang to relinquish her place again. It is my sincere hope that you and the Emperor will give careful thought to this issue, so that I may have my proper position in the family, and there will be no disharmony." In a moment, Princess Lan Yang, who was with the Empress Dowager, said, "Yin Yang's virtue and talent have been like teachers to me. Even though she is of the Chung household, I believe I should still yield my place to her, like the wife of Chao Shuai. Now that she is the Emperor's sister and my older sister, how can there be a difference in status between us? Even if I am the second wife, that does not change my status as the Emperor's sister. If I was going to be the first wife all along, what was the point of adopting Yin Yang in the first place?"
The Empress Dowager asked the emperor what he thought of the matter. "Lan Yang is entirely sincere, but I have never heard of a princess doing such a thing even in ancient times," he said. "I say we should recognize the beauty in this humility and let things be as she wishes."
"You are right,"
said the Empress Dowager, and she ordered that Princess Yin Yang be made the first wife of the Duke of Wei, and Princess Lan Yang the second wife. Tsai Feng, being of a distinguished family, was made a concubine of the first rank. According to custom, the wedding of a princess had always been celebrated outside the inner palace, but this one, by the Empress Dowager's order, was to be held inside. On the auspicious day, Xiao Yu, wearing his jade belt and qilin robe, married the two princesses in a ceremony so splendid and ritual so solemn that words fail to describe them. When the ceremony had concluded and everyone was at ease, Tsai Feng came to join the princesses. To Xiao Yu, they appeared so radiant and serene, it was as if they were three fairies come down from heaven, and he could not help wondering if it was all a dream. That night, Xiao Yu shared his pillow with Princess Yin Yang side by side in his bed. The next morning, the Empress Dowager held a banquet in their honor, and she and the Emperor and the Emperor's concubine spent the whole day celebrating. The next night, Xiao Yu slept under the same quilt as Princess Lan Yang, and on the third night, he came into Tsai Feng's room. It made her cry, remembering the old days. Xiao Yu said to her in surprise, "Today is a day to be happy. You should not be crying. Please tell me why, whatever the reason." "It is because you do not remember me," she said. You have forgotten who I am.
He took her hand, pale as white jade, and, looking into her face, he said,
You are the daughter of Inspector Qin of Hua Yin. I have not forgotten you even in my dreams.
She was so choked up, all she could say was,
Prime Minister.
I thought you were dead,
he said.
but here you are, in the palace, alive. I am so happy you are here. After we parted at Huaqiu, I could not bear to think of the tragedy that befell your family, and since the time I fled from that place, not a day has gone by when I did not think of you. Today we are fulfilling our old promise, though I had given up hope, and you too could never have imagined we would be together again like this.
Then he took her poem, the willow poem, out of his pocket, and Cai Feng took out the poem he had written and gave it to him. And they recited them together, as they had the day they first composed them.
This poem was what brought us together,
Cai Feng said.
But do you know how the silk fan has connected us?
She produced a box and opened it, taking out a painted fan. She showed it to him and told him the story behind it. Xiao Yu comforted her, saying,
When I returned from my refuge at Lantianshan, I asked the innkeeper what had happened to you, whether you had escaped the disaster, but I could find no reliable news about you, and I lost hope. When I passed between Huashan and the River Wei, I felt like a wild goose without a mate or fish caught on a hook. Now, thanks to the Emperor's favor, we are together again. And yet, I am still regretful. When we met at the inn, you could not have dreamed that one day I would be taking you as my concubine. It embarrasses me that I could not take you as my wife.
Cai Feng replied,
I knew my fortunes were meager. When I sent my nurse to you at the inn, I had already decided that if you were married, I would gladly be your concubine. But now I am with the two princesses, and it is my great good fortune to serve them faithfully. If I sigh about my fate now, heaven will forsake me.
And that night, awash in nostalgia and newfound love, their union was more ecstatic than on the previous two. The next day, Xiao Yu sat with Princess Lan Yang and Princess Yin Yang, talking and drinking wine together in Yin Yang's room. Princess Yin Yang whispered to a maid and ordered her to invite Cai Feng to join them. But the moment he heard Yin Yang's voice in that tone, Xiao Yu became melancholy, recalling the time he had disguised himself as a woman and gone to Minister Cheng's house to play the Qin and listen to Cheng Pei's criticisms. He vividly recalled her face. Now he suddenly realized that Princess Yin Yang spoke like Cheng Pei and also looked like her. He thought to himself,
how remarkable that there is someone else in the world who looks like her. When I promised to marry Cheng Pei, I intended to be with her in life and death, but now I am happily married to two other women. What must her lonely spirit be doing? To avoid jealousy, I have not even looked for her grave, or offered a cup of wine, or wept there even once. With her heart as fragile as glass, how could I not be distraught?
Princess Yin Yang adjusted her clothes.
You are holding the glass, and it is your turn to drink, but you look sad. What is the matter? I cannot hide my thoughts from you, said Xiao Yu. I once went to Minister Cheng's house and saw his daughter. Strange, isn't it, that your voice and face are so much like hers? That is what made me sad.
Hearing this, Yin Yang's cheeks flushed red, and she rose and rushed into the inner rooms. When she did not return after a long while, Xiao Yu sent a maid to fetch her, but the maid too did not return.
She is the Empress Dowager's favorite, so she is temperamental, unlike me, said Lan Yang. When you compared her to the Cheng girl, I think you broke her heart.
Xiao Yu immediately sent Cai Feng in to apologize for him.
Tell her she may imprison me like the Duke of Wen of Qin,
he told her. When Cai Feng returned after some time and was silent, Xiao Yu asked,
What did she say?
Cai Feng answered.
She said, I may not be an important personage, but I am still the Empress Dowager's favorite daughter, and that Chung girl may have been wonderful, but she was only a commoner. The Book of Rites says one bows to the king's horse, not for its sake, but because the king is riding it. I am the emperor's sister. That Chung girl didn't know her place and had no modesty, proud of her looks and gabbing with him about music and rudely criticizing his playing. And I know she got sick and died because she was so peeved about her wedding being called off. What an unlucky person. How could he compare me to someone like her? In the old days, Chiu Hu of Lu seduced a girl who was picking mulberries by bribing her with gold, and she drowned herself. That's a true story. How can I just sit there and not feel shame when he is reminiscing about her after she's dead and tells me how he remembers her voice? I am staying in this room now and won't come out again until I'm dead. Lan Yang can put up with him. Let him live the rest of his life with her.
Xiao Yu was furious, and in his mind he thought,
I did not think any woman under heaven could be so proud of her position. Now I understand what a terrible thing it is to be the husband of a princess.
To Lan Yang he said,
I had my reasons for the way I talked with Chung Pei, but Yin Yang is accusing me of shameful intentions. It is not important to me, but it is not right for her to be blaming the dead. I will try to calm her down,
said Lan Yang, going into the inner rooms. But even when the sun had set, she did not return, and the candles and lamps had been lit by the time a maid came with a message from her.
I tried my best to convince her, but the princess would not change her mind. And since I made a promise to her that I would spend the rest of my life with her, I must do as she does and shut myself away in some corner of the inner palace. Please enjoy the night with Cai Feng.
At this, Xiao Yu's temper flared, but he restrained himself and did not let it show. The silence was long, and the screens looked frigid. He reclined on the bed, gazing at Cai Feng, who took up a candle and guided him into her bedchamber. She put incense into the golden brazier and turned down the silken bedding.
I am not very learned, she said, but I know some manners, and in the Book of Rites it says, a concubine must not share her master's bed when his wife is away. And since the two princesses have closed themselves up in their inner rooms, I wish you a good night.
And she withdrew. Xiao Yu did not stop her, but his mood was foul. After a while he went to bed, but he wrestled with his thoughts, and he could not sleep.
They have put their heads together and conspired to taunt me, he thought. I cannot go down on my knees for them. In the old days, I lived in the Cheng's flower garden, drinking with 13 by day and playing with Chun Yun by night. Not a day was unhappy. And now, after only 3 days being married, I am thoroughly frustrated.
He raised his hand and opened the gauze window to see the Milky Way arching across the sky and the courtyard flooded with moonlight. He went out and wandered in the garden until he saw the lights of Princess Yin Yang's room, the candlelight so bright against the gauze of the windows.
The night is far gone,
he thought.
Why are they not asleep? Yin Yang was furious and she abandoned me to go to her bedroom.
Quietly, he walked up to the window. He could hear the two princesses talking and laughing as they played backgammon. He peeped through the blind and saw Cai Feng and another girl sitting in front of the princesses, moving the pieces on the board. When the girl turned her body to adjust the candle, Xiao Yu was shocked to see that it was Chun Yun.
How can this be?
He thought. Chun Yun had come to the palace on the day the princesses were married, but she had hidden herself so that Xiao Yu could not see her, and so he had not known she was there. He was surprised, but also suspicious that something was afoot.
The princesses must have brought Chun Yun to the palace so they could have a look at her,
he thought. Now Cai Feng began another kind of game.
It's no fun unless there's something at stake, she said. So I will make a bet with you, Chunyun. I am from a poor family, so I would be happy to win a bowl of rice with some vegetables, said Chunyun. Whereas you are with the princesses, and thus you have silks and jewels and many other things. I have nothing like that, so why would you want to make a bet with me?
Cai Feng replied,
If I lose, I will give you any of the jewels or trinkets I am wearing on my girdle. But if I win, you must do whatever I ask as a penalty. I will not be too harsh. First, I want to know what you will ask of me, said Chunyun. I heard the two princesses talking once about how you pretended to be a fairy and then a ghost to fool Minister Yang, but I never heard all the details. So if you lose, you will have to tell me the whole story.
Chunyun pushed the backgammon board aside, saying,
Sister, you used to love me so much, but now that you have told that story to Cai Feng, who in the palace will not have heard about it? How will I ever show my face? Watch yourself, Chunyun, said Cai Feng. How dare you call the princess your sister? She may be young, but her status is high. You should not be calling her sister.
Chunyun apologized.
My lips have been calling her that for 10 years. It is hard to retrain them in one morning. It seems just yesterday that we were fighting with each other while picking flowers, so I am not afraid to call her sister.
She laughed brightly. Lan Yan asked Yin Yang,
This little sister hasn't heard all of the story. Did Chunyun really make a fool of him? There's no smoke in the chimney without a fire, said Yin Yang. She only wanted to give him a scare, but he was so smitten he wasn't even afraid. It's true what the Book of Rites says. The lustful man is a hungry ghost for women. He was so hungry for the ghost. Why would he be afraid of her?
This time they all laughed. Listening to them, Xiao Yu finally realized that Princess Yin Yang was Chung Pei. He was surprised and overjoyed, and he was just about to open the door and burst into the room when he changed his mind.
They fooled me,
he said to himself instead.
So I shall have to make fools of them.
And he went back to Cai Feng's room, quietly opened the door, and went to bed. The next morning, Cai Feng came early and asked the maid,
Is the master up? Not yet,
the maid replied. Cai Feng waited outside for a long while. From time to time she could hear him groaning and moaning inside. But even by breakfast time, Xiao Yu had not gotten up. Finally, she opened the door and went in.
Are you not feeling well?
She asked. He stared at her with open eyes, but did not seem to recognize her, and he mumbled incoherently, as if he were talking in his sleep.
Are you having a dream?
She asked. He looked like he might be in a trance.
Who are you?
He asked suddenly.
Don't you recognize me?
She said.
I'm Cai Feng.
He only nodded his head, whispering,
Cai Feng. Cai Feng. Who is she?
Cai Feng became greatly concerned and put a hand to his forehead.
You have a fever, she said. How did you get so sick overnight?
Now he opened his eyes as if he were coming to his senses.
Chung Pei has been tormenting me all night, he said. What shall I do?
When she asked him to explain, he simply turned over and went back to sleep. Cai Feng was terribly upset. She sent a maid with a message to the princesses, telling them that he was sick and they should come at once.
He was drinking last night,
said Princess Yin Yang.
He isn't sick. It's just a ploy to make us come to him.
So Cai Feng went to the princesses herself and said,
He is in a daze, and he does not recognize anyone. He turned over to face the dark, and he seemed delirious. Tell His Majesty to send for a doctor.
When the Empress Dowager heard, she summoned the princesses and reprimanded them.
You have taken this too far. You hear he is sick, and yet do not go to see him? Go look in on him at once, and if he is actually ill, call the court physician.
So they went to his bedroom, and Princess Yin-Yang let Lanyang and Cai Feng go in first. Xiao Yu clawed at the air, staring wide-eyed, unable to understand what Lanyang said to him. Eventually, he said in a whisper,
I have not long to live. I want to say goodbye to Yin-Yang. Where is she?
Princess Lanyang said,
Please, do not say such things. Why are you speaking like that? Last night I had a dream, and yet it was not a dream,
said Xiao Yu.
Cheng Pei appeared to me and said, How could you forget our promise? And she gave me a handful of pearls, which are a terrible omen. Now, when I close my eyes, she presses down on my body, and when I open them, she is standing before me. How can I continue living?
Before he had even finished speaking, he made a strange expression and turned his face to the wall again, mumbling. Lanyang was very upset to see this, and went out to Yin-Yang.
The Prime Minister's symptoms are not normal, she said. There is no doctor skilled enough to cure him. You are the only one who can help.
She described his condition, but Yin-Yang, still half suspicious, was hesitant. Lanyang took her by the hand into the bedroom.
My lord,
said Lanyang,
Yin-Yang is here. Please open your eyes and look at her.
Xiao Yu lifted his head momentarily and opened his eyes. He struggled to get up until Cai Feng finally helped him, and then he sat up in bed, facing the two princesses. He sighed.
I have received the Emperor's special favor and married you two princesses to live happily together for 100 years. But there is someone coming to take me, and it makes me sad that I cannot live much longer in this world. How can a learned and rational man like you speak such nonsense? Demanded Yin-Yang. Even if Cheng Pei's hungry ghost is lingering, the gods of heaven and earth watch over the palace. She could never get in. How could she come near my lord's precious body? She's here, right beside me,
Xiao Yu shouted.
What do you mean she can't get in? In ancient times, there was a man who drank a snake that was in his wine cup and got sick. But then he saw a bow hanging on the wall, reflected in his wine cup, and it looked like a snake. When he realized the snake he'd drunk was only the reflection of the bow, he got better. That is what your sickness is like. I'm sure you will get better.
Xiao Yu just closed his eyes and waved her off. Princess Yin-Yang could see that this was no ordinary sickness.
You are only thinking of Cheng Pei as dead, she said. Don't you want to see the living Cheng Pei? Here I am. It's me.
Xiao Yu pretended he did not understand.
What are you saying? Why are you saying this? Minister Cheng had only one daughter, and she is dead. Her ghost is with me now, so how can she be alive? The dead are dead, and the living are living. There is no shame in death, and the dead do not come back to life. I cannot trust what you say. The Empress Dowager adopted Cheng Pei as her daughter and gave her the name Yin-Yang before the two of us were married to you, said Lanyang. But Princess Yin-Yang is the one who listened to you playing the qin. She is Cheng Pei. How else could she look exactly like her?
Xiao Yu did not answer. He groaned and raised up his head, gasping for breath.
When I lived at the Cheng's house, Cheng Pei's maid, Chun Yun, took care of me. So I ask you now, where is she? I long to see her, but it is not possible, and I am full of regret. Chun Yun is here in the palace, said Lanyang. She came to see Yin-Yang.
Just then, Chun Yun came into the room asking,
My lord, what is the matter? All of you get out,
Xiao Yu commanded.
Chun Yun, you stay in the room with me. I have something to ask you.
The two princesses and Cai Feng went and stood outside at the railing in the hall. Xiao Yu got up, washed his face,
tidied himself, and dressed with Chunyun's assistance, and when he was properly attired, he told Chunyun to bring the others back in. She went out, smiling, and told them, "He says you are invited back in." And so the four of them went back inside. Xiao Yu, wearing his white cap and robe of silver and gold, was sitting in his chair, holding the white jade rod that was the symbol of his official rank. His face was fresh as spring, with not a trace of his illness. Yin Yang smiled, realizing she had been fooled, and did not ask about his condition. But Lanyang bowed and inquired, "Are you feeling better now?" "I have been the witness to outrageous behavior," Xiao Yu said solemnly. "Women trying to fool their lord by the guile of their beauty. What happened to all the proper and well-mannered women of virtue?" Lanyang and Cai Feng giggled, but said nothing. It was Yin Yang who replied, "We do not know of what you are speaking, my lord. If you want to know the whole story, perhaps you should begin by apologizing for your own trickery, and then go ask the Empress Dowager." And then she told him how she had come to the court with the princess. Xiao Yu could not restrain himself any longer, and he burst into laughter. "I have examined this back and forth, playing it out with divine strategy, discovering how you beauties hatched your plot. Now I respect and admire even more the way the Empress Dowager shows her love for you, nurturing you like her own daughters, showing appreciation for your virtue and the friendship between you two princesses. I will do my best to keep our lives together happy." The princesses and Cai Feng, abashed, listened to him in respectful silence. When the Empress Dowager heard from the court ladies about Xiao Yu's feigned illness, she had a good laugh.
"I suspected as much,"
she said, and she summoned Xiao Yu to her room. When he arrived, followed by the two princesses, she asked,
"Is it true? You have renewed the broken marriage contract you made with the dead Chung Pei?"
Xiao Yu bowed and answered, "Your grace is as great as the harmony of heaven and earth, and I could never possibly repay you."
"No need to flatter me for my graciousness," said the Empress Dowager. "It was all just a practical joke after all."
Later that day, when the emperor was in the main hall holding court, the ministers reported,
"A bright new star has appeared. Sweet dew falls each morning. The yellow river flows clear, and the crops are abundant for harvest. The people are tranquil now that the barbarian tribes have surrendered, all due to your Majesty's great virtue."
The emperor received all of this with due modesty, and then they told him,
"Prime Minister Yang Xiaoyu has been dallying a long time in the inner palace, and he is delaying matters of state that require his attention."
The emperor laughed loudly at this. "The Empress Dowager has been summoning him every day. That is why he has not emerged. I will tell him myself to come out and get back to work." The next day, Xiao Yu came out to his offices and saw to some of his official duties, and afterward he composed a letter to the emperor asking if he could bring his mother to the capital. "Prime Minister, Duke of Wei, and Imperial Son-in-law Yang Xiao Yu humbly addresses your Imperial Majesty. I am originally a lowly subject from Chu, without rank and of little talent. I sat for the national civil examination in order to provide for my aging mother, and after being favored with success, I have spent several years in the service of the court. By your order, I fought and subdued powerful enemies until all of the barbarians in the West and the Tibetans were conquered. But I take no credit for this, because it was all due to your virtue and imperial authority that my generals were willing to give up their lives. And yet, you bestowed such high honors upon me that I was overwhelmed, and you chose me as your imperial brother-in-law, showering me with such grace and love that I know not how ever to thank you. My old mother hoped for no more than a handful of rice, and I dreamed of nothing more than a lowly clerkship in a government office. But now I find myself Prime Minister and Duke of Wei, and preoccupied with my duties. I have had no time to fetch my aging mother. Now my circumstances and hers are profoundly different. While I enjoy luxuries and honor, she still struggles in poverty, and I fail in my filial duty to her. My mother is growing older, her health is failing, and she has no other children who can look after her. She lives far away, and news is slow and scarce. It breaks my heart to think of her. Now that we are at peace, I humbly bow to your majesty and hope that you will grant my sentimental request. Please give me leave to visit my ancestral graves and bring my mother back, so that I may do my filial duty and my duty to the throne. Then we may both pay our respects and receive your majesty's grace, and I will do my utmost to repay your majesty's favor."
When the emperor finished reading the letter, he said, "I am moved by your filial piety, Xiao Yu." He gave him 1,000 gold ingots and 800 bolts of silk, and told him to go see his mother right away. And when Xiao Yu bowed thanks to him and went to the Empress Dowager to take his leave, she gave him more gold and silk. He thanked her also, bade goodbye to his wives and concubines, and left the palace. When he reached the Tianqin Bridge at Luoyang, the two courtesans, Kui Chanyue and Ti Qingheng, had been alerted by the governor and were awaiting him at the guest house. Xiao Yu met them with a smile, and he asked, "I am on a personal trip, not ordered by the emperor. How did you know I would be coming?" They replied, "When the Prime Minister, Duke of Wei, and brother-in-law of the emperor goes on a journey, it is known in the deepest mountains and the lowest valleys. So how could we not have heard of your coming? And of course, the local governor respects us. He told us, but why didn't you let us know yourself? Last year we were very happy when you passed this way on your mission. Now that you have risen higher in rank and your official title is even grander, our reputations will also be 100 times greater. We have heard that you married 2 princesses during that time. We wonder if you will accept us now. One of them is the emperor's sister, and the other is the daughter of Minister Chung, who was adopted by the Empress Dowager as her daughter," said Xiao Yu. "She is the one you recommended to me, Chanyue, so how could she not accept you? Lady Chung and her sister have the great virtue of loving and tolerating everyone. It will surely please them to accept the 2 of you." So Xiao Yu spent the night with the 2 of them, and started for his home village the next day. Xiao Yu left his mother when he was 15 years old, a student, and now, only 4 years later, he returned wearing the robes of the Duke of Wei, riding in a carriage befitting only those of the highest rank, as the emperor's brother-in-law. When he went in to see his mother, she clasped his hands and shed tears of joy, exclaiming,
"Are you really my son, Xiao Yu? I can hardly believe it. Only yesterday you were learning your numbers and characters. Who would have dreamed of such glory?"
Xiao Yu told her about his achievements and how he now had 2 wives and concubines.
"Your father said you would bring honor to us,"
his mother replied.
"I wish he were with us to see for himself."
Xiao Yu visited his ancestral graves and held a great feast at home for his mother, celebrating with the gold and silks he had received on her behalf. He invited all his friends and relatives, and the feasting went on for 10 days. Afterward, he left for the capital with his mother, and all along the road, the local officials and the people came to participate in the glorious procession. As they passed through Luoyang, Xiao Yu asked for Ti Qingheng and Kui Chanyue, but was told by the governor that they had already set out for the capital several days earlier. Xiao Yu was sorry to have missed them and immediately continued onward. When he finally reached the capital, he took his mother through the palace grounds to his official residence, and then he went to the main audience hall to make obeisance to the emperor. The emperor and his mother, the Empress Dowager, called for Xiao Yu's mother, and when she presented herself, they gave her 10 carts loaded with gold and silver and bolts of silk. They moved her into a grand new mansion
with large pavilions, surrounded by great gardens dotted with lotus ponds. The two princesses came to make their bows and ceremonially introduced themselves to their mother-in-law as Xiao Yu's new wives. Cai Feng and Chun Yun also introduced themselves. Xiao Yu's mother was overjoyed, and her countenance was peaceful and content. Following the emperor's orders, Xiao Yu used the gifts he had received and held a 3-day feast, which was attended by the whole court. As the royal musicians played, Xiao Yu sat in his colorful robes, attended by the two princesses. He passed the jade wine cup to his mother in the ceremony that introduced the new brides to his ancestors. Everyone rejoiced at the happy occasion. In the middle of the banquet, a gate guard came in and said, "There are 2 ladies outside who wish to see the Prime Minister and his mother. They have presented their name cards." Xiao Yu looked at the cards and saw they were from Chan Yue and Qing Hung. He told his mother who they were and had the guard bring them in, and when the 2 courtesans bowed in the courtyard beneath the stone steps, all the guests were impressed.
Chan Yue is from Luoyang, and Qing Hung is from Hopei,
his mother announced.
These names are famous and widely known. Now we see them here for the first time, and they are exquisite beauties. This could only happen for a man like the Prime Minister.
When Xiao Yu asked them to show off their talents, the 2 courtesans put on their beaded shoes. Stepping up to the platform and facing each other, they performed a dance to the tune of The Rainbow Feathered Robe. It was like flower petals floating in a spring breeze, and the shadows of clouds against a screen. It seemed as if Fei Yun, the dancer of Han, had appeared in Xiao Yu's garden, or Lu Chu, the beauty of Qin Ku, were standing on the duke's dais. The 2 princesses gave them brocade and silk for their wonderful performance. Cai Feng was an old friend of Chan Yue, and they reminisced together about the past. Princess Ying Yang personally offered a cup of wine to Chan Yue to thank her for the kindness of recommending her to Xiao Yu.
"Why are you only thanking Chan Yue?"
asked Xiao Yu's mother.
"Have you forgotten about my cousin, the priestess?"
"For all I am now, I am in Priestess Tu's debt," said Xiao Yu. "And now that you are here, I shall invite her here also, even without an imperial edict." He sent a messenger immediately to Chuqing Temple, but the priestess there sent back a message saying she had departed for the land of Shu 3 years earlier. Xiao Yu's mother was sad to hear the news. 14. The Contest of Beauties. Xiao Yu arranged for each of his women to have a place to live in his palace compound. His main hall was Qing Fu Tang, the Hall of Great Happiness, and that was where his mother lived. In front of that hall was Yun Shi Tang, the Hall of Feasting and Celebration, where Princess Ying Yang, his senior wife, lived. To the west was Feng Shou Kung, the Palace of the Dancing Phoenix, where Princess Lan Yang lived. South of Yun Shi Tang stood 2 buildings, Ning Shang Ko, or the Frozen Fragrance Hall, and Qing Ho Lu, the Clear Harmony Pavilion, where Xiao Yu himself stayed and sometimes entertained. In front of these was Yun Xin Tang, the Hall for the Welcoming of Virtues, where Xiao Yu received guests and took care of his official business. Xin Xing Yuan, the House of New Delights, was where Cai Feng lived, and it stood to the south of Lan Yang's palace, and to its east, next to Xiao Yu's quarters, was Ying Chun Ko, the Hall of Welcome Spring, whose position was fitting because that is the direction of spring. Chun Yun, whose name means spring cloud, lived there. South of Xiao Yu's quarters, there was a small shining pavilion with blue tiles and red balustrades, and in it were rooms for the servants from both sides of the gate that led to Xiao Yu's quarters. To the east of Frozen Fragrance Hall was Shanghua Lu, the flower viewing pavilion, where Chan Yue lived, and on the west was Wang Yue Lu, the full moon pavilion, where Qing Hung lived. Of the 80 most talented and beautiful female musicians in the empire, 40 lived on the east side under Chan Yue's direction, and the other 40 lived on the west under Qing Hung's. They were instructed in singing, dancing, and music. Once a month, the two groups met at Qing Ho Lu and would compete against each other, with the princesses leading them. Xiao Yu would preside over the judging, and the winners were celebrated with wine and crowned with flowers. The losers were served cold water, and a spot of ink was put on their foreheads to mark their shame. Thus, all of the courtesans strove every day to perfect their skills. The most famous lady musicians in the world were those of the court of Wei and those of Prince Yue. Even the musicians of the imperial opera, the Pear Orchard, could not compare. One day, when the two princesses were with Xiao Yu's mother and the other ladies, Xiao Yu brought a letter and gave it to Princess Lan Yang, saying, "I have a letter from Prince Yue." The princesses opened it and read, "How fares my dearest Prime Minister on this bright and lovely spring day? I trust the 10,000 happinesses are with you. Until recently, you have been so busy with affairs of state that you have not enjoyed any leisure. No time to enjoy the green hills or to watch the people parading by. No horses on Lo Yu Yuan. No boating parties on Kunming Lake. The dancing ground is overgrown with weeds. Now the old people in the capital are waxing nostalgic about days gone by, fondly recalling the virtue and character of the old emperor until it makes them cry to remember the glory of former times. In these times of peace and security, it is appropriate to bring back those old pleasures as in the reign of Xuan Tsung, when life in the palace was full of delight. The spring sun still sets late. The weather is pleasant, and tender willows put our hearts at ease. There is no better time to enjoy the outdoors. Let us get together at Lo Yu Yuan, and we can hunt and enjoy some music to appreciate these times of peace and prosperity. If you find this agreeable, choose a date and let me know, for I would be delighted to be with you there." When Princess Lan Yang finished reading the letter, she asked Xiao Yu, "Do you know what he is really getting at?" "I'm not sure," said Xiao Yu. "Perhaps he merely wants to enjoy the flowers and willows with me because he enjoys the pleasure of such things as a prince." "I don't think you quite understand," said the princess. "My brother likes women and music. He has to have the most beautiful women in the palace. But once those beauties of his got a look at Wan Yu Yun, the dancer from Wuchang, they all lost face. When she appeared at his palace, his women were stunned, and now they are depressed, comparing themselves to the homely Mo Mu and Wu Yun. Wan Yu Yun's beauty is beyond compare. My brother has heard that you have many beauties of your own, so he wants to be like Wang Kai and Shi Chung and hold a contest to compare them." Xiao Yu laughed. "I thought his letter was perfectly straightforward, but I see now that you know your brother better than I do. Even if it's only a game, we must be sure not to lose," said Yin Yang, as she gestured at Qing Hung and Chan Yue to come closer. "An army trains for 10 years for a single morning of battle. Winning or losing will depend entirely on the two of you as teachers. You must do your best." "I'm afraid we can't compete with them," said Chan Yue. "The music of the Princess Palace is known everywhere, and so is Wan Yu Yun's reputation as a dancer. With both Wan Yu Yun and his musicians, he will be unbeatable, and we are an army with little training. We lack discipline and are ignorant of tactics, and I'm afraid we may run away in the face of combat. We too don't mind being laughed at ourselves, but we cannot bring shame on this entire household." When I first met Chan Yue at Loyang, she told me there were 3 great beauties in dancing. Yu Yun was one of them. I have the other 2 here, so why should I be afraid of her? Like the first emperor of Han, I already have my Chan Liang and Chen Ping, so why should I worry about Fan Tsung on Shang Yu's side? There are beautiful girls in Prince Yue's palace like there are blades of grass on the Pa Kung hillside, said Chan Yue.
Our army can only run away. We cannot compare with them. Please, I hope the two princesses will ask Qing Hung to be our strategist. I am cowardly, and even listening to myself say this makes my throat choke up, and I won't be able to sing a single note. Do you really mean that? Qing Hung said. We are known among the 70 towns of Kwantung, so how can our talent be inferior to Yu Yun's? If we were like the women of Han or the fairies of Wushan, who ruined nations and cities, it would be one thing. But why should we be afraid of Yu Yun? Chan Yue responded. How can you make it sound so easy? In Kwantung, we performed in small towns at parties for interested nobility and adventurous gentlemen and scholars. But Prince Yue was born and raised in the palace, and so he has a discerning and critical eye. You are mistaking a mountain for a stone, Qing Hung. You are underestimating Prince Yue. Yu Yun is the mastermind of his plan. She is like Chang Liang, who could sit in his tent and win a battle 1,000 li away. Qing Hung is bragging like Chao Kuo. She is foreseeing her own defeat. If we take this matter lightly, we are sure to lose. She continued. Qing Hung likes to brag, so I will tell you about her shortcomings. She once stole a horse from the Prince of Yun and pretended to be a boy from Ho Pei to trick you at the roadside in Hantan. If she were truly so beautiful and delicate, how could you think she was a boy? The first night she was with you, she took my place in the dark to make her dreams come true. And now she brags to me about it. It's funny, isn't it? Qing Hung laughed. I cannot fathom her jealous heart, she said. Before I came to live with you, she praised me like I was the maiden in the moon. But now she is belittling me, and do you know why? It's because she wants you all to herself. Chan Yue and the others all laughed out loud. Qing Hung, you are so delicate and beautiful. How could he ever take you for a boy? Said Yin Yang. There must be something wrong with his eyes. It is no shame to you that he mistook you for a boy. But Chan Yue is also right. It isn't ladylike to disguise yourself as a boy to fool someone, just as it would be unmanly for a man to disguise himself as a girl. Those who disguise themselves like that are usually trying to cover something up. Now it was Xiao Yu's turn to laugh. You are quite right, Princess. My eyes must be dim, but you yourself could discern the tunes played on the chin, and yet you couldn't tell a man from a woman. So you have excellent ears, but terrible eyes. All one needs is one working whole to be a human being. The princess may belittle me, but all who see my portrait in the Qilin Pavilion praise me for my imposing stature and my serious dignity. And now everyone joined in the laughter. Now that we are facing our arch-enemy, it is no time to be joking with each other, said Chan Yue. We cannot rely on just the two of us. We would like Chun Yun to help, and since Prince Yue is not an outsider, I hope Cai Feng will also join us. If the two of you are going to sit for the national civil exam, I would surely go with you to offer my support, said Cai Feng. But how can I be of any help when this is all about singing and dancing? It would be like asking me to help in a boxing match. I would be no use at all. Chun Yun also declined. People will make fun of me because I cannot sing and dance. People will point their fingers at me and say, "That's the Prime Minister's concubine." They will laugh and bring shame on my lord and the two princesses. There is no way I can participate. But Princess Yin Yang reassured her. There won't be any ridiculing of the Prime Minister if you participate, Chun Yun, and we would not be upset at all. Chun Yun answered. If we spread out the silk cushions and pitch a tent as high as the clouds, people will come and say, "Here comes the Prime Minister's concubine." They'll shove at each other and stand on tiptoes to gawk at me. And once I sit down with my shaggy hair and ghostly pale face, they'll be shocked and they'll say, "The Prime Minister must be a lech like Tung Tu Tzu," and that will bring disgrace upon him. As for Prince Yue, he's never seen anything so ugly as me, and if he does, it would make him sick.
Doesn't that concern you?"
"That is too much," said Princess Lanyang. "Now you are going overboard with your modesty. Once you transformed yourself into a ghost, but now a beauty like you is trying to change from the irresistible Shi into a homely Wu Yun. I can't believe it."
Then she asked Xiao Yu,
"What date have you picked?"
"Tomorrow," said Xiao Yu. Qing Hung and Chan Yue were stunned to hear this.
"We haven't even begun training the two groups yet,"
they said.
"It is not enough time."
They called the lead dancers and told them,
"The Prime Minister and Prince Yue have arranged to meet tomorrow at Lo Yu Yuan. All of you must be ready at dawn with your instruments tuned and wearing your best dresses to accompany the Prime Minister."
The 80 girls, receiving these orders, put on their makeup, redrew their eyebrows, and practiced on their instruments to get ready for the next day's contest. Xiao Yu rose early the next morning, put on his armor, slung his quiver on his back, and with his bow in hand, he mounted his white battle horse. With 300 huntsmen, he left his walled compound and rode to the south of the capital. Qing Hung and Chan Wei, in their embroidered dresses decorated with golden ornaments, jade, and flowers, led their dancers and rode right behind Xiao Yu on horses bedecked with flowers, with gilded saddles and reins threaded with jade and pearls. The 80 dancers, on smaller horses, rode in 2 lines on either side. On their way, they met Prince Yue, whose huntsmen, dancers, and musicians were a match for Xiao Yu's. The prince and Xiao Yu met up and rode side by side. "What breed of horse is that?" Prince Yue asked.
"He comes from Afghanistan. Yours must also be from there,"
said Xiao Yu. "Yes," said the prince. "Its name is Thousand Li Floating Cloud. Last fall, when I took the emperor hunting up in Shanglin, 1,000 horses from the imperial stable were there, all of them with legs as swift as the wind, but none of them were as swift as this one. Not even my nephew Chang's Peach Blossom or General Li's Black Brocade. People say those horses are like dragons, but compared to mine, they are just sacks of bones." Xiao Yu replied,
"Last year when I fought the Tibetans, this horse crossed rough waters and scaled steep cliffs that even my brave men dared not try, taking them like level ground and never once losing his footing. My victories were thanks to this horse. Tu Fu wrote, 'Of one mind with man, he achieves great things.' Since I left my troops and was promoted in rank, I now lounge around in a palanquin and walk on level roads. The horse and I have both become lazy, and our health has suffered. So let us snap our whips and test our skill in a race that goes to the swiftest."
Prince Yue was delighted. "That is just what I was thinking myself," he said. He told his servants to have the guests, the dancers, and the musicians from both sides wait in the tents. Just as Prince Yue was about to whip his horse, a stag leaped out in front of him, chased by his huntsmen. He ordered one of his best hunters to shoot it. But then, even with all of his best men shooting at the same time, they missed. Prince Yue was furious. He galloped forward and killed the stag himself, shooting it in the flank. All of the soldiers cheered, and Xiao Yu praised him.
"You are a better archer than Prince Yang,"
he said. Prince Yue replied, "Why bother complimenting such modest skill? I am looking forward to watching you shoot." As he was still speaking, a pair of swans flew between the clouds, and the soldiers exclaimed, "Those are the hardest birds to hit. We will need to use the high-tung falcons to catch those."
"Hold off,"
said Xiao Yu. He knocked an arrow and shot it straight up, hitting one of the swans, the shaft piercing its eye, and it fell out of the sky, hitting the ground before their horses. Prince Yue was duly impressed. "Your shooting is as skillful as Yang Yuqi's," he said. Now they flicked their whips, and their horses leaped forward like shooting stars, flashing like lightning, flying like pale ghosts. Within minutes, They had traversed a wide plain and climbed the high slope of a hill. They pulled their reins and stood side by side. For a while, they looked out across the landscape and spoke of archery and swordsmanship. And then, the grooms caught up to them with the meat of the stag and the swan prepared on standing silver trays. The prince and Xiao Yu dismounted and sat on the grass. Drawing their swords from their belts, they cut some of the meat and roasted and ate it, offering each other wine to drink. In the distance, they saw two red-robed officials hurrying toward them, a host of people following behind. They appeared to be coming from the palace, and in a little while, one of them came running up, breathless, and said, "The Emperor and Empress Dowager have sent wine for you." Prince Yue went back to the tent, where two eunuchs poured the wine and laid out ruled writing paper. The prince and Xiao Yu washed their hands before kneeling and unrolling the paper, on which they found the order, "Compose a poem using this theme, the great hunt in the hills." Xiao Yu and the prince both bowed their heads 4 times in salute. Then they each separately composed a poem and gave it to the eunuchs. Xiao Yu wrote, "Warriors set out to the field at the break of dawn, swords glistening like the autumn lotus, arrows fly like falling stars. The beautiful ladies flock in the tents, and before the horses, 2 mighty winged falcons. We share cups of the emperor's wine, our reflections bowing our gratitude, and drunk, we draw our golden blades to cut the blood-fresh meat. I remember last year, beyond the west frontier, when we hunted in bleak snow at Ta Huang Preserve." And Prince Yue wrote, "Lightning flashes, horses flying like dragons, with high saddles to the thundering drums on the hilltop. The leaping stag cut down by a shooting star, the white swan felled from heaven like the bright moon. A wild bloodthirst spurs the hunting spirit. With royal wine, our visages red with joy. No need to speak of Juyang's fabled bow." The eunuchs took the poems back to the capital with them. One after the other, each of the guests from the 2 sides was seated, and tables laden with food and wine were brought in. Grilled camel and delicate orangutan lips were served on silver trays, and green jade platters were piled with lychees from Tongqing and tangerines from Yingxia. The feast was like one thrown by the Queen Mother of the West in Jewel Lake, or the lavish parties of Emperor Han Wu Ti at the Cypress Beam Terrace. Hundreds of musicians sat in circles, row upon row, under silken awnings. The sound of jade ornaments jangling was like thunder, and their beautiful faces were as lovely as flowers. The sound of their music made ripples in the waters of the Chu River, and the sound of their singing shook Chungnan Mountain. Prince Yue was already half drunk. "In appreciation of your great friendship, I would like you to have some of the dancing girls I brought today," he said. "Pick some of them and enjoy yourself with singing and dancing." "How could I dare to take your beauties?" asked Xiao Yu. "But since we are brothers-in-law, I will indulge myself. Some of my women are here to enjoy the forest. Let me call them and have them join with yours to entertain us with their skills." "Agreed," said the prince. Then Chan Yue and Qing Hung and 4 of Prince Yue's beauties stood up one by one and came to bow in front of the tent. Xiao Yu said, "In ancient times, the Prince of Ning had a beautiful dancing girl named Fu Yung, the lotus flower, and Li Po, the great poet, begged him to be allowed to hear her sing, but he was never permitted to see her face. But I can see your faces now, so I have been far more favored than Li Po. What are your names?" The 4 girls rose and gave their names. Tu Yun Shen, Cloud Fairy of Qingling; Su Tsai O, Painted Moth of Chen Liu; Wan Yu Yin, Jade Swallow of Wu Chang; and Hu Ying Ying, Lovely Flower of Chang'an. To the prince, Xiao Yu said, "I had heard of Yu Yin when I traveled as a young scholar, but now that I see her, She is far more lovely than her reputation." The prince already knew the names of Chang Yue and Qing Hung.
"The whole empire sings your praises," he said to Xiao Yu. "They are fortunate to serve a master like you. How did you meet them?"
"I met Chang Yue when I stayed in Luoyang on my way to take the civil exams, and she followed me on her own. Qing Hung used to be in the palace of the Prince of Yun. When I was sent there as an envoy, she ran away to follow me."
The prince had a hearty laugh. "She is like the famous girl in purple who sneaked out of the house of Yan," he said. "But when she followed you, you were already famous. On the other hand, when Chan Yue followed you, you were only a common scholar with no inkling of your future fame and fortune. She is truly special. How did you happen to meet her?"
Xiao Yu told him the whole story of their first meeting at the poetry contest on Tianqin Bridge, and how Chan Yue had picked his poem and sung it. They had agreed that she would spend the night with the one whose poem she sang, so there was no argument about it, he said. It was karma.
"Well, that is a happier outcome than placing first in the exam," the prince said, laughing. "It must have been a wonderful composition you wrote in Luoyang. Could I hear it, perhaps?"
"Oh, I cannot recall it now," said Xiao Yu. "I was drunk when I wrote it."
So the prince said to Chan Yue, "He may have forgotten it, but surely you must remember."
"Of course I remember,"
she replied.
"Shall I write it out for you later, or shall I sing it now?"
"I would prefer to hear you sing it first," the prince said.
When she came forward and sang, everyone was filled with wonderment, and the prince praised her extravagantly.
"Your poem and her singing are beyond compare," he said. "The lines, 'The flowers droop in shame before her beauty, her lips perfumed, though she has yet to sing,' well describe her talent and her beauty. Even Li Po himself could not have done better." Showering her with more praise, the prince poured wine for her and Qing Hung in cups of gold. Then he ordered his 4 women to sing and dance in honor of the two. Host and guest were in harmony. The prince was very pleased, and now he went out of the tent with all the guests to watch a demonstration of the martial arts by his soldiers. "It is also worth seeing archery and horsemanship by beautiful girls," he said. "I have several girls who are good at it, and I hear some of yours are from the north. Why don't we have them shoot some rabbits and pheasants to amuse us?"
When Xiao Yu agreed and picked a dozen of his beautiful girls to join the palace girls for a competition, Qing Hung stood up and said, "I am not very good with a bow or a sword, but I want to compete today." Xiao Yu gave her his own bow with a smile. Qing Hung held it up and said to the other girls, "Don't laugh at me if I miss." She leaped onto the saddle of one of the best horses and galloped from the tents, just as a pheasant flew up out of the tall grass. Qing Hung arched her body backward, drew back the bow, and let loose an arrow that dropped the many-hued bird right in front of the horse where everyone could see. The prince and Xiao Yu guffawed in delight. Qing Hung nimbly dismounted in front of the tent and slowly made her way back to her seat, where all the other girls showered her with praise. "We have trained for many years in vain," they said to her. "We did not lose the contest to the prince's women," said Chan Yue. "But still, they are too much for us because there are 4 of them and only 2 of us. I'm sorry that we didn't bring Chun Yun with us. Singing and dancing are not her strengths, but her beauty and her repartee would easily surpass Tu Yun Xian's." Even as she sighed, she saw a carriage approaching in the distance, and in it, 2 beautiful girls. When they arrived at the tent in their lacquered carriage, the guard asked,
"Do you come from Prince Yue's palace?"
"These 2 ladies are concubines of the Duke of Wei," the driver answered. "They were delayed and unable to come here with him." When the guard reported this to Xiao Yu, he thought it must be Chun Yun coming to watch. He thought it rather impulsive of her, but he told the guard to bring them in. But to his surprise, 2 girls got out of the carriage. The first was Shun Niao Yun, and then, behind her, Po Ling Po, whom he had met in his dream at camp, the daughter of the Dragon King of Tung Ting Lake. They bowed to Xiao Yu and, gesturing to the prince, he said to them, "This is His Highness Prince Yue. Pay your respects to him as well." After they bowed to the prince, Xiao Yu had them sit beside Qing Hung and Chan Yue. He said to the prince, "I met these 2 girls during my campaign against the Tibetans. I have been so busy I was not able to bring them with me, but they have come to the capital on their own. They must have come here after hearing about our contest." The prince looked at them again and saw that they were as beautiful as Qing Hung and Chan Yue, perhaps even more so, and they looked as if they might be sisters. And all the girls of his palace now seemed bland by comparison.
"What are your names?" he asked them. "Where did you come from?"
"I am Shun Niao Yun from Xiliang," said one. "I am Po Ling Po," said the other. "I lived in the Shaoxiang River, but fled to the west because of the war, and then I followed Yang Xiao Yu."
"You are not of this earth," the prince said to them. "Could you play some of your music for us?"
"I come from the borderlands, and I do not know the kind of thing that might entertain you," said Niao Yun. "I did learn the sword dance when I was a child, but that is to perform for soldiers and not worthy of showing to men of your stature." But the prince was enthused, and he said to Xiao Yu,
"During Xuanzung's reign, the sword dance of Kung Sun Tai Hyang was famous throughout the empire, but no one carried on the art after her, and it has been lost. Ever since I read Tu Fu's description of her dance, I was sorry I could not see it, so I am glad to learn that she knows it."
The prince and Xiao Yu drew their swords and gave them to Niao Yun. She folded up her sleeves, took off her sash, and began her dance, moving so lightly it seemed as if she were flying. The swirling of her bright dress and the flashing steel of the swords blurred together like spring snow falling on peach blossoms. Soon, the tent was filled with a frosty light so dazzling she could no longer be seen. And then, suddenly, a blue rainbow arched across the sky, and an icy wind blew between the tables. The spectators froze in fear. Niao Yun had wanted to show off the full extent of her skill, but she stopped because she did not want to frighten the prince. She threw down the swords, bowed twice, and returned to her seat. The prince took a while composing himself.
"No earthly being could be so marvelous," he said, when he had finally caught his breath. "I have heard there are those among the fairies who are experts at the sword dance. Are you one of them?"
"I learned it as a child because we of the West play with weapons," Niao Yun answered. "There is nothing to marvel at, and I am not a fairy."
"When I return to my palace, I will pick some of my best dancing girls and send them to you for instruction. Please do not refuse them."
Niao Yun bowed and accepted his request. Now the prince turned to Ling Po.
"And what is your special talent?" he asked.
"My home was near the Shaoxiang River at Huangling Miao, where O Huang and Nu Ying would play. On clear moonlit nights, when the wind was calm, the sound of lutes would echo among the clouds. From the time I was very young, I imitated that sound for my own pleasure. I fear my skill is not worthy of your ears."
"I did not know the music of O Huang and Nu Ying were ever passed down to posterity," said the prince. "Surely, if you know that music, there is nothing in this world that can compare."
Ling Po drew a small lute from her sleeve and began to play. The sound was clear and plaintive, like water flowing deep in a valley, or wild geese crying far off in the sky. The guests shed tears without knowing why. Reedy grasses trembled, and leaves fell from the trees. The prince was mystified.
I did not believe earthly music could change the way of heaven, he said. But you have changed spring into autumn and made the leaves fall. Could an ordinary human being possibly learn to play like this?
It is only the remnants of old melodies, said Lingpo. There is nothing marvelous about it that anyone could not also learn.
Yu Yen said to the prince,
Though I have no skill to speak of, I will play for you a tune I learned in the past. It is called The White Lotus.
And taking up a chin chung, she played on the 25 strings, her music clear and pleasurable. Xiao Yu, Chan Yue, and Qing Hung gave her high praise, and that pleased Prince Yue very much. 15. The Wine Punishment. Though they were enjoying themselves, and there were many amusements yet in the Shanglin Preserve, they ended the feasting when it became dark. Rewards of gold, silver, and silk were given to the performers, and the prince and Xiao Yu returned to the capital and entered the gate under moonlight. Bells rang, and as the musicians and the dancing girls hurried to return home, their tinkling ornaments caused a din, and the streets were thick with perfume. Fallen hairpins and jewelry crunched under the horses' hooves, sounding like a distant rainstorm. The people of the capital thronged to watch the returning company. An old man said, through his tears,
When I was young, I saw the Emperor Xuanzong's procession to Huaqing Palace, and it was as stately as this. It brings me joy to live long enough to see such things again.
Meanwhile, the two princesses and Xiao Yu's mother were awaiting him with Cai Feng and Chun Yun. When he returned, he introduced Niao Yun and Ling Po to all of them. The two bowed at the stone steps, and Princess Yin Yang said, "The minister has told me many times that it was because of you two girls that he was able to win back 2,000 li of territory. I was worried that I would never meet you. Why did you come so late?" They replied, "We are low-born and from the frontier regions. The minister loved us once, but we worried that your royal highnesses would never accept us, and so we did not dare to come. But then we heard that you were kind to all of the concubines and favored everyone equally, without regard to rank. So we presumed to come and meet you. We happened to arrive when the minister was having his hunting party at Lo Yuyuan, so we joined him there for the festivities. We were very fortunate to be received with such kindness."
"The palace is full of beautiful flowers today," the prince said to Xiao Yu with a proud smile. "You are probably full of yourself thinking the credit is all yours, but you do realize this is all our doing, don't you?"
Xiao Yu laughed. "These two are newcomers in the palace. They were only flattering you because of your regal air. Do you really think you deserve all the credit?" Now everybody laughed, and Cai Feng and Chun Yun asked Chan Yue, "Who won at the contest today?" Qing Hung answered first. "Chan Yue laughed at my bragging, but I put the prince and his people in their place. I was like Chu Ko, who sailed at Chiang Tung in a small boat and silenced Cho Kung Chin and Lu Tzu Qing with just a few words of admonishment. Because my heart is big, sometimes I have a big mouth. But there is truth in boasting, and you can ask Chan Yue to confirm it." Then Chan Yue said, "Her archery and horsemanship are certainly amazing and praiseworthy at a feast, but I doubt she would be able to ride a single stride or shoot a single arrow in a battlefield under a storm of arrows and stones. What showed the prince up was the two newcomers and the fairy-like beauty and talent, not Qing Hung's doing. There is something I must remind her about. Long ago, in the time of spring and autumn, the minister of state, Chia, was very ugly. His wife had not smiled once in the 3 years following their marriage. One day, he went out into the fields with his wife and shot a pheasant with a bow and arrow. And his wife laughed for the first time. Qing Hung's hitting the pheasant was just that kind of luck." Qing Hung responded, He might have had an ugly face, but he did make his wife laugh with his skill in archery and horsemanship. But imagine if he had been a beautiful and articulate girl, hitting a pheasant with that arrow. Don't you think he would have been loved and praised even more?
Chanwei laughed and said to Xiao Yu,
She brags about herself even more. You paid her too much attention, and now she is full of herself.
Xiao Yu joined in the laughter.
I knew you had many talents, he said to Chanwei, but I had no idea you were so well versed in the classics. Now I see you can quote from the annals of spring and autumn. I only read histories in my spare time,
Chanwei said with a smile.
I really don't think I'm well versed. The next morning, Xiao Yu went to the palace for an audience with the emperor, and afterward, the Empress Dowager sent for him and Prince Yue. The two princesses were already with her when they arrived.
I heard you two had a contest with your pretty girls,
the Empress Dowager said to Prince Yue.
Who won?
The Prime Minister has so many beauties and is so blessed, no one could possibly beat him, said the prince. Ask him how the two princesses enjoyed it.
Xiao Yu replied, His Highness saying that I could not be beaten is like Li Po turning pale at the sight of Cui Hao's inferior poems. I cannot say how the princesses enjoyed themselves. You must ask them yourself.
The Empress Dowager looked at the two princesses, who said,
A husband and his wives are of one flesh. If he is blessed, we are blessed. If he is beaten, we are beaten. And if he is happy, then we are happy too.
They do not mean what they say, exclaimed the prince. There has never been such a degenerate imperial son-in-law. The moral laws of society are corrupted because of him. You should have him prosecuted by the Ministry of Justice and punished for his contempt of the laws of the state. The Empress Dowager took all this to be a joke.
Well, he may scoff at the law, she said, but if there is a trial, it will cause undue worry for my daughters and for me in my old age. Let us deal with it privately.
But the prince persisted. Then let him be examined in front of you, and once a verdict has been reached, we can deal with him appropriately. He quickly dashed off a list of charges and signed his mother's name to them.
No imperial son-in-law has ever dared to take concubines, not because he did not desire it, nor because he could not support them, but to maintain the imperial prestige and to show reverence for the state. The two princesses, Yin Yang and Lan Yang, are my own daughters. They are as regal as Jun and Su of ancient times, and yet you, young Xiao Yu, have shown no regard for any of this. You have collected pretty girls. You have fed your hungry eyes with the beautiful women of Yin and Chao, and your hungry ears with the sensual songs of Chun and Wei. You have made girls swarm like ants in my daughters' pavilions and terraces, and buzz in their chambers like bees. Through virtue of good breeding and generosity, they have shown no jealousy. But how could you presume to abuse the princesses in this way? Your sins of pride and debauchery must not go unpunished, and therefore you will refrain from prevarication and confess everything before receiving your sentence.
Xiao Yu stepped down from the dais and took off his official headdress as he listened to the charges leveled against him, read out loud by the prince. Then he began his confession.
I have insinuated myself into your majesty's favor, and thus risen to the rank of prime minister, receiving numerous undeserved honors, and married two princesses of incomparable beauty. I had all a man could dream to have, and yet, full of covetousness, I acquired second wives, concubines, and many singing and dancing girls. I married Princess Lan Yang by order of the emperor, and according to the laws of the state, as I understand them, the imperial son-in-law may take concubines before marrying the princess. I did take concubines, but only before my marriage or while I was out on my military campaigns on the frontier. I have not violated the law or failed in my duty as a subject, and it is my hope that you will take this into account when you deliver your judgment. I humbly await your sentence."
Hearing this, the Empress Dowager laughed and said,
"Having many concubines is an easy thing for me to forgive. What concerns me is this excessive drinking."
"You must investigate this further," said Prince Yue. Xiao Yu hung his head in shame, causing the Empress Dowager to burst into laughter once again.
"He is the Prime Minister," she said. "I can hardly go on treating him like a little boy."
She made him put his headdress back on and come up to the dais. "His high rank makes it difficult to punish him," said Prince Yue. "But the law must be upheld, so I suggest you condemn him to the wine punishment." When the Empress Dowager agreed, the court ladies brought a cup. "The Prime Minister drinks like a whale," exclaimed the prince. "What use is a small cup like this?" So they brought a huge golden bowl and filled it to the brim with strong wine. And though he could hold his liquor well, Xiao Yu could not help but be drunk by the time he had drained it. The herder boy was scolded by his father-in-law because he loved the weaver girl too much, he said. And me, because I have so much love, I am being punished by my mother-in-law. It is hard being the son-in-law to the Empress Dowager. Now that I am drunk, please let me go. He collapsed as he tried to get up. The Empress Dowager laughed.
"Help him to the gate,"
she told the court ladies. To the two princesses, she said,
"He will have a terrible headache in the morning. Go take care of him."
They protested that he had more than enough women to take care of him, but they did as they were told. Xiao Yu's mother was waiting for him, with candles lit, in the main hall. When he returned in his drunken state, she exclaimed,
"What happened? I've seen you drinking plenty of times, but I've never seen you so intoxicated before."
"It was my punishment," Xiao Yu said. After glowering at the princesses a while with his drunken eyes, he spoke again. "Their brother, Prince Yue, made accusations against me to the Empress Dowager. All fabricated. I spoke well in my defense. I proved myself innocent. But the prince insisted I was guilty and made the Empress Dowager give me the wine punishment. If I couldn't hold so much liquor, I would be dead now. All because I beat him yesterday. He wanted revenge. And Lan Yang is jealous because I have so many concubines. So she and the prince hatched this plot to get back at me. So don't believe a thing she says, now or in the past. Make her drink a glass of wine too, to show my displeasure."
"You can't be sure she's guilty,"
Xiao Yu's mother replied.
"And she's never had a glass of wine in all her life. If you insist on my punishing her, I will make her drink tea instead."
"No," said Xiao Yu. "It has to be wine." His mother said to the princess,
"If you do not drink the wine, his offended heart will never be satisfied."
She called a maid to serve a cup of wine to Lan Yang. The princess took the cup and was about to put it to her lips when Xiao Yu suddenly tried to snatch it away from her. She quickly threw the cup to the floor. Xiao Yu dipped his finger in the overturned cup and tasted what was left. It was honeyed water. "If the Empress Dowager had given me honeyed water as my punishment, you could have given her the same," Xiao Yu said to his mother. "But what I drank was wine, so the princess must drink wine too." This time, he poured the wine himself and gave it to Lan Yang to drink. Having no choice, she drank it all. "She was the one who urged the Empress Dowager to punish me," Xiao Yu said. "But Princess Yin Yang was also in on it. She sat next to the Empress Dowager and watched me humiliate myself, and all she did was laugh and wink at Lan Yang. I cannot trust her either, so punish her too." Now Xiao Yu's mother laughed, and she had a cup of wine sent to Yin Yang, who moved to another seat and drank it all down.
"The Empress Dowager punished you because you have too many concubines," said Xiao Yu's mother. "Now that the two princesses have been punished with you, how can you leave your concubines alone?"
Xiao Yu answered, "Prince Yue held a contest to have a look at our beauties and compare them. But my 4 concubines did well and defeated him. He was furious and felt obliged to retaliate. That is why he had me punished today. So they must also be punished."
"You mean to punish the ones who helped you win?"
his mother said.
"That's ridiculous drunken talk."
But she went ahead and gave each of the 4 girls a cup of wine. After they had all drunk, Qing Heng and Chan Yue knelt in front of Xiao Yu's mother.
"The Empress Dowager punished him because he has many wives, not because we won the contest,"
they said.
"Niao Yun and Ling Po took the wine punishment. Won't they feel it's unfair? But Chun Yun has been with him for a long time, and he loves her too much. She wasn't punished only because she didn't take part in the contest. How can we not be resentful?"
"You are right," said Xiao Yu's mother, and she gave a large cup of wine to Chun Yun, who drank it between fits of laughter. Now they had all endured the wine punishment, and they were all drunk. Lan Yang was quite sick, and Cai Feng sat silently in a corner without even a smile. "Cai Feng is the only one not affected by the wine," said Xiao Yu, and he poured another cup and gave it to her. She cracked a smile and drank it down. Xiao Yu's mother said to Lan Yang,
"You aren't used to drinking. Are you all right?"
"I feel sick," said the princess. Xiao Yu's mother had Cai Feng help the princess to her bedroom, and she had Chun Yun fill another cup. She took it and said,
"My 2 daughters-in-law are imperial princesses. I will worry constantly that we will lose all our blessings because Xiao Yu has offended them with his drunken debauchery. If the Empress Dowager hears of this, she is bound to be upset. I have failed in my duty of raising a son, and it has led to this disgrace. I cannot deny responsibility or claim that I have not sinned, and so I shall drink this cup as punishment."
And she drank it all. Xiao Yu knelt before her in shock.
"You have punished yourself because of me,"
he said.
"How can I ever live down this humiliation? I deserve more punishment than the spankings you gave me when I was little."
He told Qing Heng to fill another large cup to the brim.
"I have not lived as you taught me, Mother, and I have caused you nothing but grief. So I make this confession and receive this punishment."
And he drained the cup. Soon, Xiao Yu was so drunk he could no longer sit up. He could only gesture to Chun Yun's quarters. Xiao Yu's mother asked Chun Yun to take him there, but she protested.
"I can't take him because Chan Yue and Qing Heng would be too jealous."
So Xiao Yu's mother asked the other 2 girls instead. But Chan Yue said,
"Chun Yun refused because of what I said, so I won't do it either."
Qing Heng laughed and helped Xiao Yu back to his feet, and soon afterward, they all went off to bed. Xiao Yu knew that Niao Yun and Ling Po loved beautiful landscapes. In the corner of one of his palace gardens, there was a lotus pond with water as clear as a natural lake, and in the middle of it stood a pavilion called Ying O Lu, Radiant Beauty. That was where Ling Po lived. On the south side of the lotus pond, there was a formation of rocks with pointed peaks like cut jade, and stone walls so sheer and smooth they looked like stacked plates of metal. There, in the shadows of old pines and bamboo, stood a small pavilion called Ping Shui Xuan, the Hall of Ice and Snow. And this was Niao Yun's home. When Xiao Yu's wives or concubines came to the mountains in the garden, Niao Yun and Ling Po were the hostesses.
The other women asked Ling Po how she was able to magically transform herself, and she replied,
"That belongs to my former life. I drew on the powers of heaven and earth and their harmony in order to become a human being. I cast off my scales and hide and piled them in a heap. Like a sparrow that has changed into a clam, how can I fly when I no longer have wings?"
The women accepted her explanation and didn't ask any more. Sometimes Niao Yun would perform the sword dance for Xiao Yu, his mother, and the two princesses, but she did not like to do it very often.
"I met the minister by virtue of my skill with the sword, but it is associated with death, and it should not be performed too much," she said.
As time passed, the two princesses and 6 concubines enjoyed each other's company, like fish in a stream or birds in the clouds. They spent their time together and relied on each other like real sisters. And though Xiao Yu loved them all equally, it was their wifely virtue that made the household peaceful and happy. And all of this was the result of the karma they carried from their former lives together. One day, when the two princesses were together, they said to each other,
"Now the two of us and the 6 concubines are closer to each other than sisters of the same flesh and blood. How can this be if it isn't by the mandate of heaven? It is only proper then that we not distinguish our social rank. So let us all just call each other sister."
But when they suggested this to the 6 concubines, they all protested, especially Chunyun, Qingheng, and Chanyue. Princess Yin Yang said to them,
"In ancient times, Liu Pei, Kuan Yu, and Chang Fei were all loyal courtiers to the emperor, and they swore an oath in the peach garden to treat each other as brothers. Chunyun and I grew up together like best friends, so why should we not be sisters? The wife of the Shakyamuni Buddha and Matangi the courtesan were from different castes, and their virtue and chastity were hardly alike. But after they became disciples of the Buddha, they shared the same fate. What has high or low birth to do with ultimate fulfillment?"
In the end, the 2 princesses and the 6 concubines left the palace and went to the shrine of the Bodhisattva Kuan Yin. They burned incense, prostrated themselves, and offered a solemn promise which they had written.
"On this day of this year, the disciples Cheng Chu Pei, Li Xiao Ho, Qin Zai Feng, Cha Chun Yun, Kui Chan Yue, Ti Ching Hung, Shen Niao Yun, and Po Ling Po, having purified our bodies and minds, bow before the merciful Bodhisattva. It is said in the Tripitaka that all people are related through understanding because they share the same desires. We disciples were born in different places in the south and north, and we have been scattered east and west. But now, we all serve one husband, abide in one place, and have come to appreciate and bond with one another. We are like flowers on a branch blown by the wind and rain, one into a courtyard, one down the hillside, one into a deep mountain stream, yet all born of one root and one source. Likewise, men born into one family sharing the same siblings and the same spirit, though they be scattered far and wide, must come together again in the end. Though the past is long gone, we have come together at this one time, and though the world is vast, we live together in one house. Surely, this is our karma from a previous life, and it explains our happiness now. And so we take this vow of sisterhood and swear to share our joys and sorrows through life and death. Should any one of us break this vow or change her mind, may heaven strike her dead and the spirits of heaven abandon her. We beseech you, as we prostrate ourselves here before you, that you will give us your blessings, deliver us from sorrow, and after a life of 100 years, we may be enlightened and delivered to paradise."
Afterward, the 2 princesses called the concubines sister, and although the concubines maintained their humility and dared not presume to refer to the princesses in the same way, their affection for each other grew deeper. All of the women had children, each of them bearing sons except for Caifeng and Ling Po, who each bore a daughter. They raised their children well, never having to witness any poor behavior, and this was entirely unlike the common people. It was a time of peace and prosperity and bountiful harvest. The people were content, and there was little work to keep ministers busy. Xiao Yu accompanied the emperor on hunting parties in the Shanglin Preserve and returned to his mother and family to banquets with singing and dancing. He was happy to remove himself from the outside world and enjoyed the changing seasons. And, having served many years as prime minister, he also appreciated the many rewards of his success. But when all is happiness, pain and sorrow are wont to follow, and Xiao Yu's mother fell ill and died at the age of 99. Her son's grief and anguish were so profound that the emperor and empress dowager worried. They sent a eunuch from the palace to convey their condolences and saw to it that his mother was buried like a queen. Minister Chung, the father of Yin Yang, also lived to enjoy a long and honorable life, and when he and his wife passed away, Xiao Yu grieved for them as much as Yin Yang did herself. Xiao Yu's 6 sons and 2 daughters were all like their parents in appearance and temperament. The sons like dragons and tigers, and the daughters like the fairies of the moon. Princess Yin Yang's son, Tai Qing, the eldest, grew up to become the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The second son, Zhu Qing, who was Qing Hung's, became the major of the capital. The third son, Shu Qing, was Chun Yun's, and he became Chief Justice. The fourth son, Princess Lan Yang's, Qi Qing, became Minister of Defense. The fifth, Wu Qing, Chan Yue's son, became Chancellor of the Academy. Chi Qing, the youngest and the son of Niao Yun, was already stronger than any man by the time he was 15. He was also as wise as a deva, and much beloved by the emperor, who made him the marshal of the imperial guard and gave him command of 40,000 soldiers to protect the royal palace. The elder of Xiao Yu's 2 girls was Fu Tan, Cai Feng's daughter, and she grew up to marry Prince Yue's son, Lang Ye. The younger girl, Ling Po's daughter, Ying Lo, became a concubine of the prince. One day, Xiao Yu said to himself, "Ripe fruit soon decays, and the full cup will soon overflow." And he wrote a letter to the emperor asking permission to retire. "I, young Xiao Yu, bow before you 100 times and humbly submit this petition to your majesty. When a man born into this world has attained the highest rank and fulfilled all his desires, there is nothing left for him to want. Parents wish for their children to have riches and status, believing that once they attain these, there will be nothing left to desire. Is it not the happiness that long life, fame, and wealth bring that make people envious? And yet men continue to desire more and more, not having the wisdom to know when to say enough is enough. And knowing how to be satisfied with worldly health and glory, should we not also know when to be dissatisfied? I am a man of ordinary talents and little promise, but I have risen to the highest ranks. I have received every conceivable honor and held an important office for many years. I have been showered with wealth and glory beyond my dreams, and my mother, too, has basked in it. My original ambition was not a 10,000th of what I received. I reluctantly became the imperial son-in-law, and gifts and favors were bestowed upon me far beyond what was received by your other loyal subjects. As a child, I ate weeds and scraps, and I have since been filled with delicacies. I was a peasant, and now I live in the imperial palace. But I fear all this has been contrary to my proper station, and I will bring shame upon your majesty for not knowing my proper place. When I was younger, I wished to flee my position and retire from the world, lock my gates, refuse all favor, and beg pardon from heaven and earth and the spirits. But your majesty was so gracious that I could not refuse you, and I stayed, accepting your generosity, hoping, since I was strong of body, to repay you in some measure. Now I propose to spend the remainder of my days tending my ancestral graves. I have grown old, and my hair has turned gray before I have had the chance to fulfill my many duties, and I am unable to repay all of the favor you have heaped upon me. Like a loyal horse or dog, I want to return your faith in me, which was as great as a mountain, but I have not had the strength. Your Majesty, the frontier regions are peaceful, and there is no longer need for military force. The people are content, and there is no longer a need to sound the drums. Please consider my petition. The mandate of heaven is with us, as it was in the times of the three great kingdoms of Xia, Ying, and Chou. If you keep me in office, it would only be at an unnecessary expense to the state, while I spend my days listening to happy songs. The regent is like a parent, and the subject is like a child. A parent loves even an undutiful child, and worries when he leaves home. Now I bow to you, praying you will see that I am old and of little use, and though you may not wish me to retire, I ask that you treat me as a loving parent treats a child. Having received a surfeit of favor, how can I leave you and seclude myself in some far mountain, away from a ruler as benevolent as Yao or Shun? But let not this vessel overflow, as spilled water cannot be poured back in, nor can a broken yoke still be useful upon the ox. I bow to you and ask that you understand. I can no longer bear the burden of my duties to the state. Consider that I no longer wish to live in a place of luxury. Please allow me to retire to my native province and live out my years there, remembering your great benevolence and singing your praises.
After the emperor read Xiaoyu's petition, he wrote the reply in his own hand. You and your work have been of great benefit to the people, and you have been of great service to the state. In ancient times, the Duke Chang was almost 100 years old, but he continued to serve the kingdom of Chou and helped to maintain peace. You have not yet reached the age which, according to the Book of Rites, is the proper time for retirement, and though you wish to retire from your office early, I cannot allow it. The pine tree in the forest looks with contempt upon the winter snow because the spirit is strong. You are that pine. To my eyes, you seem as youthful and as strong as the day you took up your position in the Imperial Academy, or the day you crossed the bridge at Wei on your way to fight the rebels. I cannot agree with your claim that you are old, and I do not believe that you can no longer bear the burden of your duties to the state. And though Chao Fu refused to rule when Emperor Yao asked him, I hope you will change your mind and continue, with your exemplary integrity, to help maintain this peaceful reign. Though Xiaoyu was old, he still appeared to be in robust health, and so he was often compared to the immortals. That was why the emperor had replied in this way. But Xiaoyu sent another petition, asking again for permission to retire, and this time the emperor summoned him. If you truly wish to retire, I will not refuse your request, he said. But if you go on to your fiefdom of Wei, it will be difficult to consult with you for urgent matters of state. And since my mother, the Empress Dowager, has left this world, I cannot bear to be far from my sister, Princess Lanyang. There is a palace 400 li south of the capital. It is called Cui Wei Kung, the Mountain Mist Palace, formerly used by the Emperor Xuanzong in the summertime. It is a good place to relax and enjoy old age, and I will give it to you. The emperor issued an edict appointing Xiaoyu to the post of chief preceptor,
and had him turn in his official prime minister's seal. He remained Duke of Wei and was given 5,000 additional households to his fief. Xiao Yu was moved by the emperor's generosity, and he bowed deeply and gave his thanks. He moved his household to Cui Wei Kung, which was located in the greenery of Chungnan Mountain to the south. The graceful and stately lines of the pavilion roofs and the vistas of the landscape reminded him of the unearthly beauty of Mount Peng Lai, the abode of the immortals. Even fairies could not live in a place more beautiful. Who would play his flute here and ascend to heaven? Xiao Yu treasured the emperor's edicts, keeping them on display in the main hall. He assigned the other pavilions as residences for the 2 princesses and 6 concubines. Every evening, they enjoyed the moonlit mountain streams, and in the day, they explored the valleys, searching for plum blossoms. When they happened upon a sheer cliff face, they would compose poems and play the lute in the shade of pine trees. As he grew older, Xiao Yu's once bright future became even brighter, and there came a time when everyone envied his happiness, and Xiao Yu, jealously guarding his quiet life, stopped receiving visitors. And thus did several years pass by. 16. Returning to the source. Xiao Yu's birthday was around the 20th day of the 8th month, and the great feast that was held to celebrate his long life, with his entire family and his children's families in attendance, lasted more than 10 days. Its scale was impossible to describe, and when it was finally over, all the sons and daughters and their children returned to their homes, and it was peaceful in his palace once again. Late in the 9th month of the year, autumn was at its height when chrysanthemum buds began to open and the dogwoods hung with berries. To the west of the Cui Wei Kung, there was a mountain peak, and from the pavilion at the top, a 200-li stretch of the Qin River could be seen laid out below like the palm of one's hand. This was Xiao Yu's favorite place, and one day he and his wives and concubines climbed there together, wearing chrysanthemums in their hair, and they drank wine together. The setting sun cast the mountain's shadow into the broad plain below, and it began to grow dark with shadowed clouds, changing the brilliant colors of fall. Xiao Yu took his jade flute and began to play a tune, sad and plaintive, full of melancholy and yearning and tears. The women's hearts were overcome with sorrow. The 2 princesses said, "You distinguished yourself when you were still young, and you have enjoyed both wealth and fame for a long time. The whole world respects you in a way that has rarely been seen in this age. Now, in this wonderful season, looking at this magnificent vista, with chrysanthemum petals falling into your cup among such beautiful women, what other earthly pleasures could you desire? What do you mean by playing your flute like this, so differently from other times, bringing tears to our eyes?" Xiao Yu put down the flute and moved over to them. "Look north," he said. "In the middle of that vast plain is a single lonely peak. In the light of the setting sun, you can just make out the ruins of Fang Kung, the palace of the great Qin Shi Huang, among the weeds and high grass. Look west. The wind is rustling the woods, where the gray mountain mist hides Mo Ling, the tomb of Emperor Han Wu Ti. In the east, you can see the white wall reflecting the green hills, where a red rooftop pierces the sky, and the pale moon comes and goes. No one leans on the jade balustrades at Hua Qing Kung, where Emperor Xuan Tsung frolicked with his ill-fated concubine, Yang Kui Fei. Those 3 emperors were for 10 millennia the heroes of our history. Where are they now? I was just a poor scholar, a boy from the land of Chu, who received the emperor's favor and rose to the highest rank. You, my wives and concubines, have lived together with me in love and harmony into our old age. And even now, Our love for each other only increases. How could this be unless it is the karma of our previous lives that makes it so? After we have died and left this place behind, these high terraces will fall, and the deep lotus pools will silt up with neglect and go dry. The palace where we sing and dance today will be overgrown with weeds and obscured in the cold mist. Boys who come to gather wood and feed their cows will sing sad songs and say, "This is the place where Jung, the chief preceptor, played with his wives and concubines. All of his riches and his honor, and all his beautiful women, elegant as flowers, with faces like white jade, all gone forever." The cowherds will look upon this spot just as I look upon the ruined palaces and the tombs of those 3 emperors. A man's life is but a fleeting moment. There are 3 ways in the world: the way of Confucius, the way of the Buddha, and the way of the Taoists. Buddhism is the highest. Confucianism exalts achievements and concerns itself with the passing down of names to posterity. Taoism is mystical, but it is unreliable, and though it has benefited many, its truths cannot be wholly known. Consider the fates of Qin Shi Huang, Han Wu Ti, and Xun Zeng. Since my retirement, I have dreamed every night that I am bowing before the Buddha. It is clearly my karma. I must bid my home farewell and do as Chang Liang, who followed Red Pine, the immortal master, to the abode of the blessed ones. I must go beyond the southern sea in search of the Bodhisattva of mercy. I must climb to the top of Wu Tai Shan to meet the Bodhisattva Manjushri. I must cast off the cares of this earthly life and attain the way that has neither birth nor death. But this means I must say goodbye to all of you with whom I have spent so many happy years. That is why you heard the mournful air of my sadness in my flute.
The women were all deeply moved.
If you feel this way in the midst of your prosperity, it must be the work of heaven that inspires you,
they said.
We 8 sisters are of one mind, and we will remove our inner quarters to prostrate ourselves before the Buddha day and night while we await your return. Surely you will meet a great teacher and good friends on your journey to help you attain the way, and then you can return, and we will be the first for you to teach.
This made Xiao Yu very happy, and he said,
Since all 9 of us are of the same mind, there is nothing to worry about. I will set out tomorrow, so let us all imbibe together tonight until we are drunk. Each of us will say goodbye by offering you a cup of wine,
they said. But just as they were about to begin pouring, they heard the sudden sound of a staff striking the stone pavement below. They were startled and wondered who would have come up so far when they saw an old monk. His eyebrows were long and white, his eyes as clear as waves on the sea, and his bearing mysterious. He came up to the dais and bowed politely to Xiao Yu.
"An old monk would like to see you,"
he said. Xiao Yu, already realizing this was no ordinary monk, quickly rose and returned the bow.
"Where do you come from?"
he asked. The old monk smiled.
"Do you not remember me?"
he said.
"I heard long ago that people of high rank have short memories. It seems to be true."
Xiao Yu took a closer look at the old monk. His face was familiar, but Xiao Yu couldn't seem to remember who he was. And then, suddenly, glancing back at Ling Po, he remembered.
"When I defeated the Tibetans, I dreamed that I went to a banquet held on my behalf by the Dragon King of Ting Tung Lake,"
he said.
"On the way back, on Hung Shan, I saw an old monk
chanting sutras with his disciples. Are you the monk I saw in that dream?"
The old monk clapped his hands together, laughing.
"That's right," he said. "But while you remember our brief meeting in your dream, you do not recall the 10 years we lived together. And they say you are so smart."
Xiao Yu was puzzled.
"Before I was 15, I never left my mother," he said. "At 16, I passed the state examination, and since then I have served the state. I traveled east as an envoy to Yun, and west to fight the Tibetans. Otherwise, I never left the capital. How could I possibly have lived for 10 years with you?"
The old monk laughed.
"So you have yet to awaken from your spring dream." "And how would you wake me up?"
Xiao Yu asked.
"It wouldn't be hard,"
said the old monk. He raised his staff and tapped the stone railing a few times. Suddenly, a mist rose from every direction in the gorge, and nothing could be seen. Xiao Yu felt as if he were in a drunken dream, and after a while, he cried out,
"Why do you resort to magic and not show the truth?"
Before he had even finished speaking, the mists vanished.
Xiao Yu looked right and left, but the old monk and the 8 women were gone. And in a moment, the terrace and the pavilion also vanished, and he found himself seated on a prayer mat in a small monk's cell. The flame had died in the incense burner, and the light of the setting moon shone through the window. He looked down and saw the mala of 108 beads hanging from his wrist. His hair was stubbly and rough. Clearly, this was the body of a young monk, not the distinguished old chief preceptor. It took him a while to realize he was Xing Cheng at the monastery on Lotus Peak.
I was scolded by my master and sent to hell, and then I was reincarnated into the world of man as the son of the Yangs.
I took first place in the national examination and became vice-chancellor of the Imperial Academy. Then I served with honor as a general, retired, and enjoyed my life with 2 princesses and 6 concubines. But it was all only a dream. My master knew of my wrongful thoughts and made me dream this dream to learn that worldly riches, honor, and desire are nothing." He quickly splashed some water on his face and went out to the main hall of the temple. The other disciples were already gathered there, and the master called out to him in a loud voice,
"Xing Chen! Xing Chen! Did you enjoy your worldly pleasures?"
Xing Chen suddenly opened his eyes and saw his master, Liu Quan, standing before him, looking wrathful. Xing Chen bowed low, striking his head on the ground, and cried out, "I have been impure. No one else can be blamed for my bad behavior and the sins I have committed. Cast into the world of dust, I should have endured an endless cycle of pain and suffering. But, Master, you have awakened my mind in a dream of one night. I could never repay your kindness even in 10 million kalpas."
"You went seeking your desires, and now you have returned, for they have faded," said Master Liu Quan. "What have I to do with it? You say the dream and the world are 2 separate things, and that is because you have yet to awaken from the dream. Chuang Chou once dreamed he was a butterfly, and upon waking, he could not tell if he was the butterfly, dreaming he was Chuang Chou. Xing Chen, Xiao Yu, which is real and which is a dream?"
"I cannot tell if the dream was not reality, or if this reality is not a dream," said Xing Chen. "Please teach me the way so I may understand."
"I shall teach you the great way of the Diamond Sutra, but you must wait a moment, for new followers are coming," said Liu Quan.
But before he had even finished speaking, the gatekeeper came to say that the 8 fairies who were the ladies-in-waiting of the Taoist immortal Lady Wei had arrived. When Liu Quan let them in,
They came and bowed, their hands folded before them. Though we attend to Lady Wei, we have no learning, and we have lusted after the world of mortals, unable to control our sinful desires, they said. No one has awakened us, but since you accepted us with your mercy and compassion yesterday, we have said goodbye to Lady Wei and her court. Now we are back, and ask if you will forgive our sins and enlighten us with your teaching.
Your intention is good, said Master Liu Quan, but you cannot realize it without persistence and great effort. The Dharma is deep and profound, and each of you must find your own way. Consider carefully before you dedicate yourselves.
The 8 fairies left. They washed off their face powder and rouge, and they each cut off their own hair. Then they returned and said, We have already changed our outward appearance. We swear we will dedicate ourselves to your teaching.
Very well, said Liu Quan. I am touched to see that all 8 of you are of one mind.
Then he went up to the teacher's seat, and the light of the Buddha's brow shone into the world, and flowers fell from the heavens like rain, as he began to teach from the Diamond Sutra.
All things conditioned are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows, like dewdrops, like a flash of lightning, and thus shall we perceive them.
When he had finished his teaching, Xing Chen and the 8 new nuns awakened in a flash to the unborn and undying truth of the Dharma. Seeing that Xing Chen's faith was lofty and pure, Liu Quan called together all of his disciples and said,
I came to bring the teachings of the Buddha to China. Now that I have found another who can deliver the Dharma, I shall return to the place from which I came.
And giving his mala, his rice bowl, his water gourd, his ringed staff, and the text of the Diamond Sutra to Xing Chen, he departed toward the western sky. From that time forward, Xing Chen taught well and oversaw the monastery at Lotus Peak, where immortals and dragons, men and spirits, all revered him as they had Master Liu Quan. The 8 nuns served Xing Chen as their master until, by and by, all of them became bodhisattvas, and the 9 entered, together, into paradise. The 9-Cloud Dream by Kim Man Jung, translated by Heinz Insu Fenkl, narrated by David Shi.